On behalf of Maharaja Agrasen Institute of Management Studies, Department of Law, and Gender Sensitization and Equality Initiative Club, I, Purnima Gupta, Faculty, Department of Law, MAIMS, takes the pleasure to welcome you all for today's webinar on acid attack, uncivilized and heartless crime, sponsored by National Commission for Women. I feel very honored and privileged to be here. It is really wonderful to witness this amazing and august gathering. I wholeheartedly welcome our distinguished chief guest for the day, Honorable Miss Justice Sangeeta Dhingra, President, Delhi State Consumer Dispute Redressal Commission, former Judge, High Court of Delhi. Our guest of honor, Professor Dr. Pusha Razdan, former Dean, Faculty of Law, University of Delhi. Our founder, chairman, and chief advisor, Maharaja Agrasen Technical Education Society, Dr. Nand Kishore Garg, Director General MAIMS, Professor Dr. S.K. Garg, Advisor MAIMS, Professor Dr. G.P. Govil, Director MAIMS, Professor Dr. Ravi Kumar Gupta, Principal, Department of Law, MAIMS, Professor Dr. Rajni Malhotra Dhingra, HOD Law, MAIMS, Professor Dr. Praveen Kumar Gupta, Dean and heads of all other departments of MAIMS, office bearers, distinguished guests, members of the management, learned representatives of National Commission for Women, dear colleagues, students, and participants from different parts of the country. I once again welcome you all. Shubham Karoti Kalyanam, Arogyam Dhan Sampada, Shatru Buddhi Vinashaya, Deepa Jyoti Namostute. I salute the Supreme who is the light in the lamp that brings auspiciousness, prosperity, good health, abundance of wealth, and the destruction of intellect's enemy. Let's pray to Ma Saraswati, the goddess of knowledge and wisdom.
Ma'am, please unmute yourself.
It's our privilege to have amongst us our respected Director General, MAIMS, Professor Dr. S.K. Garg, who is mentoring all of us since 2019 after retirement from Deen Dayal Upadhyay College of Delhi University, wherein he served as a principal for over 20 years. In his 42 years of rich career, he has been a member of various committees of Delhi University, University Grants Commission, and Ministry of Human Resource Development, including the National Knowledge Commission's Working Group on Higher Education. Sir has many research publications and many awards to his credit, including the Ambassador for Peace Award by the Universal Peace Federation. We request our sir to deliver the welcome address and share his words of wisdom. Please, sir.
Thank you very much, Purnima. Honorable Justice Sangeeta Dhingra, Chief Guest for today's event. Professor Usha Rajdan, former Dean, Faculty of Law, University of Delhi. Dr. Nankishore Garg, Founder Chairman of Maharaja Agrasen Technical Education Society and Chancellor of Maharaja Agrasen University, Baddi. Professor G.P. Govil, Advisor. Professor Ravi Gupta, Director, MAIMS. Professor Rajni Dhingra Malhotra, Principal of the Law School. Professor Praveen Gupta, Head of the Department of Law. All other heads of the departments, my colleagues in the faculty, and dear students. It's a great privilege for MAIMS to organize this function jointly in participation with the National Women's Commission, with the support of National Women's Commission. And the topic, acid attack and uncivilized and heartless crime, is, I won't say it's a very recent or very burning topic, but it is a perpetual topic. Acid attacks have not stopped despite all efforts by the law enforcing agencies. To my mind, the root cause of these acid attacks, or for that matter, any other crime which is committed against women, is primarily uneducation and the desire not to accept equality of women. Our Constitution has given every individual the right to equality, irrespective of the sex, the religion, etc. But certain section of the society, either because of their religious belief or because of lack of education, they have not mentally accepted the equality of women. And if any woman says no to the desire of such people, such men, then they resort to crime. And this is a manifestation of their frustration because they can't take no. They can't treat them equal, therefore they can't take no. And that results in crime, and the acid attack is the easiest way of committing such crimes. You don't need a license for a pistol. You don't have to purchase even a knife. Acid is available easily on grocery shops. So procurement is easy, and attack is almost equally easy. And that's the reason that these people resort to acid attack, which certainly is uncivilized and is heartless and a heinous crime. Well, I'm sure today's webinar will help us in arriving at some solutions, some kind of solutions, so that we can advise in collaboration with the National Women's Commission to the law enforcing agencies as to what steps should be taken and what can be taken to prevent such acid attacks. I thank and welcome all the dignitaries for today's event, and I wish a very grand success to this event. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. Namaskar.
Thank you so much, sir, for sharing your valuable insights and experience on the topic. I am not a victim, I am a survivor. The man who attacked me will cover his face, not me. He changed my face, not my heart. He threw acid on my face, not my dreams. With these words, I would like to invite Ms. Shweta Gagneja, Faculty, Department of Law, MAIMS, to shed some light on the theme of the webinar.
Thank you, Purnima. Honorable Justice Sangeeta Dhingra, respected Professor Usha Razdan, former Dean, Faculty of Law, University of Delhi, respected Dr. Nand Kishore Garg, Professor S.K. Garg, Director General, MAIMS, Professor Govil, Advisor, MAIMS, Professor Rajni Malhotra Dhingra, Principal Law, and heads of the various departments and deans and heads of the various department mates. Victim of crime is considered to be a forgotten man in the criminal justice system. In adversarial mode of justice delivery system, most of the laws, they have been enacted for the promotion, for the welfare and the rehabilitation of the accused. Because there is a place for the accused to sit. There is a place for the judge to sit, but there is no place for the victim in the court. And victim of acid attack in India, they are committed for the various reasons. And majority of the cases in acid violence, they are tied up to the patriarchal society, such as refusal to marry, refusal to rejoin the previous job, refusal to accept request of the sexual advances, jealousy of the victim beauty, etc., etc. Acid violence is a gender-based violence. So this crime not only affect the woman physically and mentally, but also perpetuate gender inequality in our society. So victim of violence received the priority attention after the decision of the Supreme Court in Lakshmi versus Union of India case, where the Supreme Court of India directed to the union, the union and the states, as well as the union territories, to lay down the guidelines regarding the selling of acid in the market. So apart from the direction of the Supreme Court, so there is a law in place which criminalizes acid attack under section 326A and B. So in spite of the directions and the laws are in place, but significant number of crime, of acid crime occurs not only in India, across the world. And in 2020 only, in India, in 2020 only, 799 cases they were reported. And so, and after 2009, so there is a provision where the victim is entitled to get the state compensation. But the process of the state compensation is little technical and the procedure is little different. And we will be deliberating upon this today as well. And so the object of this webinar, is to sensitize our society and to bring out the various issues, what acid victims they have to go through while seeking justice in India. So with this note, I welcome once again all the participants in day-long webinar. Thank you very much. Thank you, Purnima. Over to you.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for throwing light on the topic so beautifully. We are extremely delighted and honored to have amongst us today's guest of honor, Professor Dr. Usha Razdan, former Dean, Faculty of Law, University of Delhi. Ma'am specializes in criminal law. She was awarded Commonwealth Fellowship at the London School of Economics and Political Science, London in the year 1998-99 and scholarship at Max Planck Institute for Foreign and International Criminal Law, Germany in the year 2015. Ma'am has written numerous research papers and articles and has professional memberships in Indian Institute of Public Administration, Indian Society of Criminology, Association of Women's Student Studies and Development, Asian Criminology Society. I humbly request ma'am to share her vision and views with all of us.
Ma'am, kindly unmute.
Please unmute yourself, ma'am. Yes.
It's mute. Unmute. Good morning. Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am, you are audible, ma'am.
Thank you very much. Thank you, the Agrasen, for inviting me. I have been to the institute earlier also and delivered some of the lectures. It's pleasure. When Shweta, she talked about that acid attack is the topic which you will be supposed to talk. So I thought, why not refresh myself with respect to the topic as to what is happening. So it's really, really shocking for the half of the population of the country is women, and where that half population is subjected to so much of the violence, whether it is family violence, whether these are the acid attacks, the offense of the rape and dragging into trafficking, whether women and children, it's shocking. It's brutal so far as it's the gendered violence, because this is mostly because 85% of the cases of the acid attack, they are women. And once we talk about the country and we say the progress of the country depends upon the way the woman is treated and how much care is being taken about her health, about her security, about her safety, and this is what she gets. This is what she gets even if we have the Constitution and having provisions under Article 14, under Article 21, and signatory to so many conventions. And, then why is it all that it is happening? India has a rich cultural heritage. Where has that cultural heritage gone? The earlier the woman was respected. And what has gone wrong over the years? The slavery is lost over now. Have we to rethink of reviving our cultural roots, the ethos, the morals, the values, because how to prevent these acid attacks? And you will find, in spite of the law, in spite of the provisions, in spite of the fact that we have rescue teams and then rehabilitation centers, then compensation, which is to be paid, but what actually is happening? So as Shweta was talking about that this is a world phenomenon, exactly. There are cases happening in UK, and they are happening in USA. And as we all must be knowing, the Bangladesh, there were the highest number of the acid attacks, but they till 2002. And after that, they came up with a very stern law, not only the strict law for the sale of the acids, but also for, established tribunals in order to give the speedy justice to the acid victims. So nowadays, the Indian country, India, is number one. There is increase in the number of the cases so far as the acid attack is concerned. So earlier the argument was that we don't have the law because it was to be considered under section voluntarily causing grievous hurt under section 320. Then there were so many representations which were made by the Human Rights Commission, Women's Commission, Law Commission report came up in the report of the 226, talked about that we must have the separate law and making it a separate offense, thought perhaps by the legislators and by the other commissions and the committees that this perhaps will be, a solution. If not, we will be able somewhere to curtail it. But this is not what has happened. So what is this, the acid attack? The offender, he doesn't want to kill the victim, but disfigure her, dismaim her, make her shame, disable her totally, partially. And the way the acid is thrown on the face, that is the most sensitive part of the human body. results into, in many cases, into the blindness. Some lose their ears, some eyelids, the eyes. It is horrific, it is terrible, it is inhuman. And with the gas fumes of the hydrochloric acid, which is used, and the sulfuric acid, their lungs get choked for days together. It's horrible. Now, why do they do it? It's all because the woman, she shows her independence. She shows her decision to act according to her own will. She says that I mean what I have to do it. I will not be doing things under your pressure. She says no to the sexual advances. She says no to whom to marry is my decision. And she says that I am beautiful. This is what I am. This is my beauty. The, accused, he can't take it. He can't absorb it. He says, if you can't be mine, I won't allow you to be of anybody else. This results into, it's horrific. And then the acid, which is so easily available into the market, and then by stalking, she becomes a victim. Now, what happens after that? It's horrific, it's terrific. And people don't have the knowledge as to how they have to deal it. That is very important, which you must understand if you should deliberate. No awareness about the people. It's not a like ordinary burning which happens. In many cases, what happens that, the victims are wrapped in clothes. Sometimes some oil is poured. The first thing which is to be done is give a cold water shower to the victim at least for half an hour to 1 hour, so that the acid is drained. It doesn't stay longer on the body, which results into, which melts the skin, and it goes even to the extent of the bones. So let us have the awareness about that. Now, patriarchal society, as we have been talking about, that is a reason. And, the consequences which it will have, there are many. Consequences are psychological, they are economical, there are consequences social. So these consequences, which are there, physical consequences, and sometimes it results into the blindness and breathing failure which takes place. 1/3 of the victims suffered complete partial blindness. Infection on the skin, if the acid remains for a longer time, results into gangrene. Psychological consequences are many. Psychologically, the depression, the anxiety, and she cannot see the face, how she will be taken up by the society. She will not be accepted in the college, in the school, in jobs. So all the opportunities are closed. As in the case of Lakshmi, for 8 years, she has not gone out of her house. 8 years. She said she cannot face the, people, how they will be taken up. There's a stress order, which is also long-term, which needs that there needs to be a counseling for them in order to come out of these psychological stresses which happen with respect to the, acid attacks. Social and economic consequences, I'm going through for the whole day, many presentations which will be made. And I will take up the issue that there's an increase so far as the crime is concerned. What best could be done, that is what we have to see. The statutory provisions, if we look to the, section 320 grievous hurt, as it was covered under voluntarily causing grievous hurt earlier, what made us to come up with the separate offense? Because there were very conflicting judgments given by the courts, and the punishment used to vary. depending upon, and sometimes they used to take it under the whole, hurt only, not the grievous hurt, then attempt to murder, sometimes acquittal. So it was. So therefore, we came up with section 326 and 326A as well as B. Now, what have these two sections broadly talking about? The details you talk about that they have, that there will be a punishment of 10 years, which will be extended to the life imprisonment with fine. So this is important, with fine, and this has to be imposed while they will impose the fine, they have to find out whether this fine is just and reasonable, because this fine has to go to the victim of the acid attack. And section 326B talks about when there's an attempt, the punishment is, which has been 5 years up to 7 years, and also liable with fine. There is a change in the criminal procedure code as well, as we are talking about. Already we know there is a provision under section 357A regarding compensation to the victims, which is applicable to the rape. Now we have introduced section 357B and also section 357C into the criminal procedure code. What they are talking about, that in addition to the fine which is imposed under section 326A, the compensation has also to be given to the victim. Now, how much of it, that is not there. And section 357C is very important, which talks about that there has to be an immediate medical treatment which should be provided, because this is the offense where you cannot wait. She needs immediate treatment. She needs immediate, attention from the medical professionals, doctors, as to how she will be taken care of. So the cause which it talks about, that they should be immediately, this should be free facility which should be provided to the victims, whether the hospitals are government or they are private hospitals. And the same has to be communicated immediately to the police. Now, again, there is a big question mark. Now, here, what I have to talk about, that Supreme Court has consistently been, working for implementing the right to dignity, the grace the women has, that if she is a victim, what best could be done. So you must be knowing in Lakshmi case, Supreme Court came up with many, directions that, and they also talked about that this compensation, 3 lakh should be given to the victim. And this should be minimum. They have again emphasized that this should be the minimum, not the maximum. Maximum should be, and this should be in addition the fine which the offender will have to pay. So minimum, and giving the power to the, the discretion to the state governments and other, how much of the more compensation could be given. And there are instances where more instances, 7 lakhs or 8 lakhs or 10 lakhs, they have been given to the victims of the, acid attacks. Now, how much is the disparity? As you were talking about, that it's not easy, how many hurdles there are, how she will approach, and the consequences which she has to face, whether family can afford, family cannot afford, she's without job, she can't go to the school, she can't go to the college, she can't continue. Even if she applies, she's not taken up for that. So for years and years together, this is the compensation. I may tell you that there are instances that they have to go about 20, 25 surgeries. It's not the one surgery, but which will determine that this is the amount of the money sufficient. And if you must be knowing that the Kangana Rao's sister, Rangoli, she herself has been a victim of the acid attack. And Kangana, I have read somewhere, she had undergone some 30, 40 surgeries in order to give her as a semblance of that, the face, and how the flesh from the other parts of the body is being taken up, and then that has to be, with plastic surgeries and all that. It's a horrific expense. It's painful. for anybody to be there. Now, there are other judgments also. For example, there is a Parivartan Kendra versus State of Union, where Supreme Court said not 3 years. We don't say this is maximum amount of compensation. This is the minimum. So 2 sisters who, were victims of the acid attack, one suffered grievous injuries, other smaller. So the grievous one, she was asked that she has to be given not the 3 lakhs is not the minimum. This is minimum, maximum, there is no limit. Now, there is one judgment which was with respect to before the West Bengal court. What happened in that case, that the victim, she was a victim of the acid attack in the year 2006. When the matter went before the court, and court said, no, you will not get the compensation because this is case which happened in 2006. So it was before the amendment which has happened. But the West Bengal High Court, Calcutta High Court came up that this is a welfare provision. And there should not be, we should not, make it that which year it was and all that. So we have to, the compensation was granted to her. Now, also another important thing which has been done is Rights of Persons with Disabilities Act 2016. They have been declared to be as, they fall in that category. And this is because this is sociological perspective, which we live, we read them, that they are the disabled. So therefore, they should have the benefit which is there given to the other people under the Disability Act, so that whenever there are vacancies, whether into the central government or other places, they should get the benefit, so they are placed somewhere. Now, there is also, I think you must also, identify and highlight that there is Prime Minister's relief, relief fund, in which 1 lakh rupee is given to the who are victims. Relief fund, they get 1 lakh, but this is how much of the advertisement is given, how much of the knowledge is given, how much of people know it, how they have to proceed and how they have to get it. This is what you need to, once we make it recommendations to the National Human Rights Commission, you can, you can highlight this, that this is what they have to advertise. Now, when I was looking to the whole of it, so this is what the law is, this is what the consequences are, there are factors, and there is a compensation. Then after that, what? Why at all? So the first thing which I will advise is the prevention, what best could be done to prevent the crime. So for prevention is, let all members, all citizens collectively have a duty to eradicate this social evil and end this stigma which is attached to the crime for the betterment of survivors. They say we are not the victim, we are survivors. So the responsibility is of all the citizens. So prevention of, so inculcate these values that women need to be respected equally has to start, to me, I understand, it has to start from home. Home is the place where we bring up the children. And we have to inculcate in them these values that the better, the half of the population, how women have to be treated equally, respected for their individuality, for individual decisions, for their wish, how they need to be cared and not violated. That is first thing which we have to do it. Now, when we talk about, the treatment of it, the treatment is that the doctors, how they have to be treated. The first thing I must here emphasize that if you look, not many hospitals will have the doctors who will have a specialization to treat the acid victims. Not many plastic surgeons are there, especially if you look to the rural India, you will not find many doctors. So it is that even if we may not have many doctors, the minimum things what they could do with respect to the acid attacks that need to be, this is very important, that this should be there, and the doctors need to be educated. They need to be sensitized about their responsibility with respect to the acid victims, and what are the minimum things which they could do at the district level, because there is an evidence that mishandling of these cases is happening. And the treatment, the care which is there at the district level, at smaller level, that is not, that's not there. The third thing which I have to talk about is that, as in the Bangladesh speedy justice, to me, it is not the severity of the punishment, but certainty of the punishment which will deter people from committing crime. If they know that there is a punishment, and punishment will be there within 2 years. So there has to be a deadline fixed for the investigation, and also the, framing of the charges, and total decision of the case should come as early as possible. So not severity, but certainty of punishment and the justice which has to be delivered very quickly, as Bangladesh has been successful. I think if we will also try for it, it will help us. The acid attacks, you may find there are rules and all that, and we have to be more strict about that. Acids are not sold easily, not being available people. But then with respect to, the country, so much of the corruption, every dealer, every person will be having their stores and all that. No action is being taken, like what is happening in the adulteration of the goods and the food, in spite of the inspectors and all that there. Nobody works, the corruption works, so acids become easily available and the victims suffer a great deal. And the rehabilitation centers which we have, many organizations, NGOs are working. We have many, even the Lakshmi, she herself is running one, rehabilitation center, because, she needs, after she is a survivor, after she recovers from the injuries, it's very difficult. It's very important that she gets rehabilitated. For those purposes, we must have some rescue homes, we must have some shelters where they could be made independent, where they can be, independent in the, they may be able to earn their earning independently. So with this, I wish all you all good luck. You have a long day. You will come up with many more suggestions and make the recommendations to the National Human Rights Commission. And at the end, I would suggest that there must be some socio-legal studies. This is what the National Human Rights Commission, they should provide the grants, so that we actually know as to who are the victims and what is the background of the offenders, what background they come from. So to me, as they were talking about, it's not the education or not education. Education, even if the people are educated, we are all corrupt morally, intellectually. And so education, I think beyond education, we will have to find out. So social legal studies will make will be a good thing to have, so that we will have an empirical data before us. And because if we know the causes, we can find out what could be the remedy for those causes and how to proceed with the decrease, especially, at least so far as the acid attacks are concerned. And we will be able to care for the, half of the population of the country. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for sharing your impeccable knowledge with us. And I hope the recommendations and the suggestions you have given, the Bangladesh as an example, so those we will, we all will very well take those, recommendations and suggestions, which will help in the reduction of this heinous acid attack crime. Thank you so much, ma'am. The fragrance of the flowers spread only in the direction of the wind, but the goodness of a person spreads in all directions. We are extremely elated and honored to have amongst us today's chief guest, Honorable Miss Justice Sangeeta Dhingra, President, Delhi State Consumer Dispute Redressal Commission, and former Judge High Court of Delhi. Ma'am joined Delhi Judicial Services on 26 July 1985. She worked as an additional session judge from 2000 till the year 2003 and then as Secretary of the Press Council of India from 2003 to 2004. She remained as Registrar General of Delhi High Court from April 2013 to December 2014 and also worked as Registrar in Vigilance. She was elevated as Additional Judge of Delhi High Court on 15 December 2014 and became a permanent judge on 2nd June 2016. We welcome you, ma'am. I request Honorable Ma'am to enlighten us with her insights and experiences.
Ma'am, please
Kindly
unmute.
unmute, ma'am.
A very good morning to all the dignitaries present here and all the participants too. Today's topic is acid attack, uncivilized and heartless crime. We need to understand that women face violence. And it is because of the manifestation of historically unequal power relations between men and women, which have led to domination over and discrimination against women by men, and to the prevention of full advancement of women. Now, if we talk about acid attack, what is the definition and meaning of an acid attack? Acid attack is defined as any act of throwing acid or using acid in any form on the victim with an intention or with the knowledge that such person is likely to cause to the other person permanent or partial damage or deformity or disfiguration to any part of the body of such person. So when any person, he throws an acid on a woman, then these are the conditions which are to be fulfilled, and these are the essentials of bringing it within the definition of an acid attack to make it a crime. What are the reasons and causes for an acid attack? Perpetrators of the crime act cruelly and deliberately and often motivated by deep-seated jealousy or feelings of revenge against a woman. It often occurs as a revenge against a woman who rejects a proposal of marriage or sexual advance. As per studies, it has been concluded that 78% of the acid attack incident happened due to refusal to marry, rejection of love, or for any personal causes, wherein women aged between 11 to 30 years are the most impacted. Another cause of acid attack may be conflicts related to dowry or domestic violence. Sometimes conflicts regarding inheritance and other property issues are also cause of acid attacks. All this is only possible due to the easy accessibility of inexpensive acid, making it an ideal weapon against this heinous crime against women. Even though illegal sale and purchase of acid is considered as a non-bailable offense, still it is readily available in most grocery and hardware stores in the urban as well as rural areas. Now we got to see what is the legislative intent. Prior to the Criminal Law Amendment Act of 2013, there was no specific provision of law governing the offense relating to acid attack. Section 326 of the Indian Penal Code, which deals with voluntarily causing grievous hurt by dangerous weapons or means, was not so effective in dealing with this heinous form of crime because it does not expressly include acid attack. The Law Commission of India, headed by Honorable Justice A.R. Lakshmanan, proposed insertion of two new sections, that is 326A and 326B in the Indian Penal Code, specifically dealing with the offense of acid attacks and providing punishment of up to life imprisonment to the accused. It was further suggested that compensation to the victims of acid attacks is of vital importance as huge medical costs are often incurred in the treatment of the victims. The victims of acid attacks need both short-term as well as long-term specialized medical treatment and plastic surgeries, and the provisions in the Indian law for giving compensation to the victims were not sufficient. Then came section 357B, which was inserted in the Code of Criminal Procedure 1973, which provides for compensation payable by the state government in addition to the payment of fine to the victim under section 326A or section 376B of the Indian Penal Code, as the case may be. Now, another section, that is section 357C, has also been inserted, whereby all hospitals, public or private, are required to provide first aid or medical treatment free of costs to the victims of the offense of acid attacks and also of rape. This section also makes it mandatory for the hospital to inform the police of such incident. Further, the Rights of Persons with Disability Act 2016 also recognizes disability from a sociological perspective rather than a medical one. It recognizes acid attack victims as persons with a specified disability. This allows survivors to get a disability certificate. Those with benchmark disabilities, that is, those who have 40% or more disfigurement, are entitled to reservations in government jobs. They are also entitled to all other benefits under Chapter 6 and 7 of the Act, including free education for their children. Now, coming to the steps taken by the judiciary, I would say that the Honorable Apex Court, while taking into consideration the misuse of the acid by the perpetrators, in Lakshmi versus Union of India, directed ban of sale of acids in shops and passed certain directions, including prohibition on the counter sale of chemicals unless the seller maintains a recording of the address and other details of the buyer and the quantum. Checking of government-issued photo identity card, specifying the purpose of purchase, sellers submitting the details of the sale to the local police within 3 days of the transaction, ban on sale of acid to any person under 18 years of age, declaration of stocks held to the local subdivisional magistrate within 15 days, and seizure of undeclared stocks and fine up to rupees 50,000. I would just like to mention the latest judgments which are connected with the acid attack. In Parivartana Kendra versus Union of India, the Honorable Supreme Court had directed all the states and union territories to consider the plight of victims of acid attacks and take appropriate steps with regard to inclusion of their names under the disability list. The direction is significant as it will help the acid attack survivors gain employment with the state under the reserved category. In Renu Sharma's case, the Honorable Delhi High Court directed the Delhi government to provide free medical treatment to the acid attack victim and employment that adequately considers their territorial to provide free medical treatment to the acid attack victim and employment that adequately considers their educational qualification and medical status. An acid attack has a long-lasting effect on the victim, who has to face perpetual torture, permanent damage, and other problems in their life. The judiciary and the legislature have always tried to provide for such relief which takes into consideration the plight of the victim and also acts for restitution in the society. One laudable step was taken by the then acting Chief Justice of the Honorable Delhi High Court, Justice Geeta Mittal, whereby a benchmark was set when 5 acid attack survivors and a transgender were given employment in the Honorable Delhi High Court. It is considered to be a path-breaking initiative, which can be an example for a number of institutions to follow for the rehabilitation of the victims. Thank you very much. I'm thankful to the director of the Maharaja Agrasen Institute of Management Studies, and also thankful to the National Commission for Women to have given me a chance to give my opinion and my little knowledge on today's important topic, there's an acid attack, which is heartless and an uncivilized crime. Thank you very much. Wish you a very good day.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for sharing your words of wisdom with us. We have amidst us our founder chairman and chief advisor MAIMS, Dr. Nankishore Garg, the inspiring, guiding, and motivating force behind all our activities and events. Sir did his graduation in science stream and earned law degree from University of Delhi. He has a long association in politics, wherein he was elected as a member of Legislative Assembly, Delhi Vidhan Sabha. Not only in politics, he keeps strong interest in various social and religious associations with the prime motive to serve the society. He is a well-known reader and an orator, and presently he is pioneering the field of technical and professional education from the last 20 years. I request Sir to give his insight out of his experience and guide and motivate all of us.
नमस्कार, आप मुझे
नमस्ते सर।
नमस्कार जी।
Yes, sir.
नमस्कार।
नमस्ते। और मुझे जो सब नजर आ रहे हैं उन सब पे पंडित हैं, जिसका पिछले 15-20 साल में बहुत चर्चा रही है। एसिड अटैक के बारे में कितना एक कुकृत्य है, इससे गंदा कोई सोच नहीं हो सकती। जिसको आप तथाकथित रूप से चाहते हैं, प्यार करते हैं, और वो उस प्यार को स्वीकार ना करे तो आप उनको चेहरा बिगाड़ने की बात करें, तो इससे गंदा सोच कोई हो नहीं सकती। परंतु ये देश है, इसमें बहुत अच्छी अच्छी चीजें होती हैं, और 1-2% ऐसे लोग भी हैं जो मानवता पर भी कलंक है, भारतीय संस्कृति पर भी कलंक है। उन सब लोगों को संस्कार देकर ज्यादा ठीक किया जा सकता है। कानून का जो दायरा है, उस कानून के मामले में जाकर न्याय मिलने में बहुत देरी होती है। इसलिए कई बार लोग अपने हाथ में लेकर ही बदला लेने की कोशिश करते हैं, वो भी ठीक नहीं है। इसलिए आप कानून के विद्यार्थी हैं, कानून की सर्वोच्चता बनी रहे, भारत के न्यायालयों की गरिमा बनी रहे, और अपराधी को जल्द से जल्द दंड मिले। इस प्रकार के उदाहरण भी हैं कि 30 दिन के अंदर चार्जशीट फाइल हुई और उसके 30 दिन के अंदर सेशन ट्रायल होकर सजा भी सुनाई गई है। ऐसे उदाहरण भी भारत की जुडिशरी में है, और अभी मध्य प्रदेश में ऐसा ही एक मामला पिछले सप्ताह आया। मैं समझता हूँ कि जितना ज्यादा प्रैक्टिकल नॉलेज आप लोगों की हो, किताबों के अध्ययन से इतना बड़े समुद्र में से कोई आदमी 3 साल या 5 साल में सारे कानूनों की जानकारी प्राप्त कर सके, संभव नहीं है। परंतु आपका अभ्यास बनना चाहिए और चीजों को समझने की एक समझ पैदा होनी चाहिए। उसके लिए अब पूरा डिपार्टमेंट लगातार प्रयास करता है, और मैं उस प्रयास की सराहना करता हूँ। प्रोफेसर गर्ग भी नजर आ गए हैं। आप सब लोग अभिनंदन के पात्र हैं। इसी प्रकार लगे रहें, क्योंकि हमने इस देश की सभी व्यवस्थाओं में जो कमियां हैं उनको सुधार करने का एक बहुत बड़ा कार्य है। जो 70 साल पहले चीजें प्रारंभ होनी चाहिए थी, भारत की जुडिशियल व्यवस्था जो 150 साल में अंग्रेजों ने और मैकाले की तथाकथित प्रोग्रेसिव एजुकेशन ने और उसके माध्यम से न्याय व्यवस्था ने, मैं समझता हूँ, बिगाड़ दी। जो हमारे गांव में ही न्याय हो जाया करते थे, आपस में पंचायतें बैठती थी, परिवार के लोग चीजों को करते थे, वो सब सरकार भरोसे और न्यायालय भरोसे होती जाए। इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर की जिस प्रकार की जुडिशियल पर्सनल की जरूरत है, वो शायद चाहते हुए भी सरकारें पूरा नहीं कर पाएंगी। इसलिए प्रिवेंशन इज बेटर देन क्योर। झगड़े ना हो, उसके लिए संस्कारित हो, छोटी छोटी बातों पर झगड़े ना, और झगड़ा हो भी जाए तो उसका जिस प्रकार से चीफ जस्टिस रमन्ना साहब लगे हुए हैं कि किस प्रकार से सब चीजों को आपस में बैठकर निपटाया जाए। 10 साल में बहुत काम हुए हैं। व्यवस्था को कंट्रोल करना चाहते हैं जो बड़े बड़े मैं समझता हूँ जो घराने हैं, उनके मुकदमों में और एक एक दिन का 1-1 करोड़ रुपए खर्च करने वाले लोगों ने हमारे टाइम जितना है सुप्रीम कोर्ट के पास, हाई कोर्ट्स के पास, उसका अधिकांश समय फालतू के लिटिगेशन और इन चीजों में व्यर्थ हो रहा है। सरकार भी आधा मुकदमेबाज सरकार है, जिसकी अपील के ऊपर अपील जो करते हैं वो भी प्रधानमंत्री जी कोशिश कर रहे हैं कि एक अपील के बाद दूसरी अपील बहुत ठोस कारण होनी चाहिए, जब भी होनी चाहिए तो न्यायालयों का बोझ कम हो। और मैं तो इसीलिए थोड़ी आउट ऑफ बॉक्स थिंकिंग भारत की जुडिशरी करे। ये भारत के जो लॉ कॉलेजेस हैं, भारत के नेशनल लॉ कॉलेज हैं, अच्छे प्रतिष्ठित जो लोग हैं जो आपसे पढ़ के ही तो न्यायाधीश बनते हैं, इनके ऊपर भी भरोसा करके कुछ ऐसे मुकदमे इनको ट्रांसफर किए जा सकते हैं जो मुकदमे की शेप में ना हो, परंतु उनका इश्यूज क्या है वो फ्रेम करने तक का काम मैं समझता हूँ कि भारत के जितने अच्छे इस देश में लगभग 500 तो लॉ कॉलेज होंगे, यूनिवर्सिटीज के अंदर और दूसरे, उनको भी कुछ काम ऐसा देकर लोगों को सही ढंग से न्याय मिल सके, ऐसी व्यवस्था की जा सकती है। होनी तो है, थोड़ा समय जो ज्यादा लग रहा है उसके अंदर थोड़ी सी हम सबको कैटलिस्ट का काम करते हुए आगे बढ़ना है। आपको लगातार ये कार्यक्रम, और फिर आपका 26 तारीख का भी कार्यक्रम है संविधान दिवस का, उसमें भी आप लोग तैयारी कर ही रहे होंगे। और मैं भी 2 दिन हिमाचल लगा के सीधा ही आपके कार्यक्रम में 26 तारीख को उपस्थित हूँगा। तब तक के लिए आप लोग अपने इस कार्य को जारी रखें और अपने इस इंस्टीट्यूट का जो लॉ डिपार्टमेंट है वो पहले आईपी यूनिवर्सिटी में नंबर 1 आना चाहिए, और फिर धीरे धीरे हमारा जो अभी आपने टाई अप भी किया है, एमओयू भी किया है नेशनल लॉ यूनिवर्सिटी सोनीपत से, इस प्रकार के टाई अप अधिक से अधिक हों। और हमारे जो ये बच्चे हैं ये लगभग धीरे धीरे 700 होने वाले हैं, इन सबको बहुत अच्छा एक्सपोजर मिलना चाहिए, इनकी अच्छी इंटर्नशिप होनी चाहिए, और इनके माध्यम से देश को अच्छे वकील मिले, अच्छे न्यायाधीश मिले। इसी कामना के साथ आज के इस कार्यक्रम में भी आप अधिक से अधिक सीखेंगे। पॉजिटिविटी अंदर अधिक से अधिक लानी है। अच्छे ऐसे वकील भी हों जिस केस में बिल्कुल भी आपको लगता है समाज के बहुत विपरीत है, बिल्कुल उल्टा है, ऐसे केसेस से हाथ जोड़ के दूर रहें। अच्छे वकील वही हैं, केवल पैसे के लिए हर केस को लेने की चेष्टा नहीं होनी चाहिए। ये भी धीरे धीरे आपने इनके चरित्र के अंदर ये बात लानी है। आपको बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं। धन्यवाद।
नमस्कार, धन्यवाद।
धन्यवाद सर। और सर हम सब आपको आश्वासन देते हैं कि जल्द ही लॉ डिपार्टमेंट नंबर 1 पे होगा, नंबर 1 की ऊंचाइयों को हम जो है देखेंगे, जल्द ही हम ये सब आश्वासन देते हैं। धन्यवाद सर। We also have with us Dr. Rajni Malhotra Dhingra, Principal, Department of Law, MAIMS, and I invite ma'am for proposing vote of thanks.
Thank you, Purnima. A very good morning to Honorable Dr. Justice Sangeeta Dhingra, President, Delhi State Consumer Dispute Redressal Commission, Chief Guest of the Day, Professor Dr. Usha Rajdan, Professor, former Dean, Faculty of Law, and Guest of Honor, Dr. Nankishore Garji, Founder, Chair, and Chancellor, Maharaja Agrisin University, Baddi, Professor Dr. S.K. Garg, Director General, MAIMS, Professor Dr. G.P. Govil, Advisor, MAIMS, Professor Dr. Ravi Kumar Gupta, Director, MAIMS, faculty members, and my dear students. To proceed with the task that is given to me, I would like to share a few lines with all of you. And these lines have been written by me yesterday only. मानवता को ढक जोड़ता, आत्मा को क्षत करता, मेरी उड़ान को रोकता एक नया हथियार, तेजाब। क्या मैं डर जाऊं और उड़ना छोड़ दूं? क्या मैं डर जाऊं और उड़ना छोड़ दूं? मान लूं तेरी मनमानी और आजादी छोड़ दूं? कब बदलेगी मानसिकता? कब बदलेगी मानसिकता जिसे कानून का डर नहीं, समाज का भय नहीं, अत्याचार की प्रकाष्ठा, स्वार्थ से भरा अत्याचारी पुरुष प्रधान समाज। Then there is these are next lines are dedicated to those that who are the acid attack survivor and who has taken few steps to change the situation. जला सकते हो मुख मेरा, जला सकते हो मुख मेरा, पर आवाज तो गूंजेगी, डरेगी नहीं, झुकेगी नहीं। ये तेजाब की बेसात नहीं जो छीन ले मेरे सपने, मेरी आजादी, मेरी पहचान। With this, now I start formally proposing vote of thanks. With this, I thank Honorable Dr. Justice Sangeeta Dhingra for giving her precious time to make this event a success and to motivate all of us. Ma'am, your constant support to the academia shows your commitment toward the society in general and towards the student community in particular. I thank you for your blessing you shower on all of us. Ma'am, thanks for highlighting the role of judiciary to deal with this heinous crime. Thank you very much, ma'am. I thank Professor Dr. Usha Rajdan, former Dean, Faculty of Law, for sparing her valuable time despite her busy schedule. Ma'am has highlighted the various legal provisions and schemes of the government and emphasized the need to disseminate the knowledge of these schemes. Ma'am, thanks for suggesting that it is not the severity but the certainty, and speedy justice only will be effective to curb these crimes. Thank you so much, ma'am. And definitely we will give your suggestion, we will forward your suggestion to NCW. I thank Dr. Nandkishore Gargji, who is epitome of humbleness. Sir, your constant support is a guiding light for all of us. I am highly indebted to you for sparing your valuable time to bless us. Thank you, sir. I thank Professor Dr. S.K. Garg, Director General MAIMS, for his guidance on each and every step Department of Law take. Thank you so much, sir. I thank Professor Dr. G.P. Govil, Advisor MAIMS, for his gracious presence and the support sir always give to us. And this is the effort. I personally thanks Dr. G.P. Govil for the effort he has made and to convince NCW that yes, this particular project should be given to us. And it is because of the sir we got this project. I thank Professor Dr. Ravi Kumar Gupta, Director MAIMS, for his valuable support to all of us. Thank you so much, sir. I thank the team consisting of Dr. Shweta Gagneja, Purnima Gupta, Nirti, Swati Bajaj Seth, Ritika Bhatia, Dr. Divisha Gupta, and Shefali Ahuja for their untiring effort and to make this event a success. I also thank students of Gender Sensitization Club for their support and for their effort. Thank you all. Thank you so much. Thank you. Over to you, Purnima.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Now I request all of you for let's have a group photo. So I request all of you to please switch on your cameras so that we can have a group photo. Everybody is requested to switch on the cameras. That's so beautiful. Thank you. Wonderful.
I think it's done. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, everyone. And now we'll be starting with our technical sessions. So the first technical session will be taken over. The moderator for the first technical session is Ms. Kriti. So over to you, Kriti.
Thank you, Purnima ma'am. A very good morning to one and all. We now begin with a technical session, and the topic for the technical session 1 is legal implications and the acid attack offenses. For the technical session 1, the speaker for us today is Ms. Abha Malhotra. Welcome, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you.
So yeah. Before we begin with today's technical session 1, there is a statement that I wish to recite in front of everyone, and that is by one of the acid attack survivor. 20 रुपए में मिलने वाले एक एसिड ने 20 रुपए में मिलने वाले एक एसिड ने मेरी जिंदगी बर्बाद करके रख दी. This was a statement that was made by not just one but many of the acid attack survivors. And what do we understand? What is the implication? Because before we understand the legal implications, we need to also analyze. And we need to also analyze the implications of this heinous action that takes place in a society, even in a modern society like India. Why is it cheaply available? What are the laws that we have today? How much laws have been effective? Have they been sufficient? These are certain questions that we'll be dealing with today in our technical session 1. Before we begin with the program, I would like to give a brief introduction of the of our guest speaker today, that is Ms. Abha Malhotra, who is actually a senior counsel who holds more than 25 years of standing at the bar. Ma'am has been a guest faculty even at the University of Delhi. And in addition to that, ma'am has some splendid bar experience, and she has incredible standing in major landmark cases like Social Juris versus NCT of Government of Delhi, which is popularly known as the Hospitals Free Ships case. In the Siddharth Enclaves Resident Welfare Association versus NCT Delhi, which was a landmark case that helped in the removal of the unauthorized structures in front of the Ms. Menka Gandhi's residence. She has also many landmark judgments to her credit. And besides this, ma'am is also actively involved in many government panels of not just the Delhi government, but even of the Union of India. Ma'am, it is actually a matter of great privilege for us that you are here with us today. The topic, once again, I would remind to all the students as well as the faculty members present here, is the legal implications and the acid attack offenses. The session today will be held by Ms. Abha Malhotra once again, and it will be followed by the question and answers round after ma'am is done with the presentation. If at all the audience wishes to raise a question during the presentation, then you may please leave the question in the chat box, and we'll take up all the questions and the queries and all the deliberations at the end of the presentation. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And I don't think I'm worthy of so much praise. I am also a student. I believe a lawyer is forever a student. And the day that we stop being a student is the day we hang up our robes. And I take this opportunity to thank the director of the Maharaja Agrasen University, Dr. Shweta Gagneja, Dr. Purnima Gupta, Nirati Gupta, and the entire team, and also the National Commission of Women for giving me this opportunity. I am very grateful, and I hope to do justice to what has been entrusted to me. Now, a confession, I'm not very technically savvy. I have tried to make a slide presentation, but if something goes wrong, please bear with me. So I'm trying, and I'll just screen share with you. Can you see it? Is it visible?
Yes, ma'am, visible now.
Okay,
Yes,
thank you so much. Thank you, thank you. So this was the topic that I was given, and part of what has already been spoken by Justice Dhingra Sehgal has covered what I had intended to speak. So I'm not going to repeat everything that she has already spoken about. I will just go on to what is an acid attack. Acid attack, first of all, is a heinous crime. Then it is gender-based, because mostly we see that the victims are women. Sometimes I have just come across a Facebook post where a man has also been the victim, but those cases are very far and few in between. And therefore, normal circumstances, woman is the victim. And sometimes men may become victims if they're standing close to her, or if she's holding a child in her arms and the child also becomes a victim. But the focus of the crime is normally on women. And a study has revealed that 78% of the reported acid attack cases were for refusal to marry or for rejection of romance or sexual advances, etc. So That is the root, really. It's a vindictive act, as anyone would agree. And internationally also, 1993, Vienna World Conference on Human Rights officially acknowledged worldwide that this is violence against women and these are human right violations. Now, the same thing, why is acid used to attack? And this has already been covered because of the easy availability. The fact that it is inexpensive, you can buy a bottle for as much as 20 rupees a liter. So it becomes an ideal weapon. The most common types of acid are sulfuric, nitric, and hydrochloric. And it doesn't really kill like a gun or a sword or a knife, but it causes severe physical, psychological, and social scarring. What we can see perhaps on the face of it is the physical aspect, but we must also understand that there is a great psychological and social scarring also that the victim undergoes. Sometimes she is abandoned by her family also. The close loved ones also abandon her because of the physical effect of it. And we had no law dealing with this crime till the Supreme Court prodded the government that one should take some action. It was the famous case of Lakshmi versus Union of India, on which that movie Chapak was also based. And thereafter in 2013, and I must salute Lakshmi because she took up the legal battle, really fought valiantly. She fought valiantly, and that's what brought in so many changes, both in the perception of the judiciary, as well as the laws were changed to incorporate this as an offense. Previously in the Indian Penal Code, which was drafted in 1860, there was no such offense as an acid attack. So it's nothing that is confined to India. It is worldwide, and the National Commission of India has given this definition, which you can read. But what I found interesting was the study by Cornell Law School that found that it is most prevalent in countries like India, Bangladesh, Cambodia, Jamaica. These are third world countries. So this is where it is most prevalent. Now that was a quote by one of the survivors. And as we've already discussed these points, I don't think I need to get into them. But the fact is sometimes, you know, a baby or a small child is also in the woman's arms, and that child also gets brutally injured or even maimed, killed because of these attacks. And he was never even the focal point. He was not the intended victim. The factors responsible for the attack, apart from the easy availability and using acid as a weapon, over-the-counter sales, is because, as one academician noted, the deep-rooted patriarchal society. Wherever you have these deep-rooted patriarchal societies, where women are considered as objects, where women are not supposed to raise their voices, where women are just supposed to meekly say yes to anything and everything, these attacks take place there. So basically, what is the root cause? I would say it's the mindset. MAIMS had organized one very good gender sensitization initiative some time back. And this, again, initiative, we need such initiatives, because what we need to do apart from making the law, apart from implementing the law, is actually going to the root to sensitize the boys and the men that this is absolutely not acceptable. And they should be sensitized that this is not the way to take revenge. So I believe this kind of an initiative that has been taken by this university, this should be replicated all over India. I applaud the organizers of this session, of this initiative, and I pray that a lot of more law universities, even schools for that matter, because mindset begins in the childhood. And I would appeal to the women who are here in the panel or in the audience, that we as mothers also have a responsibility towards our sons. And this responsibility has to be shared by the women, whether they are educated or not, whether you have maids, whether you have relatives, whether you have friends. We have to share it on an interpersonal level also, not necessarily a formal level, that these gender-based violences are totally unacceptable. They are absolutely a no-no. This is something that I would like to underline. Now, effect, I have already told you, there is a high rate of survival of acid attack victims. So they are basically condemned to have their appearance changed. Sometimes their families abandon them. The legal battle also has a pressure of its own, both financial and otherwise. And sometimes the surgeries that they undergo, the legal costs that they have to bear, it financially drains them also. So I would add to that physical, psychological, social, it has a financial draining also on the victim. And therefore, sometimes now, of course, the Supreme Court has pulled up the socks of the government and has laid down certain guidelines. But earlier, before Lakshmi's case, the victims were left with no legal recourse or very limited access to medical or even psychological assistance for that matter. Just as we take it as a given that any victim must be rendered medical aid, we must also take it as a given that the victim should be given psychological aid. Now, these are some statistics just to show you. This is based on a 2017 survey. I tried, but there haven't been any surveys after that. Attempted cases were 60 out of a total actual cases of 182. And you can see that in 17, 182 cases and conviction was only for 36. So this is a problematic area because of our system. You see, the same police officer is asked to give security to VIPs. The same police officer is to register the FIRs. He has to investigate. We should have, I believe, it's not just for acid attack, but for all crimes. And the judiciary is crying every day. You read about it in the paper that investigation was botched up, investigation was botched up. Like in the States, like in the developed countries, you have a separate investigation agency. That is a strong recommendation that I make today, that we must have a separate investigation agency. It should not be left to the normal police, which is in charge of law and order. It's a specialized field and specialists should be involved in investigating. And globally also, CEDAW is one treaty that India has ratified, which has acknowledged that it's a gender-based violence. And Bangladesh, India, and Cambodia, those countries with the highest incidence of acid attacks, have all three ratified CEDAW. And thus, they are obligated to combat all forms of discrimination against women, including acid attack. Now I come to Lakshmi versus Union of India, which was the landmark case actually in acid attack, because I would say Lakshmi was a very valiant and brave girl who decided to take this battle on. And apart from the case that happened because of the attack, she filed a PIL seeking certain directions. Those directions were granted by the Supreme Court by a bench of Justice Madan Lahore and Justice U. Lalit. And these certain things were notified as part of the guidelines. There was a victim compensation scheme, which was very welcome. And it was noted that 3 lakh compensation must be given to the victim per acid attack. Then a wide publicity to ensure that the victims know their rights. Then full medical assistance. In fact, now this has been incorporated by way of amendment in the CRPC. The private and public hospitals are obligated to give free medical assistance to all victims of acid attack. Otherwise, they will be guilty of an offense if they don't do so. So there is an action that can be taken against the private hospitals also under 357 newly incorporated C of CRPC. And the Supreme Court also took pains to clarify that medical assistance does not include just physical treatment, but also consumables, because as they were telling you that I had done this free ships case, what these people do is they reserve the beds and they tell the doctors to check up the patients on their rounds. But as far as the consumables are concerned, which are very expensive, these are not supplied by the hospital. But the Supreme Court has ensured as part of the guidelines that not just the medicines and the bed, but even the food of the victim should be supplied by the hospital. So the victims must be made aware of these things. And not just that, the hospital has to also issue a certificate to the treated victim that they are a victim of an acid attack. Because supposing there is a disfiguration, they are eligible under the Disability Act, etc. So they will need a certificate that they are a victim of an acid attack, and the obligation is put on the hospital to grant this certificate. Now, Justice Sehgal already discussed about Parivartan Kendra, etc. But just very briefly, after Lakshmi's judgment, we have in Parivartan Kendra, this was an attack on 2 Dalit sisters. And the injury was so severe that the medical expenses had crossed ₹5 lakhs. So Supreme Court held that 3 lakhs mandated in Lakshmi's judgment is a minimum. You can give more than that to the states. So that was a good clarification. Plus, they had given certain directions about the inclusion under the Disability Act if they reach the benchmark. That is up to 40% disability. If it is certified that there is 40% disability due to the acid attack, then they get a reservation for a government job, free education for their children, etc. Those guidelines were further enunciated in Parivartan Kendra's case. So that's why it's an important case. Then in Nipun Saxena, the court was concerned with the dignity of the victims of gendered violence in general. And the direction was to order all states and union territories to implement a uniform scheme. That is a minimum. Also a little about Right of Persons with Disability Act. This is of 2016. It recognizes disability from a sociological perspective rather than a medical one. And it recognizes acid attack victims as persons with a specified disability. So if they have 40% disability, at least it gets them a reservation for a government job. And that's why that certificate became necessary that I was talking about earlier. Now, I told you there are very many ways the acid attacks. First was the physical aspect. You must be all aware, if you are science students, that the acid eats through 2 layers of the skin, that is fat and muscle underneath, and sometimes even reaches the bone. When it dissolves the bone, it causes severe damage to the body. And the depth of the injury totally depends on the strength of the acid and the duration of its contact with the skin. It has been known to destroy the victim's eyes, sometimes blinding them. And it is a trauma. It is a trauma for anyone to undergo this attack. And that's why I talk about the psychological aspect also, because you can't even imagine the trauma that the assault survivors face. And they have mental health issues upon recovery also. They have higher levels of anxiety, depression because of their changed appearance, and low self-esteem, sometimes self-consciousness. So we as a society also need to be sensitive towards all this. And sometimes it's very painful when the survivor's family abandons them, whether it is the parents or the husband. It leaves the survivor handicapped, then socially abandoned, then financially drained. So you can imagine the impact it would have on their mental health. And sometimes the husbands of the victim just apply for divorce and abandon her in that way. So there are far ramifications of this attack. It's not just the physical aspect. Now I come to the legal effects. As I told you, there is no separate legislation to deal with the acid attacks. The Amendment Act of 2013 tried to make certain amendments in the IPC and CRPC. Otherwise, the offenses were registered under Section 320, 22, 25, 26, and 307. Now, in 2013, the amendment was passed, and what I really want to point out is the insertion of sections 326A and B, which specifically deal with the acid violence. You see, the cases that were being dealt under grievous hurt, that is section 320, if you look at the part secondly, permanent privation of the sight of either eye, if there is a blinding or partial blinding, then it would be attracted. Or sixthly, permanent disfiguration of head or face, then it would be attracted. And seventhly, in case if it was a deep-suited thing and there was a dislocation of a bone or something, but it won't actually count as fracture. And then eighthly, any hurt which endangers the life or causes the sufferer to be during the space of 20 days in severe bodily pain and unable to follow their ordinary pursuits. So this was the section under which the offenses were dealt with, and this was quite inadequate. And these were the other few sections, 22 and 25, that I have noted here. 307 is attempt to murder. And now with the amendments, 357B in CRPC, this is the amendment in CRPC, is very laudable. Because you see, our penal jurisdiction has the concept of fine, but it does not have the concept of compensating the victim. The fine would be paid to the state, and that would be the end of the matter in the other offenses also. But by insertion of this, there is a specific mention that compensation will be made payable by the state government, as was directed in Lakshmi's judgment, that the state government has to take the onus of paying the victim. And therefore, this has become a part of the statute now, that the compensation has to be paid to the victim, so that the state is obliged to take steps. You see, they have to take due diligence for the prevention of these acts. So when there's an act, this is an offense against the state, and the state has to protect its citizenry. Therefore, this is there. And the free medical treatment under 357, Justice Sehgal already read out that section to you, whereas the private and public hospitals both would be guilty of offenses if they refuse free treatment. And the treatment includes not just the bed, it includes the consumables and the food also. I have incorporated 357C here, you can read it. And apart from these, the Supreme Court in Lakshmi's case had banned the over-the-counter sales of assets, which were used to disfigure, maim, and even kill, particularly women. Now, it's always been the judiciary that has stepped in to fill the void of law, and that was done in this particular field also. The Apex Code directed all the states and union territories to issue licenses to retailers selling assets so that their record is maintained with the state government. They have to keep an audit-like account of quantity sold, the addresses of the buyers who will need to present a photo identification to purchase assets. They will not be sold to people less than 18 years of age. Then they are required to declare the amount of asset being stocked to the police, and in case of failure to do so, that undeclared stock would be liable for confiscation and a fine of up to rupees 50,000. So these are some of the, not all, please. These are some of the important guidelines that were given by Supreme Court. Now, as I was telling you, this is not just an Indian thing. This is world over. It happens even in US, in UK, in the developing countries, but it happens mostly in the third world countries where I have already given you. Most of these countries did not have a law dealing with the acid attack like India, but in the recent past, because of the global pressure also, now some of the countries, barring Nepal and Pakistan, most of them have made certain amendments, at least in their penal statutes, like India has, to cover this offense. And in Uganda and Jamaica, acid attack accused is dealt with as a murderer. So that is something that you can keep in mind. Now, this is about the CEDAW. You know about the CEDAW. I told you about the treaty that we have signed, and they have also made their purpose and intent clear to all the ratifying countries that there is a due diligence and obligation on the country that has ratified the treaty to prevent such acts. So therefore, compensation, regulation of sale, this is not a favor that the country is doing. They are under an obligation to do so. That's the thing that I wanted to clarify actually. All this has been talked about by Justice Sehgal, so I will not be repeating it. Now, these are some cases in India, apart from Lakshmi's case, before Lakshmi's case that I am talking about. These are all before her attack, because she was the first one to actually come out fighting very courageously. Now you can see in this Gulab Sahib Lal Sheikh's case, this was a case of acid being thrown on a woman while she was holding her 2.5-year-old baby. The acid was thrown by her own brother-in-law for refusing to give money to maintain her husband's second wife. Just imagine the reason. And she sustained acid burns on the left side of her face, left hand, left breast, and both she and her infant daughter lost their eyesight because of this attack. The woman finally died. And then the brother-in-law was convicted under 302. But you see, there was a paltry fine of 1,000 rupees. This was the problem. That's why there was no sort of hindrance towards such attacks. And because there was no law, the judge was hesitant to give more fine. After all, the judge has to follow the rule book. That was the problem. I'm showing these cases before Lakshmi's judgment to show the problem with even the judiciary, you see, at the level of, then this was a case of 2002. This man was suspicious about the character of his wife. No proof, nothing. He inserted mercuric chloride into her vagina and she died of kidney failure. He was convicted again under 302. These are horrendous cases, actually. I have a problem even talking about them because they are so horrific and heinous. Then in Balu's case, this is 2006, a person suspected his wife had developed an illicit relationship with one of his acquaintances. In a fit of anger, he threw acid on her, resulting in severe burns and death of the victim. And again, in Birla Satyanarayan's case, he threw acid on his estranged wife because she refused to cohabit with him. Now, these are cases where the accused is the husband. These are all cases I have taken where the accused is the husband, somebody you are intimate with, somebody who knows you inside out and who's supposed to love and protect you. They are the ones who have attacked the women. Now, this was one case.
Yes. Ma'am, just sorry to interrupt, but just a small request that the students attending the webinar are primarily first year and second year students. So if we discuss not just the cases, but also the implications, and we try to at the same time sensitize them.
So I have already discussed the implications at length already. I come straight to my conclusion and recommendations. I realized just now that the time is also running out. Now, my recommendations would be, firstly, the strict enforcement of the Supreme Court guidelines. They are there, but are they being followed? That is the question. And who's going to ensure that they are being followed? There has to be a political will to enforce those guidelines. Then, fast-tracking all the cases of acid attack. You can't have the victim lying in a limbo. Enhancement of monetary compensation. 3 lakhs was okay in 2014. Before 24, 10 years would have been passed, and we need to think about the enhancement. As we saw in one case, even the surgeries cost more than 5 lakhs. So 3 lakhs, in my opinion, is inadequate. Then the amendment also provided that, you see, in 320 earlier, this case was bailable. Even 325 was bailable. But after the amendments, 326A and 326B have been made non-bailable. Yet I know of certain cases where bail has been granted to the accused. So we should also have sensitization of the judiciary that there has to be zero tolerance in granting of bails, etc., to the accused. And again, going back to the Supreme Court recommendations, there has to be a regular audit of the stockists of the acids, whether they are chemists, pharmacists, or any other chemical trader. They have to be audited. They have been granted licenses, whether they are being renewed or not, whether the stocks are being audited or not, whether it's a one-time thing, whether it's a regular audit. All these things have to be taken. You see, it has to be proactive continuously. It can't be a one-time thing. And then the point I made initially, the sensitization, like in the initiative that you have taken in schools, colleges, etc., of boys, to make them realize that all kinds of gender-based violences are not acceptable. So with that, I rest this session, and I hope it's been okay.
Thank you. Thank you, ma'am. Students, the floor is now open for any questions if you have. Even the faculty members present here, if at all you have any opinion or any question regarding the deliberations that we had in this session, please feel free to post them in the chat box, or you can even unmute yourself and put them across in the session. Since I believe students may be taking a little while in posing their questions, since they're just first year students. In fact, I have a question. In fact, what keeps me keen, ma'am, is that
Kriti, please continue.
yes, ma'am. I'm sorry that there was some error. Okay, ma'am, my question is that, yes, Supreme Court in the Lakshmi's case, it mentioned about the proactive measures that the legislature should take and the state should take in the prevention of this heinous action, right? But so far, what we have observed is that these are not just proactive measures, but they turn out to be ad hoc measures. Because after the Lakshmi's judgment, yes, the sale of this acid, that was banned. But my personal experience, I have myself, asked it at a grocery store and it was easily available.
Yes,
so why is it that
exactly.
even today it is easily available despite Supreme Court recommendations? Also, the first acid attack case was reported in the early 80s. And in the 2009, the Law Commission was formed and there was a report under the guidance of Justice A.K. Lakshman, like Justice Sehgal had mentioned in the inaugural session. So 1980s and 2009, why this such a long legislative gap? And finally, we had the law in 2013, and the law, and that too after Justice J.S. Verma's recommendations, right? So what we actually were waiting for, what we can say the nation was waiting for, such a barbarous act, to that was nothing but just a wake-up call for all of us to realize that how significant and how much in danger is the women's security in our country. And that prompted us to come up with certain strict and stringent provisions in law and to come up with different compensation schemes. That's when the issue was brought into limelight after the Nirbhaya's case, when we saw such a brutal, and a head of it, it's something that's completely inhuman, beyond words, something that happened to a woman. So what I want to ask, ma'am, that we also spoke about the political will right now. We also spoke about the sensitization of the judges. But what about the what about the legislative laxity? What about the legislative sensitization? When are we going to sensitize the lawmakers that they wake up to such calls of the society so late? Because there's one popular phrase, a pithy, that we use not just in the courts, but even in our classrooms, that failure to use power to adapt to the changes that are concurrently taking place in the society, that is also an abuse of power. So the people who are there in the power, are they accountable? We know that there is accountability because we are in a democratic establishment. But where is the accountability when we talk about such serious actions and such serious episodes that are taking place in the society on daily basis, that too very freely? So that is my question, that what about the legislative sensitization? When are we going to say? And what about the legislative laxity? Because that's clearly not the corrective justice that is the aim of the Indian state. So that's my question to you, ma'am.
Yes, I'm glad you raised this question because as everyone has been talking about political will, and who are the legislators, they're all politicians.
Yeah. That's
and the fact is, it is a brutal fact that it takes something like a Nirbhaya case to wake them out of their slumber, because they are busy appeasing the vote banks for their votes. So they don't care about, politically correct statements are made here, there, and everywhere in their speeches for women's security. But whether it is rape laws, it took a Nirbhaya's case to wake them up. And whether it is acid attack, it took the constant prodding of the judiciary to make some laws, because the judiciary was handicapped because there was no law. So it was mandated by the judiciary in the part of the judgment. You see what happened in Lakshmi's case. like they put the onus on the state government for the compensation. Thereafter also, I quickly ran through the slides because I thought of the time running out. There was one case where actually the case came to the court that the victim is asking for compensation from the Chief Minister Yojana. And so the judge had to tell them at the High Court level that, yes, it is supposed to be done, you do it. This is the law. Just for that, they had to come to the court. This is harassment of the victim. After all, she is made to go around the from pillar to post. But the fact is, if you expect anything better, then you will have to vote better. That's all I will say. I cannot say more than that for the political class. And even in the sexual harassment arena, if you see, the Vishakha judgment came out in 2009. When was the law enacted? You see a gap of 10 years everywhere. It's not just acid attack. They are not sensitive. They do lip service for women's rights. But what are they doing on the ground? You and I can see. The judiciary is sensitive. They keep prodding the government. They are the only ones in a position to prod the government, actually. In fact, one of my suggestions, which then later I deleted, was that the National Commission of Women should present their agenda to because this is a national body. Since this is being sponsored, this whole initiative is being sponsored by the National Commission of Women, why don't they take it up on behalf of women? Because all the women are isolated in their own homes and work spheres. They don't come together as a body, like the farmers came together as a body. And there was a repealing of the laws. But the women don't come together. So on behalf of the women, if the National Commission would go and visit these people on a regular basis, put pressure on them, then maybe we'll see something happen. But we have seen over the past 70 years, women have been the last priority, really.
Right.
I wish it was better.
Also, ma'am, I've seen that there is a trend that since 2014 onwards, very few, the number of cases that have been reported and the number of charge sheets that have been filed, there is a sort of like no relation between the two. The number of cases
that's why I gave those statistics. Even in 2017, out of 182 cases, there were only 36 convictions.
Right.
Why does that happen? Because police is responsible for filing the charge sheet. Police is responsible for investigation. That's why one of my suggestions was that you separate the investigative agency, not just for acid attack, but for all heinous crimes, all serious crimes. Like you have in US. यहाँ पे तो FIR भी नहीं register होता. ठीक है ना? Then you have to take the route of 156(3) of the CRPC, go to the magistrate, say, please register the FIR. Then there's a direction, then it is done. Now, instead of that, you see the US system. You dial a 911 in an emergency. Immediately, the police responds, the medical team responds. It works as an automated FIR. And a separate investigative agency is involved in the investigation. यहाँ पे तो पुलिस धो भी देते हैं crime scene. We've heard of such cases. They're not educated. They've come after selling their land to get a job here. I mean, if you look at it from their point of view also, they're not trained. This requires trained forensic experts who are experts in the field of investigation. And again, we need a political will to divide the police force into investigation and law and order and security. Again, that is not being done. This is a part of my suggestion.
Right, ma'am. Suggestions are quite well taken by even the students.
Thank you so much,
I can see that. And they have been, one of the students, Van Shahuja, he raises a question that if we keep strengthening the laws for punishment, stop granting bails, keep adding strict measures, this will lead to misuse of these laws at a huge level, not just in case of acid attacks, but fake allegations in the various crimes are becoming common slowly. So what can be a solution to this?
Yes, this is, see, there's always a pro and a con to a law. Like we've seen in dowry cases. It's a fact. whether we like it or not, that initially, yes, women were suffering. Today, they use it as a sword. They use it as an instrument of blackmail also. And there are false allegations. जहां पर भी कोई बनता भी नहीं है तो बना दो. तो ये तो लॉ आने से आप देखिए 1956 में हिंदू मैरिज एक्ट आया, उससे पहले कितने डाइवोर्स केसेस थे और आज कितने हैं. सो लॉ इज ओनली गोइंग टू इनकरेज द abuse of it. It has to, that's why my first point, even before I came to the recommendations, was sensitization, an initiative like what you're doing.
Right. Thank you, ma'am. There's another question by Vanshika. She says, is society accepting acid burn victims?
Unfortunately, the answer is not very much. It should. It should. What she needs is a hug. What she needs is treating her the way she was, despite her changed appearance, etc. Sometimes her family is also unable to do it. And society is basically strangers. And this is an act of vengeance, as I first mentioned. And society is also vindictive towards women to a large extent. That's why we need sensitization. Yes, this is a problem that some victims are blessed. They have more accepting family and friends, but some have been abandoned. So
indeed,
we have miles to go. We have miles to go. Yes.
Indeed. And we are already on that path. That's the silver lining.
Yes. That's why I congratulate each one of you for this initiative. And I happily participated in it because we need such initiatives.
Thank you, ma'am. And one last opinion that is shared by one of the students at Sony. He says, if we cannot have a different investigation agency, we can go for the system that Dubai is using, policing without police, where there is smart policing system. A person can file a FIR just with the help of its mobile phone.
यहाँ पे शुरू हो गया है. Let me tell you that Delhi police at least and some other states also have started this system where you can register the FIR through your mobile. They have also become tech savvy now. So this is already being done.
I think we should
wrap
end the session.
Now. I am getting the hints that time is up. So let's just close it now.
It's interesting that students are still raising the questions. What we can do is we can take up the questions and maybe, ma'am, we can email them to you. So if at all, if you spare some time for the students and maybe respond them in some way.
Too many. If they're not too many questions.
We'll shortlist and we'll forward you. Of course, some of the work can be dealt by us as well, the teachers. So before we wrap up this session, I actually invite Dr. Sumedha Datta, who is Associate Professor at Maharaja Agrasen Institute of Management Studies, to give away the vote of thanks to today's session.
Thank you. I hope I'm audible.
Yes, ma'am, you are.
At the outset, I would like to quote the lines penned down by an acid attack survivor. I take the liberty of not calling them victims, but the survivor. They change their faces, but not their dreams. They destroy their profile, not their imperishable soul. And thus, the 78% of women on whom the acid was thrown are not victims, they are survivors. A very warm morning to our management committee, most valued speaker of the day, worthy faculty and beloved students. It is my privilege to have been asked to propose a vote of thanks on this momentous occasion. On behalf of the Department of Law and the entire fraternity of Maharaja Agrasen Institute of Management Studies, my sincere thanks to Almighty God for making today's event a grand success. By His blessings and grace, we are able to make the event what it was. Special thanks to our collaborators, National Commission for Women, for their support. My deepest gratitude to Dr. Nandkishore Garg, Founder, Chair and Chief Advisor, for his constant encouragement in all our endeavors. A really heartful vote of thanks to our revered resource person, Ms. Abha Malhotra, Senior Counsel, Supreme Court of India, who spent her busiest time gracing the occasion today. We had the opportunity to hear your thoughts, and this is definitely encouraging us in our future events also, ma'am. Your thoughts have enlightened our minds and shown us a new path. I agree that the government has taken many steps. The judiciary system, as pointed out by you, has to be further strengthened. But one thing which I feel is the most important takeaway of the session is that you have made us realize that we don't need capital punishment. We don't need acid attacks for retaliation. All that we need is a change in the mentality of society. Like you pointed out, we need to, the mothers need to educate their sons so that we give them the right upbringing. So this change in the mentality of society would definitely help us. And it is our joint responsibility to rehabilitate the acid attack survivors, because the inner beauty, their strength and dream remains unharmed by the acid. Truly, ma'am, we all are enlightened and inspired by your great words regarding legal implications of acid attack. Thanks to members of Gender Sensitization and Equity Initiative Club, our earnest gender champions. I know that you people work day and night. And most importantly, the organizing committee, our technical arrangement team, who worked behind the scene to execute this event. My sincere thanks to Professor S.K. Garg, Director General MAIMS, Professor G.P. Govil, Advisor MAIMS, Professor Ravi Kumar Gupta, Director MAIMS, Professor Rajni Malhotra Dhingra, Principal Law, and heads of all departments for their stewardship, support, vision, and commitment. You have always inspired us to reach new milestones. Last but not the least, my special thanks to our enthusiastic participants. Your questions kept on pouring, for your rock-solid support system. Thank you very much for joining this event, and special thanks to Ms. Abha Malhotra for her benign presence. Thank you, ma'am. Have a nice day.
Thank you, Dr. Datta. Thank you, Ms. Abha, for joining the technical session today. It was indeed a very insightful discussion that we had.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. Thanks for coming and sharing. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sumedha, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. Thanks a lot. My pleasure.
Students, stay tuned to the technical session 2. We next have Dr. Debarati Haldar for the session number 2. And the session will be moderated by Ms. Madhura.
Ma'am, this session will be moderated by me. Yeah.
My apologies. The session will be moderated by, over to you.
A very good morning to all the participants and to our esteemed guest and speaker, Professor Dr. Debarati Haldar. I, Dr. Swati Bajaj Seth, welcome you all into technical session 2, which is based on the theme Implementation of Victim Compensation Scheme. And before that, I would like to introduce our speaker, Professor Dr. Debarati Haldar. Ma'am is presently working with Parul Institute of Law, Parul University, as a faculty, as a professor, and she is the founder and honorary managing director of Center for Cyber Victim Counseling. It's an online non-for-profit organization and also a think tank which is meant for helping and counseling the victims of internet and digital communication crime victims. Ma'am is the first law professor in India who have introduced therapeutic jurisprudence as a subject in credit course to LLB students. She is also the first in India to create a draft model law on prohibiting revenge porn, and the same has been shared with the National Commission for Women. In fact, she is the first in the world to author textbook on cyber victimology. Dr. Haldar had also won 2 awards in 2019, which is what is Web Wonder Woman Award, which has been given by the Ministry of Women and Children Affairs, Government of India. And the second is Tech Next India 2019, Best Faculty of the Year Award, given by Computer Society of India, Mumbai in 2019 only. Ma'am has also worked closely with the intermediaries like Facebook, government stakeholders like National Commission for Women, State Commissions for Women, and Commission for Protection of Child Rights and Ministry of Information Technology. They help them to shape new policies, guidelines towards protection of women and children from online offenses. Ma'am has also assisted UNICEF India in creating child online safety related materials, including child online protection in India. Ma'am is also the founding secretary of South Asian Society of Criminology and Victimology. She is also a member of Board of Trustees of International Society of Therapeutic Jurisprudence. In fact, she has also authored many books like Cyber Victimology, Cyber Crimes Against Women in Laws, Child Sexual Abuse and Laws, and many edited books also on therapeutic jurisprudence, human rights, etc. So the list is very long. And apart from this, ma'am has also published many scholarly articles based on victimology and victimization of women. Ma'am, we are greatly honored to have you here in this technical session. I would request you to please enlighten our students and the other participants, including faculty members and the stakeholders, with your valuable insights.
Thank you for such a warm welcome, madam. I hope that I'm audible.
Yes, ma'am, you're audible.
Okay. I would also like to share my screen here. Okay. Okay. Before I begin my lecture or before I begin my session, I would like to share one personal experience. Before I joined academia, I was working with DLSA in Tamil Nadu, in one of the districts in Tamil Nadu, where I had seen vigorous campaigning for acid attack, remedial justice system. And also would like to take this opportunity for correcting my name, which madam was pronouncing. I'm Dr. Debarati Haldar, which actually has got another implication. I'm basically a Bengali from Bengal. Why?
Okay, I apologize for the inconvenience, ma'am.
No, it's all right, madam. Why it is I'm bringing it because I got to see there is extreme what do you call polarization, I can say, about the acid attack and also understanding about the compensation for acid attack victims. The more you go to eastern side, northeastern side also, you might get to see that there is something called women empowerment. And the more you go for the rest of India, why I'm saying for the eastern and also northeastern India is that maybe the social structure is like that. Maybe the women empowerment is more, or maybe the women, basically mothers, they know that how to teach their children, especially their sons, to not to indulge in certain kinds of antisocial activities, including this acid attack or acid throwing. But again, this is an open platform for criticism or even debate also, because in Tamil Nadu and also in several other South Indian states, also we have got to see in many other states in India, including states like places like Delhi or UP or many other places, or even Haryana also, there had been acid attacks. But in Tamil Nadu, when I was associated with DLSA, District Legal Services Authority, they basically created a YouTube video, and that was in Tamil. So they shared with everyone in the district, and also it was uploaded on YouTube also for what you call public viewing, so that people will know that what sort of remedies are available, especially what sort of legal remedies are available for acid attack victims. Obviously, because of the data that is available, we know that maximum victims of acid attack are women, and especially disfigurement of face or attack on their body, etc., which makes them ridden in pain, and therefore they might lose their body parts, they might lose their lives, they might lose their job, they might they might not be able to get back to their original lifestyle or their life as easily as we may imagine, even though this imagination is also something which is a very conditional word, but still then it is very, very difficult to come back to life. Now with this, we have to understand that what is the meaning of compensation and why compensation is necessary here, and what sort of compensation we are actually discussing about. I know that all of us are from the legal fraternity and we know about what is compensation, but what I would like to press here is that compensation basically indicates about assistance for monetary loss. As I was just mentioning, that when acid attack happens, most of the times we do get to see that young women basically suffer these kinds of victimization. And it may, like, I'm not telling that maybe in all cases, but it may in several cases, majority of the cases may happen due to certain kind of a partial love affair. This is something which I have seen, in majority of the cases. Again, I'm telling that this is an open platform where you can debate or you can criticize my statement, but still then what happens here is that say for example, when a woman basically undergoes some kind of acid attack, obviously the entire medical expenses is so huge that the family members of the woman may not be able to support either themselves or the woman. And also, unfortunately, because of the social structure in many places in India and also in the rural or semi-urban pockets in India, you might get to see that once a woman becomes a victim of acid attack, the entire family basically starts feeling that now what will be the life for the woman, because she will not be able to get married. This is number one point. Next thing is that wherever you see the job market, if you get to see a beautiful, pretty face, charming face, obviously I'm not mentioning these things with a sexual connotation, but whenever you are actually getting to see a pleasing face, then definitely there can be some opportunities for the woman or the man to get some job. But when a person comes with a very much damaged face, basically not many actually would like to have that particular person in their workplaces, because that might create some trauma on the persons or in the persons who are basically looking at the face. That's the reason you get to see that in many shops or in many tourism industry, many places, acid attack victims may not have proper job facility. Why? Because they are basically depending on the what should I say, that a kind of industry where these things, that is the physical presence, charming presence, etc., charming quote unquote presence, etc., that actually play a huge role. Now, when we are thinking about all these things, we need to understand that why compensation has been considered as one of the prime remedy for acid attack victims. So it actually goes for assistance for monetary loss, repairing for reputation, work hour, family hour damage to the body, injury to the body, etc. And obviously, this also touches upon, maximum, it touches upon the psychological and the physical well-being of the person concerned, that is the victim concerned. Now comes the question that whether acid attack victims can be considered as victims or survivors. I know that we had a beautiful debate and a very thought-provoking debate here, but I'm not going for these kinds of understanding that whether we are going to put the acid attack victims or survivors in the airtight box of victims or the survivors. But in my understanding, you may see, and also you may understand that what are the things that acid attack victims basically go through. And that is the reason compensation has been considered as one of the essential elements for remedial justice. Physical pain, and this is something which I'm telling, customized psychological trauma. What is the meaning of customized psychological trauma? You would if anybody is wishing to go for a research on this, especially from the victimological understanding, please try to understand these kinds of trauma, because I have seen and I have also read many literatures that there are people who are basically having a trauma that I will never be able to get married. This is something which again and again I'm telling. The secondary or the second type of trauma basically comes from the family, that how we are going to face the society. There is a social taboo. Why? Because the victim blaming starts. I know that these have already been discussed here, but for the purpose of compensation, I'm discussing here long-term impact on self-esteem and illness. Self-esteem, obviously, because when we are talking about physical and mental well-being, I have seen many children, many women especially, they feel body shame, especially when they grow fatter or when they are not looking good or when there is a hair loss, etc. Why I'm again bringing this thing? Because for the recent pandemic, many of us, like me, we have all undergone several long-term impact of the pandemic. Just imagine that when we get to see ourselves in the mirror back, that we are losing our hair, or we are we are losing our hair, or we have become very fat, we are not able to get back to the our regular body shape, etc. We feel very uncomfortable. Now compare this with the acid attack victims. This might not leave them until and unless they are basically dead. So this kills the person from inside. Obviously, when we see, I mean, even though this is upside down, but it should have been the letter box should have come upside. They have got tremendous willpower. There should be need to reintegrated. There is a need to reintegrate them in the mainstream society, so that, as we were having a discussion in the earlier session also, then only they will be again having that willingness to live. And thereafter, life beyond acid attack also needs to be understood, also needs to be assessed. There should be situational analysis of the family members and the dependents. When I'm talking about the family members and the dependents, you'll also appreciate the fact that there are several acid attack victims who might have been the sole breadwinners of the family, or on whose earning the entire family was heavily dependent. And this is the reason that compensatory jurisprudence basically needs to be considered from a better or from a heavier aspect or perspective. Comes the question here, when the acid attack actually happens, who pays for the medical expenses and why this compensation is necessary? Please do understand that when we are talking about US basic principles of victims of crime and abuse of power, this principle or this document from the UN basically, I'm sorry, it is UN basic principles. This document of the UN, which came into existence in 1985, came into existence after several thoughts on what's going to happen to the victims, who are the victims, and whether certain victims may be considered as survivors or the victims. Obviously, we have an understanding that when the victim is not able to respond back to life, they may be considered as victims again. I'm telling that this is something which is a personal understanding. But when the victim basically comes back to life, she fights or he fights back. And he or she also is able to enjoy the rights or able to access the rights, including the judicial, remedial system, etc. Then we call them as survivors, because they have survived the attack. They are basically going to live with that particular, traumatizing experience for a long time, maybe for the lifetime, etc. And they need constant assistance. So here, what we get to see is that the compensation needs to be given by the state, and also the compensation needs to be given by the perpetrator also. But the more we go, in the discussion, we will also get to see that there is victim fund that has been created in many jurisdictions, including India also, which actually states that it is the, not only the perpetrator, but there is something called corporate social responsibility. And also there are certain, philanthropic people also, individuals, a group of individuals who can donate to the fund. Coming to this question that, when they are donating to the fund, what will happen to the fund, how it will be disbursed, and whether it needs to be disbursed immediately or later. When we are talking about the victims of crime, abuse of power, etc., we are getting to see there are so many, trending news going on about victimization of groups of people, victimization of, laborers, farmers, victimization of women, victimization of children, etc., due to several things. Obviously, there are so many discussions going on about what sort of compensation, what sort of remedy is to be given. This acid attack victimization basically stands a little apart from this, because acid attack victims needs immediate, medical assistance and immediate disbursement of some kind of compensation. Thinking or judging from this point of understanding, or considering from this point of understanding, what we must understand is that it is not a motor vehicle accident case. It is neither a domestic violence. Obviously, here we need to understand that there are several there may be several cases where domestic violence basically has turned into or has resulted into acid attack. We cannot deny this fact. Even though this is not related to this, but we all know about Uttara case from Kerala, where we did get to see that snake bite case, which the husband wanted to share it as normal snake bite, but then we got to see that it is a domestic violence case. Like that, there may be several cases where, due to the domestic violence cases, the wife or the daughter has undergone several attacks, especially from the acid related or acid like substances. So in all such cases, it has been understood that even though the state needs to immediately disburse the amount, but at the same time it needs to be extracted from the perpetrator also. That is the reason here we also get to see our own Indian criminal procedural system, that is actually there. Please don't be surprised when I say section 357 or section 357A of the CRPC. Definitely, I do have the knowledge, but now I'm going to explain that what is the what do you call chemistry between section 357, section 357A of the CRPC, along with the Acid Attack Victim Fund, and also about the NALSA scheme, like victim scheme. Sorry. So I'll directly come to the NALSA compensation scheme for women victims and survivors of sexual assault and other crimes. Most of the times we do get to see acid attack is connected with the sexual assault, sexual victimization, and also general crimes. We should not forget about certain gruesome acid attacks, which may also have been done by children. And here I would also like to mention that in many cases, children might also be used by the adults. We may not have forgotten a couple of years back, this case happened in Delhi, where a woman was basically thrown acid by a juvenile who was riding on the pillion of a bike, and he had been trained by the adult who was the main culprit to throw the acid. Now here, what we understand is that the victim has basically undergone attack. Victim has undergone physical, mental trauma also, but we cannot deny the fact that it is not the child but the adult. Now, what happens is that as the criminal law system or as the criminal justice system basically, makes the system in a very twisted manner. Now, both will be inside the, what should I say, the criminal justice system. The compensation must be extracted, as we plainly understand, from both the accused persons. But considering the fact that the juvenile or the child basically was just, I would rather use the term, was actually a trainee, under that adult, we have to consider that who was the mastermind. So in this case also, we need to understand that as section 357A would suggest and has suggested, that when the court basically is passing a sentence, there is accessorial sentence is also there, that is payment of fine or payment of compensation. For the acid attack victims, it is the direct payment of the compensation towards the victims. Again, here, I would not like to explain, or I would not like to keep on beating the bush. But here we need to understand about two different understanding: compensation towards the adult victims, compensation towards the minor victims. Unfortunately, we have seen that since the acid attack victims, they may come from, as I mentioned earlier, also socioeconomically poorer background, where the money or monetary compensation or any sort of monetary gain is, excuse my language, that may be needed for many other things rather than supporting the victim for her medical assistance. Again, I'm telling this is from my practical experience, because this is what we have seen, in real life also. It had been understood that the DLSA and the State Legal Services Authority must be disbursing the fund from the amount that would have been deposited by the bank, deposited in the bank. Now, if we see the modalities, or if we see the the precedences, etc., what we get to see, Nipun Saxena versus Union of India. In this case, this is a 2012 case. The Supreme Court basically came into an understanding that setting up of a committee of about 4 to 5 persons who can prepare model rules for victim compensation for this kind of sexual offenses, etc. Now, presently, if you go for this particular scheme, you would be getting to see in almost all national legal portals this scheme, or the victim compensation scheme, Nirbhaya Fund, etc., that is available. And today's session, and also today's this my lecture is also dependent on made on the basis of these schemes and these publicly available documents. As we get to see, the chairperson or the nominee of the chairperson of the National Commission for Women should be associated with the committee. Why? Because as we have understood that, in many places, when the family members, they may actually feel that the victim has attracted victimization because of her own involvement in the entire situation. That means the victim might have known the perpetrator, and because of some kind of jittery feeling, etc., the perpetrator had taken to the acid and thrown the acid to the victim, etc. The family members, the first consideration might come is that abandoning of the victim. And almost all of us will appreciate the fact that in some families this may happen. especially when, like, again, I'm telling that socioeconomically backward or poor families, the families might not like to be associated with the victim who have undergone such kinds of victimization, and therefore such kinds of schemes basically would be supporting for the compensation that should be given to the, like, victim directly from the bank, which means that it should not be given to the guardian or the, like, the parents, etc., in their hands directly, who might not be using this fund for the actual like, usage for the medical expenses of the victim. Now, certain understandings that we also need to understand for the like, terminology for acid attack victims. A woman who has suffered physical or mental injury as a result of any of the offenses. Now, when we're talking about physical or mental injury, we also need to understand that the compensation is not only for the medical assistance, but for also mental well-being and the rehabilitation, reintegration of the victim. And therefore, what we get to see in next understanding is that the compensation fund, a fund segregated for the disbursement for women victims. Now, consider this thing that suppose, for example, if the woman was going with some other, like, family members or friends, etc., and the acid attack basically had been targeted to the woman, it had not fully been, like, thrown on the woman, but the man has also been, like, affected. Does it mean that the man will not get any compensation? That's a big question mark. But here again, we need to, like, interpret the law in a broader way to understand that basically the intention of the perpetrator was to damage or was to injure this woman, or maybe to kill this woman. And as like, what you call, family member, or as like, part of the group of this lady, the man or the other children who may have been accompanying the woman, they may have also been affected. That is the reason, if the compensation is coming, or if the, like, DLSA or the and also the like, State Legal Services Authority, if they feel that yes, this compensation need also to be broadened to provide the assistance to not only to the woman victim, but also maybe her children, or maybe on the other persons, including any male member who was accompanying the woman, this may also be given to the like, other male members, but the primary like, consideration must be the female victim. That is the, like, the victim who had actually undergone the actual attack. Obviously, for the other like, victims of acid attack, who may be the family members or the friends, etc., definitely there are several other funds are also there from where the fund may be given. Sorry, the like, amount may be given. Now, here, as we are getting to see, especially for the like, acid attack victim, that is the victim compensation fund. Obviously, after Nirbhaya fund has come up, this basically is like, pretty similar to that, or maybe like, synonymous also. What we are getting to see is that, as I was discussing, how does the compensation fund gets fueled? Contribution received from the like, victim compensation fund and other funds also. Budgetary allocation, that means the state is responsible for this. Any cost amount ordered by civil criminal tribunal to be deposited in the fund. Amount of compensation recovered from the wrongdoer accused under clause 14 of the scheme. Donations, contributions from international, national philanthropics, etc. Contributions from the companies under the CSR, etc. Here, I also need to discuss about therapeutic jurisprudence. Therapeutic jurisprudence basically speaks about healing the wound. Now, even though we use the term therapeutic jurisprudence for individual victimization and remedy for the individual victimization, the gurus of therapeutic jurisprudence basically expand the term to state that if somebody has committed a harm, which is there in India also, but it is in different understanding. Through the different meaning, we also get to know this, that if any wrongdoer has committed a harm, then you heal the wound of the person. Not only you heal the wound of the person, but also heal the wound of the other stakeholder, that is the state as a victim. How you're going to do it? Say, for example, you can go for community servicing. You can provide some fund like this one. You can provide some fund, that is the social work, etc., whereby you are able to understand you have done the wrong. At the same time, your contribution, I would rather not use the term contribution, but your fine, etc., that is going to be used for positive, like, work, or for example, positive remedial measures, and that is actually going to fuel the entire fund for acid attack victims or any other victims for sexual assault or crime. However, now that we are talking about acid attack victims, let us concentrate on this, that, the therapeutic jurisprudence understanding also plays a very heavy role in making the judicial officers, the courts understand that, yes, there should be some kind of mechanism whereby any other, offenders of, serious or petty to serious offenses, they may be directed that your fine, etc., that will be going for this kind of fund, which will be used for acid attack victims. So as we have already seen the Lakshmi versus Union of India case, so here the authority for it was basically decided that the authority shall be for the question of disbursement of the compensation, it should be Criminal Injury Compensation Board as directed by the Supreme Court of India. However, obviously it actually practically gets disbursed by the DLSA and also by the State Legal Services Authority. But this is also something that, we get to understand from the NALSA compensation scheme, that there is something which is associated with the compensation, that is mandatory reporting of the FIRs. As in the previous file or previous session also, some of the members of this platform, we were actually discussing that, suppose, for example, if the FIR is not registered, can we take the medical report as something which is the platform for initiating all these things? If you read these scheme, it may give an impression that yes, we can, because suppose, for example, if the victim has not got the assistance from the police, then obviously the National Commission for Women or for other stakeholders and also the courts can so to take the cognizance only once the DLSA is told about these things. However, how to reach to the accessing of justice becomes a very big problem here. This is something I'm also discussing about the challenge here, because what we have get to see, we do get to see in the practical understanding or experience is that when the acid attack happens, as I'm again and again mentioning, there may be some families, there may be some societies where the woman is basically left with scars, with pain, etc., and she's left to die. That's because the families may not be willing to reassociate with the victim, because they might be thinking or feeling about social taboo. But here comes the question of the responsibility of the witnesses, responsibility of the bystanders. The moment somebody sees that in public place, these kinds of, obviously this happens in the public place majorly. If somebody says that yes, acid attack has taken place, immediately it is mandatory that such cases must be reported to the police. Now the police, mandatory reporting of the FIRs. If the police fails to register the case, or for example, if the police denies for the registering of the FIR, it should not mean that the disbursement of the compensation should not happen. And that is the reason here, as we can get to see that SLSA or DLSA plays a major role, because even the DLSA also may have the power, I'm using the term may have the power to initiate the proceedings through the competent court, whereby the court can take the cognizance and direct the police officers to start the proceedings. Further, what we get to see is that along with the FIR and also the medical report that needs to be considered, the DLSA and the SLSA, especially the DLSA also, may consider that what amount must be given to the victim. Obviously, the lower ceiling is always 3 lakhs rupees, whereby we do get to see that 1 lakh must be disbursed immediately, and rupees 2 lakh may be disbursed later, but 1 lakh must be given immediately when the case comes to the notice of the DLSA. And after that, and this has to be as we get to see that there has been a time period also given that within 15 days. Now, if suppose, for example, if the victim has been admitted to the hospital and the hospital denies that no, we are not going to take any action on the acid attack victim because we have not received the amount. Here comes the question of heartlessness of that particular medical authority or doctors or hospitals, etc., because this is something where, as you have used the term heartlessness, it is not the perpetrators, but it is the society as a whole. Rather, I would also use the term that it is the the restorative justice professionals, the frontline professionals who need to have sympathetic mind to start providing the medical assistance to the victim. And also, we all appreciate the fact that the when the acid attack victim is given primary medical assistance, then actually we should not think that the medical need has actually stopped, even if it is a small drop of acid also. They may need prolonged medical assistance. And this is the reason that Section 357A, as well as this NALSA victim compensation scheme or any other victim compensation scheme that you would basically get to see, basically says that no, the like acid attack victim must be given an amount that would be sufficient, at least that would be able to support her for initiating of the medical assistance. Plus, you will also get to see that there is also consideration has been given for giving her 5 lakhs rupees more, and this is something for her prolonged medical assistance that can be supporting her not only for her medical assistance, but also to get reintegrated in the society, to get back to the life and to get back to the normal life, rather I would say. Now here again comes the question of this we have already discussed. I'm sorry. Yes. As I was discussing that, now we have to actually understand about the minor victims and the major victims. As I am going on again and again, I'm mentioning that if it is a minor victim also, or even if it is an adult victim also, we do get to see there is a tendency for the family members or the parents to basically get the compensation and use it for some other issues or other usages, and not giving that proper needed medical assistance for the victim. And therefore we get to see this is something which I got to hear from many people, that when the compensation had been given, the family had built a house, pakka house, the family had arranged for the marriage of the other siblings, and the family has also arranged for the education of the other children, but this actual victim had not got proper medical assistance. And therefore, this scheme, that is the NALSA compensation scheme, and also Section 357A of the CRPC, mentions that it should be disbursed through the banks. Suppose, for example, if the victim does not have any bank account, especially if the minor does not have any bank account, then immediately the bank account should be opened. Now, what we get to see here within the meaning of compensation, that means the banking sector must also be joining with this entire scheme, and also Section 357, that extended understanding. Again, this is also coming within the meaning of the helping professionals, frontline professionals, who will be monitoring the usage of that particular compensation fund or amount that had now entered into the bank. Obviously, the system or the schemes, the laws, rules, etc., they also say that an amount, especially for the minors, may also be kept as a fixed deposit amount, so that it will be helping the child, or even if it is an adult, for continuing the education, for getting the training, etc., to get back to reintegrated in the society, which means that there is some kind of foolproof system has been given, so that the amount is not misused by others in the name of helping for the medical assistance, or for the other assistance to the victims of the acid attack, this thing. So this is something which I very briefly, which I wanted to present here. And also in this understanding, as I understand that there had been some questions for the international comparative analysis also. Yes, it is needed. And we know that there is a necessity for what should I say, that generating more awareness about why not to allow the sale of the acids in the regular shops, or for example easy access to individuals. It is also necessary that people should be I would rather yes, now I'm back. People should be also made aware, especially, in the colleges, institutions, and also in the community, programs, etc. It is the colleges, the legal aid cells. I know that the DLSA is also doing, the DLSA is basically also doing it. It is also the duty of us, the legal, fraternity, the legal aid students, the legal aid faculties, and also the pro bono lawyers, the lawyers who are attached with the DLSA, etc. So to basically share the information about the availability and also the modality of accessing the compensation, or even the fund, etc., for the medical assistance, and also for the assistance of the for the purpose of the acid attack victims. So I end my lecture here. I end my presentation here. If there's any question, I would love to take it.
Thank you, Professor Dr. Debati Haider. I hope I have taken the name correctly right now. It was such an enlightening lecture, and I think ma'am has covered almost every aspect of victim compensation, like how we can collect the fund for compensation, how we can disburse the same to the victims and to the families for their medical treatment and for their future education. And so here I would like to request the faculty members and the students and all the other participants, if you're having any question, you may please ask. You may please mention the question in the chat box. Okay, ma'am, till the students ask the question, I have just one single query. I don't know how, what are the chances of getting this victim compensation fund misused by the victim as well as their family members?
Yes, this is really very interesting question, because as I was mentioning that, the first and foremost is that we need to see the societal understanding. What is the meaning of societal understanding here? Suppose, for example, a victim had been already in relationship, with any person, and as we are getting to see about honor killing, as we are getting to see about many things, like, for example, the lover does not like the parents of the victim, etc., or the parents of the victim does not like the lover, or say, for example, husband, boyfriend, whatever it is. So in such cases, sometimes we may get to see that the families are basically quote unquote happy with whatever has happened with the victim. Now, this is something like, it's a very cruel understanding, very cruel, feeling, where the family members probably, the parents may not even the parents, the extended family members also may feel that whatever has happened for good, because this girl needed to have a lesson, and this lesson must have been given in some cruel way. So acid attack is something, if the victim actually survives, again coming to the question of victims or survivor, if the victim survives, obviously she's not going to die, but she's going to stay with the scar, and that may not be repaired, even if you undergo several plastic surgeries or several surgeries on the face. Now, what happens is that there is a sadistic pleasure on behalf, in the members of the family, or, in the minds of the perpetrator also, that she will not be able to get back to what she used to look like. I'm sure that most of us have seen the pictures of acid attack victims, and yes, many of them basically posed with the photograph with what they used to look like and now how they look like. So that itself, even if you go for correctional administration, even if you go for punishment of the perpetrator, obviously the innocence of the victim, the older appearance of the victim is not going to come back. So how we are going to, as a society, support the victim is that, one, obviously, as earlier Madam also told, that it is the societal understanding, it is the support, it is the love of the society as a whole to the victim, and also by some monetary compensation. Now comes to the question of what you asked me, is that, suppose, for example, if the woman is not what I should say, is not emotionally supported by the family, but just namka waste, they are now getting the compensation in the name of supporting the victim. There are obviously heavy chances that they are not giving the amount for the assistance of the victim, but they are actually using it for some other purposes. Here, my suggestion, obviously, and also as law school, as law fraternity, law students, they can also take up a research, because these are something which are very, very needed. There need to be an auditing done on how the victim's family or the medical expenses basically used that fund. For example, if rupees 3 lakhs has been granted, basic rupees 3 lakh has been granted, it may be that, for the initial medical assistance, maybe 50,000 had been spent. Rest 2,50,000 may have been taken by the family members as such. We cannot actually now, we are not in a situation to say that punish the family members, but it is very, very essential that immediately the woman must be taken in care by some kind of rehabilitative agency or organization, where she's given complete medical assistance, psychological assistance, with the amount that is basically legally for her, and the family members may not be able to misuse that particular amount. Unfortunately, we also get to see, because here probably in the slides you may have seen, there is something which is called cash, preloaded cash card. Unfortunately, the victim is not in a situation to go to the bank, to instruct the bank, or also to even hold the device to provide the OTP, etc. Everything is basically under the control. Generally, it stays under the control of the family members, under the control of the guardians of the victim. So there are high possibilities that this amount may be misused by the guardian. So again, what we can right now think about is proper sensitization for the guardians also, that it is the right of the victim, and you cannot use or misuse the fund for your own sorry to use this term, selfish gain for other children, because you wanted to have some kind of sadistic revenge on your daughter for mixing with some person whom you did not like. This is not the situation for taking revenge. After all, she's your daughter. After all, she's your sister. So this understanding must come.
Thank you, ma'am. And one more question, ma'am.
Yes.
Presently, do we have any specific system for this auditing? Like you told that auditing is required to see whether the compensation is utilized for the welfare of victim or not. So do we have any such kind of procedure right now?
Unfortunately, I would not be able to give you a very confident answer, because what the law suggests, what the scheme suggests is that it is the DLSA and the SLSA who needs to do the auditing. But we all know that DLSA is also, or SLSA, the courts rather, I would say,
yes,
are overburdened with work. So it may not be possible for the courts, especially the DLSA authority as such, to always go for auditing. But I have seen that especially Tamil Nadu or many other states, you have to see the list that, who are running as the forefront DLSs, they do these kinds of auditing, because they basically get very well connected with the hospitals. They take a they keep a track of where the victim has been taken. After that, once the victim has been discharged from the hospital, now where the victim is situated. Now, what is the things that have been done for bringing the victim to getting again reintegrated in the society? These may be done. But again, it completely depends upon the situation. It completely depends upon the, the infrastructure, the manpower, etc. It is very much dependent on these factors.
Thank you so much, ma'am. If the students and the other faculty members and the participants are not having any further questions to ask, then I would like to invite Dr. Shilpi Agarwal, Department for Business Administration, MAIMS, to give a vote of thanks. And I would personally like to thank you, ma'am, for such an enlightening lecture. Thank you so much. Dr. Shilpi Agarwal.
Ishmael Qureshi very rightly said, make your heart beautiful. Beauty is not just about how you look. From the perspective of law, we say they are victims, but as humans, when they fight back and renounce the stigmatic state of mind, they become victorious survivors. These brave women have conquered immense pain and social shaming and proved that it is impossible to corrode someone's resilience. In Dolly's words, you burned my face, but not my will to live. A very good afternoon to our management committee, most valued speaker of the day, worthy faculty, and beloved students. It is my privilege to have been asked to propose a vote of thanks on this momentous occasion. While proposing the vote of thanks, I'm feeling both emotional and elated that it is such a severe, sensitive matter, and so much is yet to be accomplished. Though there have been minuscule measures that have been done so far. On behalf of the Department of Law and the entire fraternity of Maharaja Agrasen Institute of Management Studies, my sincere thanks to the Almighty for making today's event a success. I extend special thanks to our collaborators, National Commission for Women, for their support. My deepest gratitude to Dr. Nankishore Garg, Founder Chair and Chief Advisor, Maharaja Agrasen Technical Education Society, Chancellor, Maharaja Agrasen University, Baddi, and the entire management committee, mates, for their constant encouragement in all our endeavors. A really heartfelt thanks to our revered resource person, Professor Dr. Debarati Halder, Professor, Parul University, Ahmedabad, who spent her busiest time gracing the occasion. Today, we are enlightened with your knowledge, ma'am, and this encourages us to keep working hard in the future as well. Your thoughts have enlightened us, our minds, and shown us a new path. Your powerful session has made each one of us realize that it is imperative to implement measures of providing adequate compensation, how important it is. Apart from just feeling how sensitive the issue is, it's a dire need that we must change the way we execute these measures. And it is our joint responsibility to rehabilitate the acid attack survivors, help them in the best way possible we can, because the inner beauty and strength and dreams remain unharmed by the acid. Truly, ma'am, we all are enlightened and inspired by your great words regarding assistance in compensation of acid attack. Thanks to the members of Gender Sensitization and Equity Initiative Club, our earnest gender champions, and most importantly, the organizing committee and our technical arrangement team who have worked behind the scenes to execute this wonderful event. My sincere thanks to Professor S.K. Garg, Director General MAIMS, Professor G.P. Govil, Advisor MATES, Professor Ravi Kumar Gupta, Director MAIMS, Professor Rajni Malhotra Dhingra, Principal Law, and heads of all departments for their stewardship, support, vision, and commitment. You all have always inspired us to set new milestones. Last but not the least, my special thanks to the enthusiastic participants for their support. Thank you very much for joining this event. Special thanks to you, ma'am, for your benign presence and your wonderful words of wisdom and knowledge. We are truly thankful to you. Have a great day, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am.
Have a great day.
Thank you so much, Dr. Shilpi ma'am, and thank you so much, Dr. Debati Haldar ma'am. Now we are going to have a tea for next 15 minutes, and then we will continue with our technical session third. Thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you, ma'am.
Divisha, meeting will continue, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
मीटिंग कंटिन्यू करते हैं. अनुराधा मैम, मैं आपको कॉल कर रही हूँ.
All the participants, we will rejoin at 12:45.
Hello, am I audible?
Yes,
yes,
ma'am.
yes.
अब मेरे इस पे मोबाइल पे आवाज बहुत कम आ रही है.
नहीं मैम, आपकी परफेक्ट आ रही है आवाज, कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं है.
मेरी आवाज आ रही है? ओके,
बहुत अच्छे से.
ठीक ठीक, ओके. आवाज मेरे को क्लियर नहीं आ रही।
आपको हेडफोन्स चाहिए?
श्वेता मैम।
हाँ जी।
अच्छा, हाँ अब ठीक आ रही है आवाज। बोलना
बहुत
कुछ।
अच्छी है मैम, परफेक्ट है।
हाँ ठीक, नहीं उधर से तुम्हारी आवाज हल्की आ रही थी, फिर मैंने हेडफोन लगाया।
अच्छा अच्छा, ठीक है।
अब ठीक है, ठीक ठीक, ओके।
Miss Shaheen Malik, are you there?
कृति फोन आ रहा है।
Ma'am, if you're around, please call us.
She is joining, Niriti. बट वो अपना उनका सेशन जो है वो 1 o'clock ही होगा, सिद्धार्थ सर के बाद ही होगा उनका सेशन. Madhura, are you there? Madhura?
श्वेता.
हाँ जी
हेलो.
हेलो.
सिद्धार्थ सर, हाँ सिद्धार्थ सर 12:40 पे ज्वाइन करेंगे.
हाँ हाँ ठीक है, कोई बात नहीं. उनका सेशन कराने के बाद आप हमारा जो मधुरा आप करोगे उसके बाद, ठीक है. आप अपने जो मैम है सरिता मैम, आप उनको इन्फॉर्म कर दो, ठीक है. ओके ओके.
श्वेता मैम.
हाँ जी हाँ जी हाँ जी हाँ जी बोलिए.
एक बार रचना मैम को फोन हो सकता है क्या? मेरे पास नंबर नहीं है उनका.
ठीक है, मैं
रचना मैम को.
हाँ रचना मैम, क्योंकि मेरे बारे
दिविशा
में
तुम कर लो, कोई बात नहीं, दिविशा कर लेगी.
मैं करती हूँ. क्या कहना है उन्हें?
कि उनका 12:40 पे सेशन है, वो उनको आ जाएंगी वो.
हाँ हाँ ठीक है.
दिविशा, दिविशा.
हाँ जी मैम.
प्लीज मेक मधुरा को होस्ट.
मैम आई हैव मेड हर. मधुरा निकल जे ना.
Hello, sir. Siddharth, sir, how are you?
Hello, Shweta. I am well. How are you?
I am good. I am good.
Nice to see
इसी
you
बहाने हमारी
after a long
मुलाकात हो
time.
गई Zoom से हमारी मुलाकात हो गई.
Yes, you are right. कोविड ने तो
है
सब
ना?
चीजों पे yes.
This is the best medium, I think.
Yes, no doubt about it.
है ना?
Thanks to the technology.
Thanks to the technology.
Yeah. So, how's
Hello
life?
sir, good morning.
Good morning, Nirati.
कैसे हैं
Nice
सर
to see
आप?
you. Yeah, मैं बढ़िया
सेम
निरति,
हियर
तुम
सर,
कैसे
सेम
हो?
हियर. थैंक यू,
बहुत
आपने
दिनों के
हमें
बाद.
हमें सपोर्ट किया.
अरे,
आ गए
thanks
आप.
to you
नहीं
for
सर,
giving
नहीं
me
आप.
this opportunity.
नहीं सर.
Yes,
Looking
thanks to
forward to your pearls of wisdom.
you. It is just so kind of you and your trust in me.
नहीं एब्सोल्युटली सर, हमें तो पता है आप कमाल करोगे.
अरे I don't know, can't say. I try my level best.
वही सर, that is all
Yes,
that is
yeah.
needed. We know you will try your best, and that is
Yes,
why
yes.
you are here with us today, sir.
That's what I can promise.
Wonderful, sir, wonderful.
So how's life?
Presentation
Tea break is going on. Sir, we will start. Okay, we'll start within 2 or 3 minutes.
No problem.
Because tea break is going on. Yeah.
Take your time. No problem. I have no issue. So, Nirati, how is your health?
Health is fine. Thank you. Health is much better.
You're looking quite fresh, hale and hearty, as always.
Thank you. Even I, Shweta ma'am के साथ हूँ ना, I am doing good.
Yes. That is the effect of Shweta, I know.
Absolutely.
Needless to say that.
Absolutely, sir, absolutely.
Always, exuberant.
आप तो यहाँ भी श्वेता बोलो और घर में भी श्वेता बोलो.
So, Shweta is, omnipresent.
बस यही सुनना था.
Yes.
That is wonderful. अजय बता रहा था बहुत अच्छा रहा, बच्चे बड़े क्यूट हैं आपके.
अरे, so kind of him. He's a gem of a man.
Absolutely.
Yeah. It's kind of him only.
Yes, sir. Yes.
Shall we start?
Yes.
Anuradha ma'am,
I have made a presentation, Shweta.
Okay.
I have a presentation to share. Should I share my screen?
अभी हम आपको थोड़ा इंट्रोड्यूस करते हैं सर, टाइम दीजिए.
As you wish.
Shall I start?
Anuradha ma'am will take over. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. A very good afternoon to all the members present here. In this session, I am welcoming Dr. Siddharth Mishra, who is Senior Assistant Professor in the Department of Law, University of Delhi. He has vast experience in teaching and research, and Sir has interest in public and private international law, international organizations, law, human rights, civil and criminal liability law. On these subjects, he has written various books and research papers and has presented papers in conferences of national and international repute. Sir is currently working on research project on police reforms along with various other projects. He regularly writes in leading newspapers and magazines and is on the editorial board of various law journals. In this session today, Sir will speak on the topic health care management of acid attack victims. Welcome you, sir.
So kind of you, ma'am. Thank you very much. I'm really humbled and honored. Shall I share my screen now?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Is it visible?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. Well, there is a little correction actually, though I was given the topic of acid attack treatment and management, but I have slightly modified this and have perhaps made it a little more exhaustive. Being a law student, and as I'm going to perhaps make this presentation before the law students and the legal fraternity, so I felt that incorporating some aspects of law would be worthwhile as well. So I think with your permission, Shweta, should I start, though I have made a little
Please.
modification.
No, sir. Please, sir.
So kind of.
We are looking forward to it.
My topic would be acid attack, causes, consequences, treatment, and access to justice. No, it's although very unfortunate that, in this 21st century, when we live at the very highly modern and civilized time, that we are getting to organize a conference on a topic called as acid attack, which I personally feel should never have been the case. Nothing of this sort should have existed in this world at all, so that we might not have been discussing this today. But unfortunately, alas, that this is a grim reality of this world, that this phenomena, this macabre, this unfortunate phenomena called as acid attack exists in the world, more so in South Asia as well as in India. So here we are to discuss this topic of acid attack today. Well, I'll start this discussion by tracing a little genesis of this phenomena called as acid attack. Well, acid attack, as everybody knows, is a vitriol attack, which has use of some types of acidic materials. And this phenomena may be described as an act of throwing acid or a corrosive substance onto the body of another person, by a person, with the intention to disfigure, maim, torture, or kill somebody, with a particular aim of taking some kind of a revenge. Well, in such an attack, there is mostly a disgruntled person who, because of any reason, throws acid at faces. The aim mainly of throwing acid is to, disfigure the face of an individual. And he or she or whatever throws acid at the face, thereby burning and damaging the skin, tissue, and sometimes even dissolving the bones. Acid attack is not a new phenomena. It has a history behind it. And it is said that it was not confined merely to countries in South Asia. Rather, its beginning is traced to European nations. It is said that first known acid attack took place in France in 1876. And very surprisingly, it is said that these attacks were caused by woman against woman. Then the acid attack were witnessed in other parts of Europe as well. And a very famous incident which took place on 17th October 1915, in which a crown prince of a place called as Coburg and Gotha was attacked with acid by his mistress. And this attack, which resulted into the killing of the crown prince as well as his mistress, acquired wide publicity. And it is said that thereafter a plethora of incidents were witnessed even in South Asia also, especially in Bangladesh, Cambodia, and in India. The first recorded acid attack in South Asia was in Bangladesh in the year 1967 and in India in the year 1982. Now, let me tell you that although acid attack is not confined merely to women, or that it is not always aimed at women, but a large number of cases, more than 80% cases involve the woman as the victim. And now it's really known worldwide, as there have been large number of studies over this phenomena, and this particular issue has been taken up by international organizations and their agencies also, wherein the reports that have come out after those studies have been of the view and have opined that the acid attack, it is perhaps traced to a gender order. That acid attack is perhaps embedded in a gender order in the countries, and is more prevalent in societies where there is gender inequality. So according to a couple of reports that we have come across, we witness that acid attack is not a natural or random phenomenon. Rather, it doesn't arise like every violence. It doesn't arise, like an ordinary violence arises. Rather, it's a social phenomena. And as I said, that it is embedded in a gender order which has historically privileged patriarchal control over women and has justified the use of violence. It is said in order to keep women in their places so that they remain in certain confines, in certain limits which have been evolved through those gender orders, through male patriarchy, and that the woman should respect and should not transgress those hegemonic gender norms and roles that they have been allocated by their male or patriarchal counterparts. So acid attack is usually said to occur when a woman in such a gender order transgresses those gender norms and roles which have been imposed upon them. So you see, now it is common knowledge that acid violence is a form of gender-based violence, and is hence now the international community has taken up this issue and has in fact considered this as a proscribed and prohibited act which cannot be tolerated by any civilization, especially at the modern times. And that's why there are a couple of legal instruments even at the international level which prohibit the acid attack, especially the Bill of Women Rights, which is reflected in Convention on Elimination of Discrimination Against Women, especially. Now, see, now we may have a look at why acid attack actually takes place. As I have just mentioned that it is traced to a gender order, or is more prevalent in societies which are unequal, which are not gender equal, and which profess or practice gender inequality. But as a result of those gender inequalities, how it reflects through various causes. So if we can perhaps sum up certain causes which lead to acid attack, or the phenomena of acid attack in a given society, especially in a country like India, then we may see that one of the important cause of acid attack, as has been witnessed, is conflicts in intimate relationships. Conflicts in intimate relationships, which involves even a sexual rejection also. So, in most of the acid cases, and when it has been examined that what has led to that acid attack by a man against a woman, it has emerged that the acid attack was a kind of a revenge against a woman. When the woman rejected either a marriage proposal or a sexual advance. When a woman rejected a marriage proposal or a unwanted, undesirable sexual advance. And this acid attack, this phenomena of, when as it arose out of issues in relationship, it has been observed as highly prevalent in those societies which have high level of gender inequality, as I mentioned earlier also. And in those societies where women have subordinate positions in relation to men. And in countries like India, there have been cases where acid attacks have resulted from conflicts related to dowry as well as in marriage. So this is one of the major causes of acid attacks. The second cause, which has also been prevalent, not involving man and woman, but rather involving man and man, has been disputes related with land and property, where there have been incidents in which people, or rather men, I must say, threw acid, on another man, because they either wanted to teach them a lesson or wanted to humiliate them, or wanted to take a revenge from them. So the intention was not to kill, but was to either humiliate or to take revenge. Similarly, in countries like India, acid attack has taken place even in gang violence and such rivalries. They were in again where there have been rivalries amongst the gangs or in crimes, acid have been used as a weapon. Then there are some other social, political, religiously motivated reasons also why acid attacks have at times taken place. But the prevalence of all these later three instances is lesser as compared to the first cause, as I have mentioned, that is the issues in relationships, or the conflicts in relationships. Generally, in any acid attack, three types of acids are used. These are sulfuric acid, nitric acid, and hydrochloric acid. Sulfuric acid, nitric acid, and hydrochloric acid, they are highly fatal acid and are very harmful when they come in contact with the human skin or human body, and they cause unimaginable devastation. Now sometimes it depends upon the concentration, the level of concentration that acid has. If it is highly concentrated, it causes highly devastating effects. If it is lesser concentrated, then the devastating effects may be less. Then, after having discussed the causes, now as my topic is consequences, the next thing is consequences. And this is one of the very important aspect of this. And I think everybody who's interested in this topic must really understand that what are the consequences, because without knowing the consequences, we can't relate with this topic at all. But sometimes, I personally feel that in modern times, when we are so used to hearing so many stories of crimes on a daily basis, when crimes are reported in newspapers, in news media, electronic media, everywhere, we are not agitated as much as perhaps we may have been agitated when we heard of the crime for the first time. We've become a little kind of immune to hearing of crimes, and a crime, even crime, which is the definition of which is that it agitates the moral sentiments of human beings, perhaps has lost the same meaning as it used to have. So we too have become immune to hearing the plethora of a flurry and ocean of crime news on a daily basis. So perhaps that does not agitate us as much as it perhaps used to agitate when we were growing young and when we were listening to this news for the first time. And that's why perhaps I personally feel that people can't relate that much as they should relate when a crime takes place with a person. That what shall be the physical and mental state of that person with whom the dastardly act of crime has taken place. See, it's no doubt true that every acid attack has very tormenting, torturous consequences, and they are mainly upon the health. As the acid attack obviously might lead to highly unimaginable consequences, but which are probable, but although they are probable, and it may lead to lifelong bodily disfigurement. There is a study by an acid survivors foundation in Pakistan, and this says that I can't say it is fortunate or unfortunate, but it is true that there is a high rate of survival of acid attack victims. There's a high rate of survival of acid attack victims. So most of the people who are targeted with acid attack, they survive. They survive. And, hence their journey of pain, agony, and suffering begins, as an acid attack may result into lifelong bodily disfigurement. And then there are consequent physical and psychological challenges, because an acid attack is not only an attack to the body of somebody, but it has a high implication upon a person's mental well-being also. And with this, when a person is attacked and damage is caused to the body or to the mind, it might require a person to go through prolonged surgical treatment. One cannot even imagine how many surgeries might be required by a victim if one goes through an acid attack. And then there are the reasons for a requirement of constant psychological counseling because of a number of factors, the number of problems that these people face. And this naturally has an impact on psychological, social, and economic viability of the victim. How does the victim have social and economical issues and implications that we will discuss? See, the medical effects of the acid attacks are that majority of acid attacks are aimed at face. And as I told you that the severity of damage depends upon the level of concentration of acid. And it is also important that what has happened in the immediate aftermath of the attack, whether the victim has been given an immediate first aid or not, how much time has elapsed since the attack, and the treatment or the aid that was given to the victim, and obviously upon the concentration of acid. So there are two very important factors: the concentration of acid. Sometimes a victim may be lucky enough not to be attacked by a highly concentrated acid, and the acid might not cause that devastating or dangerous effect as a concentrated acid might be. And a perpetrator of violence may not even know this. He may have purchased the acid under the impression that he is purchasing the acid, but it may not have been concentrated. That the victim might be lucky. But if it is a constant, so obviously the level of concentration is a very important factor in determining the severity of damage. And the second is the time. If the victim is taken to a nearby specialized hospital or is given a first aid by some aware person, then perhaps there which could be the after effects could be vitiated, could be minimized. So you see, amongst these, one of the medical effects obviously is that the acid will melt skin. When it comes in contact with the skin, it melts the skin, and even beneath the skin there's a layer of fat. It might damage the layer of fat also. And if it is more concentrated and remains on the body for long, then it might even reach the bone and might cause damage to the bone also. If the acid comes in touch or contact with eyelids, it will have implications for the eyelids, lips, nose, and ears. And it might also cause damage to the skull, hair, and even ear cartilage. As a result of which, deafness might be produced. So let me tell you slightly, in detail, perhaps, that what parts might be affected as a result of acid attack. They are first of all eyelids, and I think we all know that how important eyelids are for the eye. They protect the eye from all types of outside environment, and if the eyelid gets affected, then the eye would be without the eyelid, and it will be, and even the acid might reach the eye also, and it might accordingly cause damage to the eye. Then you see, nose and nostrils, Nose and nostrils. Nose can become shrunken. Nose becomes shrunken. You may have noticed the faces of acid attack victims. Their noses are shrunken and deformed. Even nostrils may close. Nostrils may close. Sometimes completely due to the destroyed cartilage. Even mouth becomes shrunken and narrow and may lose its full range of motion. There are muscles which help in the motion of and expressions of the mouth and of the face. If they are burnt, there will be no motion. They will be chapped. And, one may not be able to even, have the normal functions of the facial thing that we have. Even lips may be partly or fully destroyed as a result of destruction of teeth. Destruction of the lips, teeth may be exposed. And eating and speaking can become difficult. It might affect the neck also. Scars can run down from chin to the neck. From chin to the neck, the scars might run down. And it might shrink the chin also and extremely, perhaps limiting the range of motion in the neck. Even esophagus might be damaged, and inhalation of acid vapors might cause damage to the esophagus also. And in addition, you see, there are a couple of other dangers associated with acid attack. That is, a victim is highly susceptible to contracting septicemia. There is a high incidence of renal failure in highly, damaged acid attack victims, highly injured, or these victims, acid attack victims. It might also cause skin pigmentation and, unfortunately, even ultimate death if the percentage of burning is higher. Then there are obvious psychological effects. A person, as I told you, that there's a high rate of survival amongst the acid attack victims. So an acid attack victim faces a number of mental health issues while undergoing treatment and even upon recovery also. They face high level of anxiety and depression. There is a appearance scale evolved by one Jerry Ford. That is a Jerry Ford appearance scale, and the very many acid attack and burn victims were tested on this Jerry Ford appearance scale, and they scored very high on appearance scale because of concern for their appearance. That how would they appear? They could not reconcile or come to terms with the fact that their faces are no longer the same that they used to be. So they scored very high on Jerry Ford appearance scale. They were found with having lower self-esteem and increased self-consciousness on Rosenberg scale. There is a Rosenberg scale, on which a person's self-esteem and self-consciousness is, self-esteem is judged, self-esteem is judged, And on this scale, many acid attack victims were found very, they were found with lower self-esteem because they had increased self-consciousness. You see, very unfortunately, there are nations, there are places on this earth where acid attack victims are not treated with, humanity. They're not treated well. and they are rather further persecuted even after being attacked. There are cases reported in Saudi Arabia, Bahrain, Kuwait, where acid attack victims were further persecuted even after being attacked by acid. And even, it has also been found that media also avoids reporting on such cases. And it is a fact that the data which is released by the organizations such as the organization called National Crime Records Bureau in India, the data is not the true data, because large number of cases go unreported, although they provide the data, but it is said that the data is vitiated, as large number of such cases are not reported. Victims don't come ahead to report the cases because of a large number of factors that exist, which I'll talk about a little later. Now you see, besides the psychological effect, there are social effects also. There are social effects also. It is true that an acid attack victims become incapable. That a victim is not capable of performing their normal functions of the body as they did before they were attacked. And at times, they are rendered handicapped also because of impaired vision, because of disfigurement, because of their other incapability or disability. And this makes them incapable, and this causes their dependency on others for their day-to-day activities also. For even taking bath, even going to the washroom, even eating, even sitting and standing, they need people. They need people. And in such a situation, this is very obvious that there is no scope for them to get work or job. The ones who are in the job, if they are not in the government job, which obviously large number of people are not in the government job, they are not in the government job, so they are obviously are removed from their jobs which they were earlier on. And it obviously impacts their social viability. Sometimes people start avoiding such people. People start avoiding them. People, perhaps because they are not capable enough to interact, to perhaps be with people, so people start avoiding such people. So it has a social effect. Then obviously, as they're not capable, they don't get jobs or are removed from the jobs, or they are not capable of doing jobs, then they obviously impacts their economic viability, and it causes further hardship. And it has been found that it impacts their relationships also. Their relationships are affected. How? Because the people who were earlier in relationships, after being attacked by acid, it impinges upon the relationship. People who were married were left or abandoned or deserted by their partners. Or that people who were of marriageable age lost prospects for marriage. And it is found that the single individuals are left with zero or no chances of marriage prospects. So now let us have a look at the incidence of the acid attacks. There is a very famous Acid Survivors Trust International. It's an important international agency which carries out important work in the area of acid attack victims, their their care, their rehabilitation. etc., it has reported that almost 15,000 cases are reported globally in which people were attacked with acid, out of which 80% have been women. 80% have been women. In India, according to the NCRB report of 2020, we have the latest report of NCRB is released in 2020. They have reported that I have found out data for 3 years that acid attack in 2018, there were 228 acid attacks. In 2019, there were 249 acid attacks. And in 2020, there were 182 acid attacks. And at the same time, there were attempt to acid attack also. In 2018, 59, 2019, 67, and 2020, 60 attempts to acid attack had taken place in India. See now, we talk about the prevention, regulation, and access to justice of acid attack victims. On this, let me tell you that I think all of us here must be aware of the international human rights, legal regime of human rights that exists at the international level. And although the international human rights legal regime exists in the form of some core international human rights treaties, just a moment. Why am I getting a call? Just a moment. Nirati. Nirati, can you please send me a message? Please send me a message.
Sure, sir. Sure.
Yeah. So, I think you wish to say that I should cut it short?
Sir, yes, if you can confine yourself.
Okay, yes. Okay. I told I had sought an apology from Shweta in the very beginning. That's going to be a little exhaustive affair.
Yeah, of course. And we're really enjoying it. And we would request for your PowerPoint presentation for our students.
Yes. I thought that if I'm doing it, then let me do it properly.
Yes, sir. It's
so
exhaustive.
That it becomes exhaustive, comprehensive, and holistic.
Yes, sir. It is. Indeed, it is.
Okay, I'll just rush through my slides and come to the main point, that is treatment that I've been asked to do.
Yes, thank you, sir. Thank you.
Okay, yeah. First, just have a look at there is the Vienna Convention, Vienna Conference on 1993, which considered all forms of violence against women as human rights violation, and had asked for states to adopt due diligence obligations, in which they have to first, they have the obligation to prevent such attacks, to protect the victims, and to punish the perpetrators of violence, and to provide compensation and rehabilitation to the victims. And after the Vienna Conference on 1993, the silence on gender violence was broken and it gained visibility and public attention. Now I will rush through this. Just have a look at these. I'll not speak, just please have a look at this. There is still cheap availability of acids, and there is lack of access. These are the major issues: cheap availability of acid and lack of access to justice. You can have a look at how law in India has evolved in this area. I must say that we don't have a specific law in India. The law is enshrined in Indian Penal Code, mainly in Indian Penal Code in section 326A and section 326B, which was which came as a result of the Criminal Law Amendment Act 2013, and the genesis of which was found laid down in the 18th Law Commission report as well. Which gave its report as the result of a petition filed by one victim called as Lakshmi in Supreme Court of India, and the Law Commission took a cognizance and submitted its report on the changes and the modifications into the existing legal framework of India. Can you see we have a compensation scheme to the victims in addition to the fine and compensation being imposed on the fine imposed on the violator, the perpetrator of violence, and the compensation to be given to the victim under section 326A and B. We have scheme of compensation to the victim under the Code of Criminal Procedure also under section 375A, 375B, and 375C onwards. Then there are certain cases which have taken place in India involving acid attack victims. You can have a look at them. First, very important case is Lakshmi versus Union of India, on which there is a movie Chapak, in which what is the name of the heroine? Deepika Padukone had acted as that woman Lakshmi. Fine. Now, what is the solution? You can have a look at the solution. One of the very important solutions is the limit the availability of acids, appropriately punish the offenders, provide redress, support women empowerment, adopt specific laws. I must tell you that only Bangladesh has adopted specific laws, only Bangladesh, where there is a specific acid attack control law. Otherwise, no other country perhaps has specific laws. And then there has to be strict enforcement also. Then, businesses, a very important aspect of preventing acid attack is to make the business houses to minimize the negative human rights impact of their activities. And then in addition to that, these 2 points which are very close to my heart is that we must spread awareness and we must provide value education inside our education curriculum to the children, wherein they are taught the gender equality and then wherein they are taught to respect the woman. That is one of the very important aspects that has been severely lacking in our present education system. We have been teaching everything to our children which are of no use to them in their future, but we are not teaching them values and morals at every level, which is going to be of a great use to them, will make them a good citizen, and will allow this nation also to become a livable place for all of us. Then, there are other things, perhaps we may not have time, but I'm still rushing through that. It is easy availability of the acid. It is available very easily. Or, helps in acid attacks. These are some of the solutions, role of NGOs, additional factors. And then this is the treatment. I think that is the thing which Shweta wanted me to do this presentation on, Okay, Shweta, I don't know whether I have time or not, but just have a look at these. These are very important. There are some misconceptions about the treatment of acid attack victims, and sometimes, or rather mostly, the acid attack victims are not given the right treatment, and it adds to their sufferings. When people try to give acid attack victims some home remedies, and the right method of treating the acid attack victims is to provide them first aid as soon as possible, and so that the acid doesn't cause more damage, because as long as the acid remains on the skin, it will keep causing further damage. It will first cause damage to skin, then to muscle, to tissues, cartilage, and then to the bone. So it should be removed. The first act should be to remove the acid. And how will that be removed? The best way would be to wash that acid, with fresh or saline water. Fresh or saline water.
Sir, Siddharth sir, sir, we are fortunate that we have with us Miss Shaheen Malik. She's our next speaker. She's an acid attack survivor.
I know. I've heard her name. I've heard her name. Yes,
ma'am. Yeah, ma'am Shaheen Malik. She's our next speaker. She's with us. So she can, she will highlight. Okay, the ground actual reality. She has gone through.
Who else can do this better than
her?
Sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes. So fine, Shweta. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
for
Thank
giving
you
me this
for the
opportunity.
exhaustive presentation.
So
And
kind
Radha
of you.
ma'am,
I don't know whether I've been able to do justice with this or not.
Thank you so much, sir, for your presentation on causes, consequences, treatment, and access to justice. I have just one question. Why are these chemicals not banned?
No, actually, in the case of Lakshmi, these chemicals Supreme Court has put certain limits on them. They perhaps cannot be banned altogether, but Supreme Court has it has provided a kind of guidelines that they should be given only to people above 18 years of age. They should not be sold to everyone, obviously not to one who is below 18 years of age, and that they have to be sold to people only on the production of their identity proof. Yeah, I think I'm not very sure that whether they can be completely banned or not, but yeah, they could be very adequately regulated in a way that they do not come into the hands of somebody who might make a wrong use of these chemicals.
Okay, sir. Sir, it was very interesting to know that even men have faced this attack. The Crown Prince of Coburg was attacked in 1915 by his mistress, as you told us. Yes. And you explained very clearly about the causes and consequences of the attack. Now I request Dr. Rachna Jain, who is Associate Professor in the Department of Commerce, Maharaja Agrasen Institute of Management Studies, to please come and tender a vote of please.
Hi, ma'am. Am I audible, ma'am?
Yes.
A very good afternoon to one and all. It gives me an immense pleasure and pride to propose vote of thanks on behalf of Maharaja Agrasen Institute of Management Studies. I extend my heartiest congratulations for this one-day national webinar on acid attack, uncivilized and heartless crime sponsored by National Commission for Women. It is actually my proud privilege to be associated with this one-day webinar event. My deepest gratitude to Dr. Nand Kishore Garg, former chairman and chief advisor MAIMS, for his guiding vision. Thank you, sir, for being the catalyst of change for so many of us. I would express my sincere thanks to our Director General, Professor S.K. Garg, Advisor MAIMS, Professor G.P. Govil, and Director, Professor Dr. Ravi Kumar Gupta, who have been the pillar of strength and whose advice and compassionate concern for students is remarkable. I also convey my thanks to Professor Sangeeta Malik, Dean, Professor Rajni Dhingra, Principal of Law, and all other respective HODs for their prompt support and ready assistance at all the time. I would like to congratulate and thank the core team of this national webinar event, Dr. Shweta Gagneja, Ms. Niriti Gupta, Ms. Purnima Gam, and Ms. Divisha Gupta for taking this initiative and creating awareness among students on this insensible and painful deed. Last but not the least, I would like to especially thank the guest of the technical session of Healthcare Management of Acid Attack Victims, Dr. Siddharth Mishra, Senior Assistant Professor, Faculty of Law, University of Delhi. Thank you, sir, for sparing your valuable time and enlightening our students about the health or the medical effects, psychological and social consequences that victims suffer due to acid attacks. It is actually difficult to imagine the pain of that victims. I also express my wholehearted gratitude to all my colleagues and students who have joined us today. I welcome everyone and all the participants to have a great learning experience and learn from the pain of others that please don't do this task anywhere. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Your PPT is wonderful. Actually, I would like to say that we would love to listen you more because you are explaining each and every part in such a detail. but because of time constraint,
No,
we are
no, no.
running with
I
that thing.
understand. I understand. So
I'm
kind of
really
you,
sorry for
Rams.
that.
No, no, it's all right. I understand. And so kind of you. Thank you very much, everybody, especially Shweta and Nirati and everybody here, part of the team, for inviting me and giving me an opportunity to be a part of such a wonderful program. And on this topic, which is really very important and is very close to my heart. Thank you very much. I wish everybody a great luck for the successful conduct of this conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you,
sir.
sir. Thank you, sir.
Bye-bye.
Now I invite Madhura ma'am to continue with the next session.
Thank you, ma'am. I welcome one and all to this next technical session on role of NGOs.
Ma'am, your voice is not clear.
Now I invite Ms. Madhura to continue with the next session.
Start, ma'am.
Good afternoon, one and all. I welcome you all to this technical session.
Your voice is low. Madhura, voice is low.
Is it better now, ma'am?
No, ma'am. Still the same.
Now? Is it better?
Yes, ma'am. Yes. Perfect.
Yes. Once again, I welcome everyone to this technical session on role of NGOs in combating acid attack violence. Words fail me when I try to express how immensely honored and privileged I feel today to introduce to you all the speaker for this technical session, Ms. Shaheen Malik. Ms. Shaheen is an acid attack survivor, but she has not let that define her and everything she stands for. An MBA from Punjab Technical University, she was working as a professional and hoped to work further in a reputed company as a manager when in 2009 she was attacked with acid. This incident not only scarred her life, her face, but also took away her right eye. The loss and the scars could have dampened her spirit and snatched her will to live. But instead, she rose like a phoenix and decided to dedicate her life to this cause unconditionally. She has worked with numerous organizations working for acid attack survivors, as well as survivors of rape, child abuse, domestic violence. Subsequently, Ms. Shaheen joined the HRLN and worked in close association with Delhi Commission for Women, where she rescued many survivors as well as helped them to get the deserved compensation, best surgeries, medical treatment, rehabilitation, and aftercare. She's very punctual about taking personal follow-up with concerned doctors and also counsel the distressed survivors. She operates on a national level, looking after the medical and legal needs of the survivors in Delhi, as well as in 15 other states. She has also succeeded in extending this scope to an international level and has taken up cases coming from Nigeria and successfully provided them with medical aid. In 2019, MAM, in collaboration with a funding organization, succeeded at the monumental task of single-handedly getting 120 surgeries conducted on acid attack survivors. It was MAM's determination and relentless fight for justice that a family of 7, which was attacked in Meerut, injuring a 6-month-old baby to a 70-year-old man, could get free treatment at premium hospitals in accordance with the Supreme Court's judgment in Parivartan versus Union of India. Owing to her contribution to humanity, she was also invited as a speaker in 2016 to the reputed AWID International Forum in Brazil. She was honored by Delhi Commission for Women with a recognition award for her immense contribution in uplifting the cause of women survivors in 2018. Adding to her accolades, in March 2020, India Today Group, along with Hans Foundation, bestowed upon her the prestigious Braveheart Award. Currently, with the onslaught of the pandemic, MAM has arranged the required funds to feed over 10,000 people. Ma'am has devoted herself completely to humanity and continues to achieve new milestones. Like I said, it is an honor and privilege to have you amongst us, ma'am. And without eating into your time any further, I hand over the floor to you. Kindly enlighten us.
थैंक यू मधुरा, इतना अच्छा इंट्रोडक्शन देने के लिए मेरा। और लेकिन मैं ये समझती हूँ कि जो भी काम मैंने किया मुझे ये करना था, क्योंकि मैं शायद इस कॉज के लिए ही बनी हूँ, अभी मुझे ऐसा लगता है। और मैं महाराजा अग्रसेन कॉलेज को बहुत थैंक यू कहना चाहूंगी कि इस कॉज में भी उन्होंने अपना पार्टिसिपेशन दिखाया, और क्योंकि ज्यादा से ज्यादा लोगों को इसमें सामने आने की जरूरत है। स्टूडेंट्स एक वो जरिया हैं कि जिनके थ्रू हम अपनी सोच आगे ले जा सकते हैं, और अपनी सोच से, क्योंकि सोच से ही बदलाव आएगा। तो मैं अपना सेशन स्टार्ट करते हुए आप सभी को थैंक यू कहना चाहूंगी, और जितने भी पार्टिसिपेंट हैं उन सबको थैंक यू कहना चाहूंगी कि वो अभी मुझे सुनने जा रहे हैं। और मैं उम्मीद करती हूँ कि अगर वो मेरी आधा घंटे की जो भी मैं बात करूंगी या 1 घंटे की या जितना भी टाइम मेरे पास होगा, उसमें से अगर कोई एक लाइन भी वो अपने साथ लेकर जाएंगे तो मैं सोचूंगी कि मेरा आज का जो मकसद था यहाँ पर बात करने का वो कामयाब रहा। तो जैसे अभी सर ने बहुत डीपली हमें बताया कि एसिड अटैक क्या होता है, क्या इसके कॉन्सिक्वेंसेस होते हैं, क्या सोशल इम्पैक्ट होता है, ये सारी चीजें हमें भी बताएंगे। बट मैं उसमें बहुत डिटेल में नहीं जाऊंगी क्योंकि उन्होंने बता दिया है। बट मैं थोड़ा सा फिर भी बताना चाहूंगी कि जैसे अभी मधुरा ने बताया कि 2009 में मेरे साथ अटैक हुआ था। 12 साल हो गए हैं। इन 12 साल में मेरी करीब 26 या 27 सर्जरी हो चुकी हैं। उस 26 या 27 सर्जरी के बाद भी मैं अपनी एक आंख से बिल्कुल नहीं देख पाती हूँ। मेरी आईलिड्स भी चली गई हैं। मेरा जो लेफ्ट आई है, क्योंकि उसमें एक ड्रॉप एसिड का आ गया था, उस ड्रॉप के आने की वजह से मुझे पूरी जिंदगी उस आंख में हमेशा लुब्रिकेंट्स डालने हैं, दवाइयां डालनी है। क्या मेरी वॉइस क्लियर है?
जी मैम, बिल्कुल क्लियर है, बिल्कुल क्लियर है।
ठीक है। तो मुझे इस आंख में अपना हमेशा पूरी दवाइयां डालनी है, पूरी जिंदगी मुझे ये करना है। और क्योंकि जिस आंख में इंजरी हो जाती है उसमें ग्लूकोमा का खतरा रहता है। तो अभी मुझे डॉक्टर ने बताया है कि मुझे हर 3 महीने में वो ऑब्जर्व करते रहेंगे, क्योंकि उनको डर है कि ग्लूकोमा का खतरा हो सकता है। तो हमें हमेशा सर्वाइवर को उस एक डर के साथ रहना पड़ता है कि जितनी चीजें मेरे पास बची हैं उसको भी मुझे किस तरह बचा के रखना है। लोग सोचते हैं एसिड अटैक हुआ, किसी ने एसिड डाल दिया। एसिड मींस कोई भी कोरोसिव सब्सटेंस, मतलब क्योंकि ये 2013 में लक्ष्मी वर्सेस यूनियन ऑफ इंडिया में आया, इससे पहले इस पर कोई लॉ नहीं था। तो 326A 326B इसमें ये आए, और इसके बाद क्या था कि 326A में आया कि कोई भी कोरोसिव सब्सटेंस जो नेचर है कोरोसिव, यानी कि अगर आप किसी पर गरम तेल करके डाल दो तो वो कोरोसिव सब्सटेंस में नहीं आएगा, क्योंकि उसके डैमेजेस भी इंस्टेंट होंगे कि गरम हुआ और उसके बाद वो ठंडा हो गया तो उसका असर होना खत्म हो गया। लेकिन कोरोसिव सब्सटेंस जो नेचर में ही ऐसा है, वो आपकी स्किन पर डलेगा और वो अंदर ही अंदर उसको डैमेज करता रहेगा। जैसे अभी सर ने बताया कि वो आपकी स्किन को मेल्ट करेगा, फिर उसके बाद आपके फैट को, फिर उसके बाद आपकी बोन्स को, उसका डैमेज बढ़ता चला जाएगा। और उस डैमेज का असर इतना होता है कि मैं अगर बात करूं, जब 2009 में मेरे साथ ये अटैक हुआ था तो मुझे नहीं पता था, मैंने कभी इस अटैक के बारे में सुना नहीं था कि एसिड अटैक होता है। कोई लॉ नहीं था, कोई अवेयरनेस नहीं थी। मैं एक दिन शाम को 6 बजे अपने ऑफिस से निकल रही थी और मैंने देखा कि कोई लड़का चेहरे पर रुमाल बांधकर खड़ा है और मैं उसी के पास जाकर खड़ी हो गई। मुझे नहीं पता था कि वो क्या करने वाला है। मुझे लगा शायद कोई पासर बाय है, पॉल्यूशन की वजह से उसने रुमाल बांधा हुआ है, और मैं बिल्कुल उसके पास जाके खड़ी हो गई। जैसे मैंने उसकी तरफ टर्न किया, मेरा राइट साइड उसकी तरफ था, तो जैसे ही मैंने किया उसने एकदम से कुछ मेरे चेहरे पर डाल दिया। 1 सेकंड को लगा कि शायद किसी स्टूडेंट ने मजाक किया है, क्योंकि मैं वहाँ स्टूडेंट काउंसलर और मैं स्टूडेंट भी थी वहाँ, अपनी पोस्ट ग्रेजुएशन भी कर रही थी। तो 1 सेकंड को लगा कि किसी स्टूडेंट ने मजाक किया है, लेकिन दूसरे ही सेकंड मुझे नहीं पता कि मुझे ये कैसे रियलाइज हुआ कि ये एसिड है। मतलब उसका डर इतना ज्यादा मेरे दिमाग में था कि मुझे वो दर्द नहीं याद है अपना, मुझे वो डर याद है अपना। इतना ज्यादा डर था कि क्या होगा अब, मतलब ऐसा लग रहा था कि जैसे मेरी जिंदगी मेरे हाथों से निकल रही है। और मैं इतनी मतलब बुरी तरह चीख रही थी, इतनी खौफनाक चीखें थी मेरी वो कि कोई भी मेरे पास नहीं आ रहा था। मैं वापस ऑफिस की तरफ भागी शाम में और मैंने कहा किसी ने मेरे चेहरे पर कुछ डाल दिया है। तो उस टाइम भी क्योंकि मेरा दिल में था कि ये तेजाब है, लेकिन मैं इसको कंफर्म नहीं करना चाहती थी और मैं चाहती थी शायद कुछ और हो। तो सामने से कोई आया भागकर मेरी चीख सुनकर, उसने कहा कि ये तो तेजाब है, हॉस्पिटल चलो। मैं अंदर, वो इतने गाड़ी निकालने के लिए गए, मैं अंदर कॉलेज में गई और मैं वहां बैठी थी और मैं बहुत तेज तेज चीख रही थी जब मुझे ये कंफर्म हो गया था ये तेजाब है। और मेरी दोनों आंखें बंद हो चुकी थी उस टाइम तक, क्योंकि राइट आई में तो एकदम भर के एसिड गया था और लेफ्ट आई में कुछ ड्रॉप्स गए थे, तो दोनों आंखें बंद हो चुकी थी और कोई भी मेरे पास नहीं आया। अब मैं उनको ब्लेम नहीं करूंगी, वो नहीं आए, शायद उन्हें अवेयरनेस नहीं थी कि करना क्या है, ये चीख क्यों रही है, उन्हें समझ नहीं पा रहे थे, क्योंकि वो मेरी चीखें एक्चुअल में बहुत डरावनी थी कि मैं कभी जिंदगी में कोशिश करके भी वैसे नहीं चीख सकती। तो कोई मेरे पास नहीं आया और फिर हॉस्पिटल ले जाने में करीब 1 घंटा लग गया। मुझे नहीं पता था उस हर 1 घंटे का हर 1 मिनट, हर 1 सेकंड मेरे लिए डैमेज है। मतलब मुझे नहीं पता था। जनरली हमें हमारा हाथ जलता है, हम पानी के नीचे हाथ लगा देते हैं या हम अपना पानी डाल लेते हैं, लेकिन उस टाइम मेरा दिमाग काम नहीं कर रहा था और मुझे नहीं पता जो लोग मेरे साथ थे क्या उनका दिमाग भी काम नहीं कर रहा था। मतलब ये क्वेश्चंस हैं हमेशा जो रहेंगे जिंदगी भर कि क्यों उनको भी समझ नहीं थी। तो जब जैसे ही मैं 1 घंटे बाद हॉस्पिटल पहुंची तो मुझे वहां पर बताया जाता है कि पानी डालना है। नवंबर लास्ट था, मतलब अभी भी नवंबर ही चल रहा है, 19 नवंबर मेरी जिंदगी का, मैं कहूंगी 1920 दिसंबर मेरी जिंदगी का सबसे तकलीफ भरा दिन था। 20 नवंबर सॉरी। तो वहां पर मेरे कपड़े काट कर उतारे गए, सारे ऑर्नामेंट्स काट के उतारे गए, क्योंकि अगर वो चिपक जाएंगे स्किन में तो अंदर चले जाएंगे स्किन के, फिर उनको निकालना मुश्किल है। और मेरे पूरे कपड़े उतारने के बाद पूरा शावर से मुझे नहलाया गया और वो पानी की हर एक बूंद मुझे सुई की तरह चुभ रही थी। मतलब उन्होंने बता भी दिया था, मुझे एक्सप्लेन कर दिया था कि पानी से आपको रिलीफ नहीं मिलेगा, वो चुभेगा। तो हर एक बूंद पानी की मुझे सुई की तरह चुभ रही थी। बहुत बहुत ज्यादा पेनफुल था वो सब कुछ कि कैसे मैं उस सब चीजों को हैंडल करूं। दिमाग काम नहीं कर रहा था, मैं शॉक में थी, मैं रो नहीं रही थी। और उसके बाद मैं जैसे ही वहां से मुझे फिर दिल्ली एम्स के लिए रेफर कर दिया जाता है, बट क्योंकि उसमें कुछ कल्प्रिट्स भी थे जिन्होंने तो उसमें वो कल्प्रिट्स भी थे कि जिन्होंने ये अटैक किया था। और क्योंकि मेरा दिमाग काम नहीं कर रहा था, मैं कुछ बोल नहीं पा रही थी, मैं समझ नहीं पा रही थी चीजों को, मुझे रोहतक ले जाया गया। रोहतक से फिर किसी तरह फैमिली को अपने फोन करके बुलाया जाता है, मेरी फैमिली आते हैं और मुझे वो दिल्ली लेकर आते हैं। दिल्ली में मैं जब आ रही थी अभी तक भी मैं रो नहीं रही थी, क्योंकि कॉन्टिन्यूसली मेरे दिमाग में चल रहा था कि क्यों हुआ मेरे साथ, क्या है। मतलब मेरी ना, कहूंगी कि कुछ सेकंड्स में मेरी लाइफ पूरी मेरे सामने रिवाइंड हो गई थी कि क्या किया मैंने ऐसा जो मेरे साथ ये हुआ। मतलब वो सारे सवाल मेरे दिमाग में चल रहे थे। और एक हॉस्पिटल से दूसरे हॉस्पिटल, फिर हॉस्पिटल एक बहुत बड़े दिल्ली के हॉस्पिटल में मुझे ले जाया जाता है, जहां पर एक मिडिल क्लास फैमिली के लिए अचानक से किसी घर के मेंबर के साथ एफआईआर हुई है या नहीं हुई है, इन सब सवालों के जवाब देने के बाद भी कि इतने लाख रुपए अभी जमा करा दो अगर आपको इस पे ट्रीटमेंट लेना है तो। अब क्योंकि घर वाले मरते हुए नहीं देख सकते हैं अपने बच्चे को, तो उन्होंने किसी तरह करके वो 5 लाख रुपए जमा कराए हॉस्पिटल में और मुझे तब वहां पर ट्रीटमेंट के लिए मुझे एडमिट किया जाता। बहुत ज्यादा आर्गुमेंट के साथ। हालांकि हॉस्पिटल को अवेयर होना चाहिए कि हर एक सेकंड इसके लिए कीमती है, लेकिन फिर भी मुझे शाम 6 बजे से अटैक हुए सुबह 4 बजे मुझे वहां पर एडमिट किया जाता है। इतने घंटे वो एसिड सिर्फ मेरे अंदर जा रहा था। और जब वहां किया जाता है तो मैं तब भी नहीं रोई, क्योंकि अभी भी मैं शॉक में थी। और वहां डॉक्टर्स आते हैं, पूछते हैं किसने किया, और पर मैंने अपने आप को कभी इतना ज्यादा मोहताज नहीं देखा। मतलब मैं, अब मेरी बॉडी पे स्वेलिंग आने लग गई थी कि पूरा चेहरा स्वेल हो गया था और आंखें बंद थी, आंखें में ब्लिंक भी नहीं कर सकती थी। मतलब कंप्लीटली कोमा में मेरे लिप्स बर्न हो गए थे, मैं खा नहीं सकती थी, मैं देख नहीं सकती थी, मैं चल नहीं सकती थी, मैं हिल नहीं सकती थी। ठीक है, सिर्फ अंधेरे में मैं आईसीयू में थी, सर्जिकल आईसीयू में। और वहां पर बस जब डॉक्टर आया तो मेरा एक सवाल, मतलब मैं समझ ही नहीं पा रही थी हुआ क्या। इसी तरह एक दिन बीता, अगले दिन पुलिस मेरे पास आई, मैंने बताया कि कौन हो सकता है इसमें, किसने किया होगा, कि मैं सिर्फ अपने ऑफिस में ही लोगों को जानती थी। फिर उसके बाद एक और दिन बीता, 4th डे मुझे इतना ज्यादा मतलब इतना ज्यादा मैं कहूंगी कि ऐसा महसूस हुआ कि मैं जिंदगी में कहाँ थी और मैं कहाँ आ गई। मतलब सिर्फ कुछ चंद सेकंड मेरी जिंदगी कैसे बदल के रख दी उन चंद सेकंड ने। मैं अभी तक सोच रही थी क्या ये सच्चाई है या मैं कोई ड्रीम देख रही हूँ, मुझे नहीं पता। तो चौथे दिन मैं मतलब खुदा को याद करके मुझे थोड़ा सा रोना आया, और फिर उसके बाद मेरी आंख से, इस लेफ्ट आई से एक हल्का सा आंसू निकला। तो आंसू निकलने के साथ मुझे एक हल्की सी रोशनी दिखाई दी, और उस रोशनी के बाद मैं चुपचाप फिर से लेट गई कि एक सुकून मिला दिल को कि एक आंख में मुझे कुछ, मतलब मैं कहूंगी साइकोलॉजिकल इफेक्ट इसका इतना ज्यादा होता है कि मुझे ये लगता रहता था कि कोई कीड़ा मुझे काट रहा है। कभी जख्मों पर लाल चींटी आ जाती थी। ऐसा भी होता था कि आप कितना भी क्लीन करोगे पर जख्म पे बहुत ध्यान रखना होता है। कभी मेरी एक आंख में दवाई डाली जाती थी तो मुझे ऐसा लगता था किसी ने मुझे मेरी आंख पे मारा है, चोट मारी है। मतलब इतना ज्यादा मैं सेंसिटिव हो गई थी, मैं अपनी आंखों को लेकर, वो डर बैठ गया था मेरे अंदर। और मैं मतलब मेरे भाई भी अगर मेरी आंख में दवाई डाल रहे हैं तो मैं रिक्वेस्ट करती थी कि प्लीज मेरी आंख छोड़ दो, मेरी आंख छोड़ दो, क्योंकि शायद वो ट्रॉमा मेरे दिमाग में था। और अगर मुझे कोई समझाने की कोशिश करता था कि नहीं ऐसा नहीं है, तुम्हारी आंख पे कोई नहीं मार रहा है, तो मैं कहती थी कि नहीं आप नहीं समझ रहे हो, मेरी आंख पर मारा है। मतलब मैं अपने आप को ही सही प्रूव करना चाहती थी। आज मुझे लगता है कि वो सारी चीजें, वो वक्त कैसे बीत गया, बट बहुत ज्यादा पेनफुल होता है वो, ये एसिड अटैक। सिर्फ इतना सा नहीं है कि किसी ने तेजाब डाला आप जल गए हो, इतना सा नहीं है। उसके बाद 2.5 साल तक मेरी लेफ्ट आई को डॉक्टर ने बंद कर दिया, क्योंकि इसमें भी विजन दोबारा से चला गया, क्योंकि एसिड का असर बार बार आता है। मतलब शुरू में मुझे दिखा इस आंख से, लेफ्ट आई से, फिर उसके बाद 10 दिन के बाद दोबारा दिखना बंद हो गया। फिर मैं एम्स मुझे ले जाया गया, क्योंकि प्राइवेट डॉक्टर्स ने सबने मना कर दिया, हम नहीं कुछ करेंगे, बहुत वर्स्ट केस हो चुका है ये। एम्स ले जाया गया, मैं जैसे ही गई उन्होंने कहा कि बहुत ज्यादा सीरियस है इसकी आंख, इसको अभी एडमिट करना पड़ेगा। और जहां मैं दूसरी आंख का सवाल करूं कि मेरी राइट आई, उन्होंने कहा इसके बारे में तो बात ही मत करो, जो जिसमें थोड़ी उम्मीद है हम उसको कोशिश कर रहे हैं। तो फंगल इन्फेक्शन के बाद 13 दिन तक मुझे एडमिट किया गया, फिर आंख को सिल दिया गया 2.5 साल तक। मैं हर बार उस उम्मीद से डॉक्टर के पास जाती थी कि काश वो कहें अब सर्जरी हो जाएगी, काश वो कहें अब सर्जरी हो जाएगी। लेकिन अभी तो और ज्यादा डैमेज होना शुरू हुआ था। मतलब आप सोचो कि 2012 तक, 2009 से ये हुआ और 2012 तक मेरे फेस पर डैमेजेस होते जा रहे थे। डैमेजेस इन व्हाट सेंस कि मेरे फीचर्स बदल रहे थे, मेरी जो कॉन्ट्रैक्चर बढ़ रहे थे, मेरी लिप मेरे नोज से मिल चुका था, और मतलब इस तरह के ये चेंजेस आ रहे थे। तो डॉक्टर कहते थे अभी सर्जरी का स्कोप नहीं है। किसी तरह करके वो वक्त बीता, और जैसे मैं कहूँ कि अगर मैंने डॉक्टर से पूछा कि मेरी सर्जरी मुझे ठीक होने में कितना टाइम लगेगा, तो डॉक्टर ने मुझे कहा कि 1-1.5 साल ये बात मत पूछो। मैं सोच रही थी कि 1-1.5 साल, मतलब 1-1.5 साल ये क्यों बोल रहे हैं, मुझे क्यों तकलीफ दे रहे हैं। आज मैं कहूंगी 12 साल हो चुके हैं, पर आज भी वो कंटिन्यू है। उस वक्त इंतजार करना नहीं आता था, अभी इंतजार करना आ गया है। मतलब अभी पेशेंस आ गए हैं कि ये एक चीज हो गई है, एक्सेप्टेंस हो गई है। उस टाइम नहीं कर पा रही थी। वो पहला दिन नहीं, वो तीसरा दिन था जब डॉक्टर मेरे पास आया और मैं उनको बोल रही थी कि प्लीज आप मुझे बता देना अगर मैं ज्यादा लंबा खींच रही हूँ सेशन को, तो प्लीज मुझे बता देना। तो मेरे फेस पे इतना ज्यादा, क्योंकि बर्न था तो वो बहुत हैवी फेस हो गया था, बहुत टाइट हो गया था, और इतना ज्यादा मुझे वेट लग रहा था। तो मैं डॉक्टर से बोल रही थी ये स्किन कब हटेगी मेरी, तो डॉक्टर ने कहा कि 40 डेज एटलीस्ट लगेंगे इसमें। तो मैं सोच रही थी 40 दिन में कैसे गुजारूंगी, और वो 40 दिन मैं शाम के 6 बजे, अब सुबह के 4 बजे, एक दिन खत्म हो गया, दूसरा दिन, तीसरा दिन, इस तरह कर करके 40 दिन मैंने गुजारे।
शाहीन मैम,
तो मतलब मैं कहूंगी कि ये पेन इतना पेनफुल है। हाँ
शाहीन मैम, आई जस्ट वांट टू आस्क वन क्वेश्चन। आपको कोई स्टेट से सपोर्ट मिला? स्टेट से आपको कोई सपोर्ट मिला?
मैं इस बारे में बात कर रही थी, तो मैं सारी बात बताऊंगी क्योंकि 2009 का केस था, कोई लॉ नहीं था, कुछ भी नहीं था, तो मुझे इसके लिए बहुत लीगल बैटल लड़नी पड़ी। कि क्या हुआ कि जब अब क्योंकि इतना फाइनेंशियल बर्डन हो गया था फैमिली पे, एक मिडिल क्लास फैमिली लाखों रुपए लगा चुकी है, अब ये डिपेंडेंसी की बात आ गई, कौन आपका साथ देता है। तो यहाँ इस टाइम पर मैं कहूँ फ्रेंड्स सब साथ छोड़ देते हैं, क्योंकि इतना फाइनेंशियल बर्डन होता है। दूसरा, आपका चेहरा इतना खराब हो गया है कि लोग आपसे दूर जाने लगते हैं। तो 2009 में कोई स्कीम नहीं थी, 10 में नहीं, कहाँ इस लायक कर दिया था कि चलो ठीक है मैं चल सकती हूँ, मैं थोड़ा देख सकती हूँ, लेकिन अब उसके आगे क्या करना था मुझे नहीं पता था। मुझे नहीं पता किसी लॉयर से बात करनी है, क्या करना है। फॉर्चुनेटली मुझे एक लॉयर, मतलब ये 181 मैंने कॉल किया और वहां पर उन्होंने मेरी फाइल मंगाई, और तब मैंने बोला कि मुझे फाइनेंशियली इतना, मुझे क्योंकि हजारों रुपए महीना की दवाइयां मुझे मेरी आंख में डालनी पड़ती थी। तो वहां पर उन्होंने मुझे बोला कि हम एक हरियाणा गवर्नमेंट के एक लेटर लिख के देखते हैं क्या होता है। तो वहां जब मैंने लेटर भेजा तो तब उन्होंने मुझे विक्टिम कॉम्पनसेशन स्कीम के बारे में पता लगा, जो कि स्पेशली नहीं थी एसिड अटैक सर्वाइवर्स के लिए। बट 2013 आ गया था, ये 4 साल के बाद की बात है, 4 साल तक मुझे कोई सपोर्ट नहीं मिला। फिर वहां पर भी मैं गई तो पता लगता है कि ये तो उन्होंने कहा कि जब ट्रायल स्टार्ट होगा तो तब, पर मेरे केस में तो ट्रायल चल ही नहीं रहा था, क्योंकि मेरे केस में तो पुलिस क्लोजर रिपोर्ट फाइल करके बैठी थी, क्योंकि इतने इन्फ्लुएंशियल लोग थे जिन्होंने ये एसिड अटैक किया था। तो 2018 में मुझे ये 3 लाख रुपए का कॉम्पनसेशन मिला, यानी कि पूरे 9 साल के बाद, 10 साल के बाद मुझे सिर्फ 3 लाख कॉम्पनसेशन मिलता है। वो भी मैंने पंजाब एंड हरियाणा हाई कोर्ट में पिटिशन फाइल की थी अपने लिए, किसी प्रोबोनो लॉयर के थ्रू, तो तब जाके मुझे ये कॉम्पनसेशन मिला। उससे पहले स्टेट से मुझे कोई भी रिलीफ नहीं मिला। लेकिन हाँ, मैं एक चीज कहूंगी कि जैसे मेरा टॉपिक भी है रोल ऑफ एनजीओज, कि एनजीओज क्यों हैं। एनजीओज हैं ही इसलिए कि जहां पर स्टेट थोड़ा पीछे रह जाता है काम करने में, और सोसाइटी का एक पार्ट है, सोसाइटी का एक तबका है जिसने ये अटैक किया है, तो सोसाइटी के दूसरे तबके की जिम्मेदारी बनती है कि वो उसको रिलीफ पहुंचाए। क्योंकि मैं भी सोसाइटी का हिस्सा हूँ, जिसने किया था वो भी सोसाइटी का हिस्सा है, आप भी सोसाइटी का हिस्सा है, और जो मुझे इससे निकालने में हेल्प कर रहे हैं वो भी सोसाइटी का हिस्सा है। तो ये जिम्मेदारी बन जाती है। तो कुछ लोग तो जब पहले स्टॉप एसिड अटैक एक एनजीओ खुला जिनसे मैं जाके मिली, फिर मैं दूसरे एनजीओ, तीसरे एनजीओ, इस तरह से मैं गई। तो एनजीओज का क्या रोल है कि पहली बात तो कि मुझे जो पहले लगता था कि सिर्फ मैं एक विक्टिम हूँ, तो जब मैं एनजीओज में गई तो मुझे लगा कि नहीं, मैं अकेली नहीं हूँ, ऐसे बहुत सारे लोग हैं जिनके साथ ये हुआ। और मैं सच में हैरान थी ये देखकर कि कहाँ मैं 4 साल तक, 5 साल तक सिर्फ अपने आप को ब्लेम कर रही थी कि मेरे साथ क्यों हुआ ऐसा। वो जवाब तो खैर कोई नहीं, मतलब इसका कोई रीजन नहीं है होने का। रीजन इन द सेंस कि कोई भी रीजन इसको जस्टिफाई नहीं कर सकता कि एसिड अटैक होना चाहिए, कोई भी रीजन इसको जस्टिफाई नहीं कर सकता। तो एनजीओज वहां पर आपको थोड़ा सपोर्ट इस वे में दे देते हैं कि आप और सर्वाइवर्स से मिलते हो, आपकी थोड़ी काउंसलिंग हो जाती है, आपको कहीं ना कहीं अब ये लगने लगता है जिंदगी में कुछ और है थोड़ा सा करने के लिए। तो 2013 में मैंने जॉब स्टार्ट की एक एनजीओ के साथ, फिर 2014, 15, और मैं इस तरह से, मैंने जितने भी एनजीओज काम करते हैं एसिड अटैक पर, उन सबके साथ मैंने काम किया। तो हर एनजीओ का काम होता है कि वो किसी ना किसी वे में रिलीफ पहुंचाना चाहते हैं। जैसे स्टॉप एसिड अटैक ने शिरोज कैफे खोल दिया है, और जैसे एसिड सर्वाइवर फाउंडेशन इंडिया किसी तरह ट्रीटमेंट में हेल्प कर रहा है। बट मैं कहूंगी इन सारे एनजीओ के साथ, जैसे HRLN में मैंने काम किया, वो लिटिगेशन में हेल्प करता है क्रिमिनल जस्टिस के लिए और कॉम्पनसेशन के लिए। बट इन सारे एनजीओ के बाद भी क्यों मुझे लगा आज आके 2021 में कि मुझे खुद का एनजीओ स्टार्ट करना चाहिए। तो क्यों मैंने अपने एनजीओ का नाम ब्रेव सोल्स रखा है, क्योंकि मुझे 2 चीजें लगती हैं कि इन सारे एनजीओ के साथ काम करने के बाद भी कहीं ना कहीं लैक ऑफ सेंसिटिविटी है। कि मैं अगर जॉब कर रही हूँ तो क्योंकि मेरी एक आंख है, तो मुझे वो नहीं समझ रहे हैं उस चीज को कि मेरे लिए लिमिटेशंस हैं काम करने की, कि मैं 8 घंटे नॉर्मल लोगों की तरह नहीं काम कर सकती हूँ, मेरे कितने ऑपरेशन हो चुके हैं, मेरी आंख उस तरह मेरा साथ नहीं देती है। तो वो नहीं समझ पाते हैं, कई बार वो नहीं समझ पाते हैं जब आपकी सर्जरीज होती है, वो एक्सपेक्ट करते हैं आप उतना काम करो। तो ये, और दूसरा मुझे लगता है कि कोई भी इस तरह का एनजीओ नहीं था जो काउंसलिंग से लेकर फैक्ट फाइंडिंग से लेकर मेडिकल ट्रीटमेंट और आपका लिटिगेशन, क्रिमिनल जस्टिस, कॉम्पनसेशन और आपका रिहैबिलिटेशन, आपको एम्प्लॉयमेंट दिलाने में हेल्प करे। तो ब्रेव सोल्स फाउंडेशन इसीलिए स्टार्ट किया गया कि ये सारी चीजें एक साथ हैं, क्योंकि मुझे लिटिगेशन का भी एक मैंने 6 साल काम किया, एक्सपीरियंस हो गया, और मेरे सारे प्लास्टिक सर्जन्स के साथ मेरा एक नेटवर्क है, मतलब पूरे इंडिया में वो नेटवर्क है सारे प्लास्टिक सर्जन्स के साथ और आई हॉस्पिटल्स के साथ और कुछ फंडिंग ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस के साथ कि जो स्पॉन्सर कर देती हैं ट्रीटमेंट। और इस तरह से ये मैं हेल्प करती हूँ कि मैं या और एनजीओज हेल्प करते हैं कि हमें कहीं पर मिलता है कि ये केस हुआ है, हम उस तक पहुंचने की कोशिश करते हैं, हम उसके सामने बताते हैं अब क्या प्रोसीजर होगा, क्योंकि जैसे मेरे केस में मुझे नहीं पता था कि क्या प्रोसीजर है, मुझे कॉम्पनसेशन मिलना चाहिए, मेरी राइट्स क्या हैं। तो टाइम टू टाइम राइट्स के लिए अवेयर करना और कॉलेजेस में जाना, बताना कि आपके क्या राइट हैं, आपको क्यों इस तरह के क्राइम से बचना चाहिए, अगर आपके सामने किसी के सामने हो रहा है तो उसको सबसे पहला क्या काम करना चाहिए। मैं बताना चाहूंगी अगर किसी के भी सामने इस तरह का कोई अटैक होता है तो वो उस पर पानी डाले, प्लेन वाटर, और वो कॉन्टिन्यूस मतलब रनिंग वाटर होना चाहिए, क्योंकि अगर आप सलाइन का यूज करेंगे तो सलाइन आपके पास बाल्टियां भर के नहीं होगा या नल में नहीं चल रहा होगा, तो इससे बेटर है कि आप उस पर कॉन्टिन्यूस पानी डालते रहें करीब 30 मिनट्स तक, जिससे कि जो मतलब डैमेजेस हैं कम से कम हो, वो एसिड निकल जाए आपकी बॉडी से, जो कि मेरे साथ नहीं हुआ था। तो आपको ये तुरंत करना है, आपको उसके ऑर्नामेंट्स तुरंत हटाने हैं, आपको उसके कपड़े तुरंत हटाने हैं और जितना जल्दी हो सके उसे हॉस्पिटल ले जाया जाए। तो ये काम आपको सबसे पहले करना है। फिर उसको पुलिस को इन्फॉर्म करना, और फिर पुलिस की जिम्मेदारी बनती है कि वो उनको बताए उनके राइट्स के बारे में। लेकिन अगर मैं बात कहूँ कि हर कोई अपनी ड्यूटी समझे तो शायद इतने क्राइम हो ही ना, तो कहीं ना कहीं डॉक्टर्स के पार्ट पे भी थोड़ा सा मतलब इंसेंसिटिविटी आ जाती है कि आपको फ्री ट्रीटमेंट देना है तो फ्री ट्रीटमेंट नहीं देते हैं। जैसे लक्ष्मी में कहा कि सुप्रीम कोर्ट का जजमेंट था कि आप किसी भी प्राइवेट हॉस्पिटल में या गवर्नमेंट हॉस्पिटल में जाके फ्री ऑफ कॉस्ट ट्रीटमेंट ले सकते हैं, लेकिन इसमें भी सफर करना पड़ता है क्योंकि विक्टिम को उसके राइट के बारे में पता नहीं है। दूसरा, अगर पता भी है तो हम जाएंगे तो प्राइवेट हॉस्पिटल जहां हमसे 20 लाख रुपए कमा सकता है, वहां उसको फ्री ट्रीटमेंट देना पड़ रहा है, उसके लिए तो उसका 20 लाख का नुकसान है, तो वो नहीं करेंगे वो ट्रीटमेंट। या फिर आपको डिस्क्रिमिनेट किया जाएगा, वहां पर आपको अच्छा ट्रीटमेंट नहीं दिया जाएगा, क्योंकि इसमें क्लैरिटी नहीं है आखिर वो पे कौन करेगा। हालांकि ये हॉस्पिटल, इतने बड़े बड़े हॉस्पिटल लीज पर काम करते हैं गवर्नमेंट के साथ, इतनी कोई बड़ी बात नहीं है, और सर्वाइवर्स लाखों में नहीं है, हजारों में है, तो ये किया जा सकता है लेकिन नहीं कर हैं। दूसरी चीज पुलिस बताती नहीं है, जो स्टेट लीगल सर्विसेज अथॉरिटी है जिसको कॉम्पनसेशन देना है, वो डिटेल्स में नहीं बताता है क्या है। तो क्या होता है कि एक लड़की या एक लड़का, ज्यादातर तो ये लड़कियों पर ही अटैक होते हैं, 80 to 90% मैं कहूंगी लड़कियों पर होते हैं, 10% इसमें दूसरे लोग भी शामिल हो जाते हैं, जैसे प्रॉपर्टी डिस्प्यूट है या बच्चे पर अटैक हो गया, अगर रिवेंज के लिए फैमिली में किसी और को भी ले लिया जाता है। तो इसमें क्या है कि आपको अपना इलाज कराओ, आप पुलिस केस देखो, अपना कॉम्पनसेशन कैसे देखोगे, आप अपना मतलब फैमिली का एक इंसान तो आपके साथ दिन रात लगा हुआ है आपके ट्रीटमेंट के लिए, तो वो कैसे आपका लीगल केस देखेगा, कैसे आप मतलब ये सारी चीजें मैनेज करना बहुत मुश्किल हो जाता है। तो यहाँ पर पुलिस को, सोसाइटी को सपोर्ट के लिए आना चाहिए, जो कि नहीं होती है वहां पर। तो ये सारे चैलेंजेस फेस करने पड़ते हैं। तो ब्रेव सोल्स फाउंडेशन भी लाइफ में फेस किए, वो दूसरों को ना फेस करने पड़े, और मैं कहीं ना कहीं उन सर्वाइवर्स को, कि मैंने देखा है वो पेन है क्या, तो मैं चाहती हूँ कि जो पेन मैंने सहा कि कहीं ना कहीं मैं उस पेन को कम कर पाऊं और सर्वाइवर के लिए और विक्टिम्स के लिए। तो इस भावना के साथ ये फाउंडेशन स्टार्ट किया गया। ब्रेव सोल्स नाम इसलिए दिया कि मैं एक चीज खासियत समझती हूँ सभी एसिड अटैक सर्वाइवर की, जो मैं शेयर भी करना चाहती हूँ, कि इन सब लड़कियों में, इन सब सर्वाइवर में खास बात है कि इतना सब कुछ होने के बाद भी ये रिवेंज में बिलीव नहीं करती हैं, ये बदला नहीं लेना चाहती हैं, वो ठीक होना चाहते हैं, वो अपनी जिंदगी को आगे बढ़ाना चाहते हैं। इतना सब कुछ होने के बाद भी, जैसे एक रेशमा कुरैशी है, मेरे साथ काम करती है, वो न्यूयॉर्क फैशन वीक में गई, लेकिन वो हालांकि न्यूयॉर्क फैशन वीक में जाने के बाद भी उस टाइम मीडिया ने उससे पूछा, आज उसे कोई नहीं पूछता है, आज वो फिर उसके पास एक अच्छी नौकरी तक नहीं है। मतलब ये सच्चाई है कि हम किसी टॉपिक पे बस थोड़े दिन के लिए ध्यान देते हैं, जब वो हाईलाइट हो रहा होता है उसके बाद हम छोड़ देते हैं। पर ये अटैक जो मेरे चेहरे पर जो छाप है वो नहीं छुप सकती है, वो तो हमेशा दिख रही है और वो मेरे साथ लाइफ लॉन्ग है। तो एसिड अटैक लाइफ लॉन्ग आपके साथ रहता है। मतलब 20 रुपए का एसिड आपकी जिंदगी के 20 साल और 20 लाख देने के बाद भी जिंदगी से निकल नहीं पाता, उसका असर खत्म नहीं होता है। तो ये सारे चैलेंजेस फेस करने पड़ते हैं। और ये लड़कियां जो भी, वजह से मैं 300 सर्वाइवर्स के साथ काम करती हूँ अलग अलग स्टेट में, मैं सब में एक बहुत ही अच्छी खासियत ये देखती हूँ कि सब आगे बढ़ना चाहते हैं, सब ठीक होना चाहती हैं। कोई अपने एक्यूज के बारे में बात नहीं करना चाहता कि मैं उसके साथ ऐसा करना चाहती हूँ या नहीं, वो कानूनी तौर पे चल रहे हैं। तो यहाँ पर जिम्मेदारी बनती है हमारे लॉ की, हमारे कोर्ट्स की, कि जो सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने ऑर्डर्स किए हैं उनको इम्प्लीमेंट कराया जाए। अब सबसे बड़ी प्रॉब्लम इम्प्लीमेंटेशन में आ जाती है कि इम्प्लीमेंटेशन एक्चुअल में ग्राउंड में जीरो है। फास्ट ट्रैक कोर्ट्स आपके लिए, फास्ट ट्रैक कोर्ट आपके केसेस देखेंगे, लेकिन फास्ट ट्रैक कोर्ट फास्ट ट्रैक की तरह काम नहीं करते हैं। कोई भी केस आज तक 6 महीने में तो खत्म हुआ नहीं है। 3 महीने में पहला इंटरिम कॉम्पनसेशन मिल जाना चाहिए 3 लाख, लेकिन किसी को 3 महीने के अंदर वो कॉम्पनसेशन नहीं मिलता है। पुलिस को आपके राइट बताने चाहिए, लेकिन पुलिस कभी आपके राइट आपको नहीं बताती है। तो डॉक्टर्स आपको फ्री ट्रीटमेंट भी दे सकते हैं अंडर सेक्शन 357 सीआरपीसी। रेप केसेस हैं और एसिड अटैक के केसेस को इमीडिएट मेडिकल ट्रीटमेंट मिल जाना चाहिए, पर क्या हॉस्पिटल विलिंग है वो देने के लिए? तो ये सारी चीजें हमारे सामने हैं। अभी आप अगर साइकोलॉजिकल इशू के बारे में मैं इस पे बात करूं, अगर मेरे पास टाइम है तो हम कर सकते हैं, अदरवाइज हम क्वेश्चन आंसर पे चले जाएंगे।
Question answer we can take, Madhura.
Yes, ma'am. If there are any questions on part of the audience, then you're welcome. But we'll restrict the questions to 2, considering there is paucity of time. 1, a faculty member, if you have any questions.
Ma'am, I would like to hear Shaheen ma'am on the aspect that she wanted to cover, the physical and psychological aspect that she wanted to cover.
Should I?
Yes, ma'am, please.
हाँ, तो इसमें मेरा साइकोलॉजिकल, जैसे मैं बता रही थी कि उस टाइम मेरा हालात क्या थे, इसमें क्या होता है, डिप्रेशन आपको बहुत जल्दी, क्योंकि आप अकेले पड़ जाते हो, आपके सारा फ्रेंड सर्कल आपसे अलग हो जाता है, आप बाहर जाने में हेजिटेट करते हो। जैसे कई साल तक मैंने अपना चेहरा छुपा के रखा, मैं अपने बालकनी में नहीं खड़ी होती थी, मैं अपनी छत पे नहीं जाती थी, क्योंकि, और दूसरा, लोग जिस नजरों से आपको देखते हैं तो वो आपके मुझे ऐसा लगता था मेरे डैमेजेस देखना चाहते हैं, तो आप कहीं ना कहीं डिप्रेशन में चले जाते हो, आपकी सुसाइडल थॉट्स आने लगते हैं, आपको लगता है कि अब जिंदगी में कुछ बचा नहीं है। एक्चुअल में ये है ही इतना ट्रॉमेटाइज चीज कि आप इस चीज में ना चाहते हुए भी चले जाओगे कि, और आपको इतनी पेनफुल सर्जरीज होती हैं, जब भी ऑपरेशन थिएटर में जाओगे आपको वो अटैक याद आ जाता है। जब भी आपके सामने, मेरे सामने, जैसे मैं शुरू में तैयार नहीं होती थी, कोई लड़की बहुत तैयार सज संवर के जा रही है, तो वो आप पर इम्पेक्ट करता है कि मैं नहीं कर सकती हूँ वो चीज, मुझे तो दवाइयां लेके चलना है, मेरे घर में शादी है तो मैं खुल के सामने नहीं आ पाती थी। तो ये सारी चीजें आपको मेंटल स्ट्रेस भी देती हैं। तो इस टाइम पर मुझे लगता है कि हम सबको, मतलब सोसाइटी को भी, घर वालों को भी, फैमिली को, रिलेटिव को, मतलब उस एक इंसान को अकेले नहीं छोड़ना चाहिए, अपने साथ लेकर चलना चाहिए। कहीं ना कहीं उसको ये रियलाइज करवाना बहुत जरूरी है कि तुम अभी भी कम नहीं हो, मतलब क्योंकि तुम्हारे अंदर कुछ क्वालिटीज थी, तुम अलग थी, इसीलिए तुमसे वो छीनने की कोशिश की गई, पर क्या वो क्वालिटीज फिर तुम्हारे चेहरे में थी? नहीं, वो क्वालिटीज तुम्हारी सोल में है, तो वो अभी भी एग्जिस्ट करती हैं। और अगर, जैसे अभी सर ने कहा था कि ये एक सच्चाई है कि ज्यादातर सर्वाइवर सर्वाइव करते हैं, ज्यादातर विक्टिम एसिड अटैक के सर्वाइव करते हैं, इसमें डेथ कम होती है, क्योंकि ये बेसिकली मारने के लिए नहीं किया जाता, ये अटेम्प्ट होता है आपको डिसफिगर करने के लिए। मतलब ये उस हैवानियत का मैं कहूंगी कि एक पार्ट है, जैसे कि अगर 6 महीने की बच्ची के साथ रेप हो जाता है, उसको नहीं दिख रहा है सामने में क्या कर रहा हूँ, ठीक है। और इसी तरह एसिड अटैक भी एक ऐसी चीज है कि आपको मतलब आप उनकी हैवानियत उस लेवल पे चली जाती है कि वो ये नहीं सोचेंगे इसके बाद क्या करना है। जैसे मैं अपने एक्यूज की बात करूं, मैं उनके चेहरे पे जरा सी शर्मिंदगी नहीं देखती। मतलब वो आते हैं, उनकी शादी भी हो रही है, उनके बच्चे भी हो रहे हैं, तो सोसाइटी एक्यूज को तो एक्सेप्ट कर लेगी लेकिन विक्टिम को एक्सेप्ट नहीं करेगी, क्योंकि एक्यूज से शादी भी कर रहे हैं, सब कुछ कर रहे हैं। विक्टिम को अभी भी बहुत स्ट्रगल करना पड़ता है कि मैं सोसाइटी का ही एक पार्ट हूँ। मेरे और आपके बीच मैम सिर्फ एक फाइन लाइन है कि मुझे इस अटैक ने लाइन के इस तरफ खड़ा कर दिया है, ठीक है। लेकिन इस अटैक को रोकना बहुत ज्यादा जरूरी है, रोकना, क्योंकि उस लाइन से इस लाइन में सिर्फ एक फाइन लाइन का डिफरेंस है, ठीक है। तो वो लाइन का डिफरेंस जो है वो बहुत कम है। तो ये अटैक इतना, क्योंकि इसे करने के लिए कोई आपको स्पेशल स्किल नहीं चाहिए करने के लिए, ठीक है। तो इसमें आपको बहुत इजीएस्ट क्राइम है, इजी अवेलेबिलिटी ऑफ एसिड है। हालांकि सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने कहा कि रेगुलेशन होना चाहिए, ओवर द काउंटर सेल इज कंप्लीटली प्रोहिबिटेड, बट उसके बाद भी तो, क्योंकि मैंने कहा कि इम्प्लीमेंटेशन नहीं है, तो ये इस क्राइम का इजी एक्सेसिबिलिटी, इजी अवेलेबिलिटी, इजी मतलब कोई स्किल नहीं चाहिए, डैमेजेस ज्यादा हैं, तो ये बहुत जल्दी हो जाते हैं। और ये इसको रोकना इसलिए जरूरी है क्योंकि मैं नहीं चाहती मेरी जगह कल आप लोगों में से कोई और खड़ा हो या कोई और लड़की इधर खड़ी हो, क्योंकि ये किसी के भी साथ हो सकता है। और हम रिहैबिलिटेशन पे अक्सर बात करते हैं कि सर्वाइवर के लिए हमें ट्रीटमेंट कराना चाहिए, एम्प्लॉयमेंट, वो सब जरूरी है जिन लोगों के साथ हो गया, पर मैं नहीं चाहूंगी एक और लड़की, एक और विक्टिम एसिड अटैक का हो, इसलिए हमें इसे रोकना चाहिए। और ये किसी के भी साथ हो सकता है, और हमारे लॉज उतने स्ट्रिक्ट नहीं हैं इस चीज को लेकर। जैसे बांग्लादेश में कंप्लीटली एसिड प्रिवेंशन लॉ बना है जो डिटेल्ड में जाकर उसको रोकता है। तो मैं कहूँ जहाँ 2002 में मैंने पढ़ा था कि वहां पर एक साल में 400 या 500 अटैक हुए थे, 2020 की स्टडी कहती है कि वहां पर सिर्फ 18 अटैक हुए, ठीक है। तो मतलब रेशियो काफी कम हुआ। तो हमें एसिड की सेल को बिल्कुल खत्म करना होगा, और इसका एक ही जरिया है कि आपको एसिड रिटेल शॉप्स पर एटलीस्ट बैन कर दो, जब तक कि आपके पास वो स्कीम्स आए कि आपको फार्मेसी के लिए या और चीजों के लिए कैसे एसिड लेना पड़ेगा, पर इमीडिएट बेसिस पर रिटेल शॉप्स पर बैन हो जाए एसिड। ये मुझे लगता है होना चाहिए।
Thank you, ma'am. And I just want to say your words were moving. What you said today, we needed to hear it. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you.
मैम, मैं महाराजा अग्रसेन कॉलेज से एक और रिक्वेस्ट करना चाहूंगी। मुझे आप लोगों ने सुना, आई एम ग्लैड इसके लिए, और आप कोई भी एक लाइन जो आपके दिल को छू गई हो मेरी बातों से, वो आप अपने साथ भी लेकर जाएंगे, तो मुझे उम्मीद है कि एटलीस्ट आपकी फैमिली में अवेयरनेस आएगी जो जो लेकर जाएंगे। और मेरा आप सब लोगों से एक रिक्वेस्ट है कि ये ब्रेव सोल्स फाउंडेशन, जहां पर मैं सर्वाइवर्स के लिए काम कर रही हूँ, अभी एक नई ऑर्गेनाइजेशन है और हमें सपोर्ट की जरूरत है। तो आपके कॉलेज के जो स्टूडेंट्स हैं, जो भी इसमें हमें कुछ भी कंट्रीब्यूट करना चाहते हैं, एक कैंपेन की तरह हम इसको ले सकते हैं कि वो एसिड सर्वाइवर को हेल्प कर रहे हैं, ब्रेव सोल्स फाउंडेशन को हेल्प कर रहे हैं। तो अपना अपना थोड़ा थोड़ा कंट्रीब्यूशन करके अगर हमारे लिए फंड रेज करना चाहते हैं तो प्लीज करें इस तरह से, क्योंकि कई स्कूल्स उसमें आए हैं, जैसे टैगोर इंटरनेशनल स्कूल है। तो मुझे लगता है कि इससे क्या होगा कि अवेयर भी होंगे कि हमने किसी कॉज के लिए हम कर रहे हैं, और उस एक बच्चा जो ये कर रहा है रेस, उसकी जिंदगी में कम से कम हम ये सोच सकते हैं वो अपनी जिंदगी में ऐसा नहीं करेगा।
I think, ma'am, for this we have our legal services clinic also here in Maharaja Agrasen Department of Law. So anytime we can all sit together and we can come out with some good, idea for the same.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
It indeed was a moving session, and I'm in complete agreement with my senior faculty members that I am as well speechless as anybody else is here. Ma'am, especially I am really thankful to you for sharing the first step that is to be undertaken when, if at all, God forbid, we come across any such incident. what should we do? And not just that, because particularly we belong to the legal fraternity, we can all the more ensure that the police informs the victim of the rights, and we can ourselves take it upon ourselves. In pro bono matters, like you said, कि आपको एक lawyer ने pro bono matter में help करा, so we can obviously do that as as members of the legal fraternity. So thank you so much, ma'am, for these inspiring words. I now hand it over to Ms. Sarita Garg, Faculty, Department of Business Administration, to deliver the vote of thanks.
Ma'am, unmute करिए. Sarita ma'am, unmute.
Am I audible?
Ji ma'am, ji.
Thank you so much. I would like to start with, she was someone's everyday love, but you choose to. She was someone's faith and dream, but you choose to. She was about to live her life, but you choose to. She was wearing smile on her face, but you choose to. She was lady of joy and pride, but you choose to burn her, to destroy her. But are you able to do it? No. You killed her outer beauty, but not her inner beauty and strength. Over the last decade, India has been witnessing an alarming growth of acid attack, especially on women. Acid violence is a heinous crime committed usually against women with an intention to disfigure or kill her. It can also be called as a gender-based violence against women. A study revealed that 78% of the reported acid attack case is for refusal to marriage or a rejection of romance. Meri nahi to kisi ki bhi nahi. As if women is a commodity and has no wish of her own. With these lines, on behalf of the Department of Law and the entire fraternity of Maharaja Agastyan Institute of Management Studies, I'm very thankful to Ms. Shaheen Malik, who is the founder of Brave Souls Foundation, for sparing her valuable time and sharing her journey and pain with us on this heinous crime. Ma'am has raised her voice and provided support to many acid attack survivors. Thank you very much, ma'am, for making us aware about the do's and don'ts for the acid attack survivors and the challenges they faced and how to combat them. Thank you very much, ma'am. It is indeed give us very thoughtful things to budge on. I express my deep gratitude to Dr. Nandkishore Garg ji for his continued support in all our endeavors. My heartfelt gratitude to our respected Director General, Sir, Professor S.K. Garg and Professor G.P. Govil, Sir, Advisor MAIMS, for their guidance and to ensure that we always do the right thing in the right way. I take this opportunity to express our sincere thanks to our Director, Professor Ravi Gupta, Sir, the dynamic and flexible mentor, for gracing the occasion and joining us. Sir has always motivated us to look for new horizons and milestones. Thank you, sir, for your support and inspiration. Special thanks to our collaborators, National Commission for Women, for their support. Thanks to the Department of Law and members of Gender, Sensitization and Equity Initiative Club, the organizing committee, and our technical arrangement team who worked behind the scenes to execute this event. Last but not the least, special thanks to our enthusiastic participants for their rock-solid support system. Thank you very much, everyone, for joining this event. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you once again, today's speaker and Sarita ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. I now hand over the floor to Purnima Gupta ma'am for the next session.
Thank you so much, Madhura. So on behalf of Maharaja Agastyan Institute of Management Studies, Department of Law, and Gender Sensitization Equality Initiative Club, I, Purnima Gupta, Faculty, Department of Law, welcome you all for today's webinar, 5th technical session, that is Factors of Acid Violence in India. I welcome Anjana Malhotra ma'am. We welcome you, ma'am. She's an associate professor in Shanti Devi Arya Mahila College, Dina Nagar. Ma'am has membership of various academic and professional bodies and she has undertaken many research projects and published numerous research papers, written books, attended and organized various conferences, seminars. She has guided 5 students for their MPhil dissertations. I welcome you, ma'am, for the technical session, and we are eagerly waiting to listen to you. Welcome,
Thank you so much, ma'am. Good afternoon to all. Actually, abhi ma'am ne phone pe bata diya. I have very less time, so I want to begin my views without wasting any time. So I will begin my views with the words of Nobel laureate V.S. Naipaul. Chronically, on one hand, woman is the manifestation of goddess like Durga, Kali, the symbol of power. And on the other hand, she is considered as a second-class citizen. Violence against women knows no boundaries of geography, culture, or wealth. There is no doubt that crime against women continue to exist in all parts of the world. Cruelty against women has emerged as one of the most heinous crimes, and it undermines our concept of non-violence and respect of womanhood. People tend to reticent about it, and this is very shocking. They want to see women as a Devi only, a Devi of sacrifice, a Devi of tolerance, who has no individual life of her own. Often violence is perpetrated against women who strive for the flowering of their personality against prevalent social norms. Such women want to be economically independent, want to live life on their own terms, and want to make a mark in the world. They want to live a life as a human being, not as a Devi. And acid attack is used by men on women as a mark of their masculinity and superiority over them, and to keep them on their place. Acid attack used as a weapon to silence and to control the women by destroying what is constructed as the primary constituent of her identity. In all these things, socialization plays a very important role. In parenting of a child, individuals acquire the culture of their society. As I belong to Punjab, I want to mention some songs where you can see the dominance of man. I think you all listened the song Chakalodi Revolver Rafla Bhi Kabza Lena Hai, Bada Sailya Dabba Hurna Sena Hai, Ya Fir Kende DCV Salute Onu Marda, Saha Chathane Da Rol Da, या फिर एक ऐसा भी गाना है कि रन बोतल वर्गी. Means for women, for Indian men is like only a bottle of rum, bottle of whiskey and nothing else. How can she dare to challenge the male dominance? Acid attack is horrific in any form. In the recent past, we witnessed so many cases of acid attack, and you just listened Shaheen madam also. I'm skipping my presentation here and try to be on the concentrate on the factors only. आप में से कईयों ने ये सुना, कई केसेस सुने होंगे. आपको लगता है कि रेंट पे ना करने पे एसिड फेंक दिया जाता है? कभी आपने ये सोचा है कि टीचर की ट्यूशन फीस ना देने पे टीचर एसिड फेंक देगा? कभी आपने ये सोचा है कि अगर आपके नेबर्स ने आपके साथ कोई मजाक किया है, आपने उसको ऑब्जेक्ट किया है, तो एसिड आप पे फेंक दिया जाएगा? या फिर कभी ये आपने सोचा होगा कि एक जिससे आप प्यार करते हो उसके घर वालों ने आपको मिलने के लिए बुलाया है, तो वो वहां पे आप पे एसिड थ्रो कर देंगे? ऐसे कितने ही केसेस हैं, कितने ही केसेस जो कि रिपोर्ट भी नहीं होते हैं. लेकिन यहाँ I want to mention one thing. There is just मतलब a gender equality in these cases also. अगर पुरुष फेंकता है तो महिला भी फेंकती है, jealousy में, love में, rejection में. अगर I want to mention the history, little bit history of acid attack. 1879 में फ्रांस में सबसे पहले जो है एसिड अटैक के केसेस देखने को मिले हैं. इंडिया में तो वेरी लेट वी विटनेस्ड द केसेस 1982. In 1982 we witnessed cases of acid attack in India. और उसके बाद अगर हम बात करते हैं in 2000 in the age of globalization, इसमें केसेस का जो है वो बहुत ज्यादा इंक्रीज हमें देखने को मिला है. तो व्हाट आर द कॉजेज, रीजंस क्या हैं? सबसे पहला रीजन जो मतलब मुझे लगता है, जैसे शाहीन मैम ने बोला कि वी डोंट वांट टू टेक रिवेंज, हम रिवेंज नहीं लेना चाहते. विमेन आर द पैसिव विक्टिम. Many women not dare to file a complaint. India is a country with the highest number of acid attack, has the lowest number of conviction, less than 5% community members. Don't treat acid survivors well. So, revenge नहीं, but हमें complaint तो file करनी चाहिए. इसके अलावा अगर हम बात करते हैं rejection, एक song है वो हमारा हिंदी movies का, बच्चों ने सुना होगा जरूर. तू किसी गैर की हो जाए ये मुमकिन ही नहीं, नाम मेरा ही तेरे नाम के साथ आएगा, तू किसी और की कहलाए ये मुमकिन ही नहीं. नाज है तुझको हुस्न पे अपने संग दिल, तेरे सर को ना झुकाया तो मेरा नाम नहीं. तो ये जो चीजें हैं, ये चीजें हौसला बढ़ाती हैं. ऐसे सॉन्ग्स, ऐसी मूवीज, ऐसे जो हमारा सोसाइटल सेटअप है. और सबसे बड़ी चीज कि जो लेडी है वो बोलती नहीं है, लड़कियां बोलती नहीं है. और आप देखेंगे विक्टिम जो है वो बहुत कम एज की हैं, छोटी उम्र की लड़कियां हैं जिनको भी समझ भी नहीं है. और जो घर वाले हैं वो कहीं ना कहीं शर्म से छुप जाते हैं कि अगर हमने आवाज उठाई तो फैमिली की पूरी बदनामी हो जाएगी, औरों पे भी असर होगा, फैमिली के जो है वो नाम उछाला जाएगा. तो ये जो चीजें हैं इनसे हमें फाइट करना है. अगर इसके अलावा अगर हम कुछ और रीजंस की बात करते हैं तो इकोनॉमिक एस्पेक्ट भी जुड़े हुए हैं. इकोनॉमिक एस्पेक्ट क्या है इसके साथ जुड़ा हुआ कि हम देखते हैं कि आज के टाइम पे, ग्लोबलाइजेशन के टाइम पे, विमेन जो है वो अर्न कर रही है. विमेन वर्किंग विमेन हो चुकी है, वो घर भी संभाल रही है, बाहर भी संभाल रही है. और जो मेल डोमिनेंस है वो ये नहीं सह पाती है कि उसके पास जॉब नहीं है और महिला जो है वो दोनों फ्रंट्स पे काम कर रही है. तो क्यों ना इसके ऊपर तेजाब फेंक दिया जाए. या फिर अगर हम बात करते हैं प्रॉपर्टी डिस्प्यूट्स में भी जो है ये केसेस एसिड अटैक के बहुत ज्यादा देखने को मिलते हैं. बिकॉज इन आवर सोसाइटी वी सपोज टू, मतलब ये मान लिया जाता है कि विमेन आर सपोज टू मेक इट थ्रू वट एवर इज गिवन टू देम और प्री डिसाइडेड फॉर देम. इसके अलावा साइको रीजंस आर आल्सो देयर. बिकॉज ऑफ सिक मेंटेलिटी, हमारी जो पुअर मानसिकता है, इसकी वजह से भी आप देखेंगे कई साइको किलर्स हैं, कई साइको ऐसे मतलब बस ठीक है तेजाब फेंक दिया सैडिस्टिक प्लेजर के लिए. ये नहीं सोचा कि किस तरह से जो है किसी की लाइफ पूरी की पूरी हमने खत्म कर दी. टिकटॉक की अगर हम बात करते हैं, टिकटॉक आर्टिस्ट एक थे फैजल सिद्दीकी. फैजल सिद्दीकी को जो है सस्पेंड किया गया है क्योंकि उन्होंने वीडियो एक ऐसा बनाया था जिसमें वो एसिड अटैक को ग्लोरीफाई कर रहे हैं. यू कैन सी दी, मतलब आप यू कैन इमेजिन दी साइकी ऑफ दैट पर्सन. एक लड़की जब, मतलब आपने कभी सोचा है कि एक लड़की भीड़ में भी है और अगर कोई बंदा, एक लड़का उसको फॉलो कर रहा है, एक आदमी उसको फॉलो कर रहा है, तो किस तरह वो डर जाती है. बिकॉज पीपल थिंक दिस इज देयर इंडिविजुअल अफेयर, दे डोंट वांट टू इंडल्ज देमसेल्फ इन ऑल. हम पंजाबियों में कहते हैं सानू की, है ना, सानू की, इसका अपना मसला होएगा, इसका अपना लफड़ा होएगा कोई. दिस एटीट्यूड इज सो कॉमन. और इसी वजह से जो है ये इन लोगों की हिम्मत बढ़ जाती है. और अगर हम बात करते हैं एसिड इज अवेलेबल इजीली, इसकी इजी अवेलेबिलिटी प्लस इसका बड़ा इजी मतलब यूज. कुछ नहीं करना, आप किसी को जो है वो आप किसी को फिजिकली आके मतलब चाकू मारना या फिर किसी को आप टॉर्चर करते हैं तो हो सकता है कि आपको लगे कि हाँ मैं नहीं कर सकता. जस्ट आपने एक बॉटल ली और उस पर फेंक दी. ये तो बड़ा आसान है ना, कोई लाइसेंस नहीं चाहिए, कोई इसके लिए आपको टाइम नहीं वेस्ट होगा, बस जस्ट एक एसिड फेंका और निकल लिए. और लीगल सिस्टम हमारा इतना नॉन रिस्पॉन्सिव है जिस वजह से एसिड अटैक्स बढ़ते चले जा रहे हैं. तो अगर हम यहाँ पे बात करते हैं, सॉरी एक फोन बार बार, अगर हम बात करते हैं कि हमारा जो लीगल सिस्टम है, यहाँ पे स्पीडी ट्रायल नहीं होता है। यहाँ पे वो जो केसेस हैं उनको लिंगर ऑन किया जाता है, क्योंकि जो एक्यूज्ड हैं वो बड़े अच्छी फैमिलीज के होते हैं या फिर बहुत ही ज्यादा जो है साउंड फैमिलीज को बिलोंग करते हैं। हम लोगों का जो लीगल सिस्टम है उसमें कई ऐसे केसेस हैं जिसमें सारे प्रूफ्स भी हैं, सारे गवाह हैं, बट उनमें भी डिसीजंस नहीं हो पाते हैं। तो यहाँ पे जो 90% ऑफ केसेस हैं उनकी तो रिपोर्ट ही नहीं फाइल होती है, और अगर रिपोर्ट फाइल हो जाए तो उसके डिसीजंस नहीं आते हैं। आप दामिनी केस को ही देख लीजिए, जो बड़ा रिनाउंड केस हुआ था, उसमें भी डिसीजन आने में कितने साल लग गए थे, कितना स्ट्रगल करना पड़ा था, कितना फाइट करना पड़ा था दामिनी की मदर को। तो यहाँ पे भी हम अगर बात करते हैं तो ये जो कुछ एक रीजंस हैं जो मैंने टाइम कम होने की वजह से बहुत ब्रीफ में आपको बताने की कोशिश की है। अगर मेरे पास थोड़ा सा आप मुझे टाइम दें तो मैं कुछ और ऐड कर सकती।
यशविता मैम,
क्योंकि टाइम की लिमिटेशन दी गई
टाइम
है।
तो कम, because we have to start 3 o'clock valedictory session at 3 o'clock, मैम।
जी जी
Sorry.
जी, तभी मैंने बहुत जल्दी से स्किप करा मैम।
हम आपको नेक्स्ट टाइम इनवाइट करेंगे मैम। वी आर रियली सॉरी।
ना, इट्स ओके, इट्स ओके। कोई बात नहीं मैम। मेन थिंग इज कि वी हैव टू जनरेट अवेयरनेस इन आवर यूथ।
जी जी,
ना सहने की आदत डालनी पड़ेगी। हमने शुरू से, आजकल क्या है कि हमारी सोसाइटी में हम बच्चों को ना ही नहीं कहते हैं। हम अपने घरों में भी देख रहे हैं, हम ना नहीं बोल पाते हैं। तो उनको लगता है कि हमने जो सोच लिया वो होना चाहिए, जो हमने मांग लिया वो हमें मिलना चाहिए, हमें ना किसने कह दी। तो ये चीज जो है हमारे यूथ को समझनी पड़ेगी, और रिवेंज नहीं, लेकिन हाँ आवाज तो उठाने की हिम्मत करनी पड़ेगी। और जो एसिड अटैक सर्वाइवर्स हैं उनको सॉरी मैं आपको ब्लेम नहीं करती, लेकिन शाहीन मैम को आई थिंक चीफ गेस्ट होना चाहिए था ऑफ दिस वेबिनार, अकॉर्डिंग टू मी। मतलब ये कुछ ऐसा नहीं है, बिकॉज जो जिन्होंने ये सब कुछ फेस किया है, जिन्होंने सोसाइटी में अवेयरनेस जनरेट की है, उनको तो हमें ऑनर करना जो है वो हम लोगों की ड्यूटी बनती है। सो थैंक यू सो मच for inviting me and for giving me some time. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Now I invite Dr. Gaurav Agarwal from the Economics Department to propose vote of thanks. Gaurav Agarwal, sir.
Good afternoon to all of you. I am audible.
Yes, sir, you
are
audible,
sir. But your video is not visible.
So please switch on your video.
Okay, ma'am. I think now it is audible and you can see my video.
Yes, yes.
Just a minute. Very good afternoon and a bright welcome to all of you, especially our special guest, Dr. Anjana Malhotra ji. I express my heartiest gratitude to our Chief Advisor, Dr. Nandkishore Garg ji, Director General Professor S.K. Garg ji, our Director Professor Ravi Kumar Gupta ji, and Management Committee, Value Trustees, qualified faculty members, and to our dear students. On the behalf of our college, I would love to give heartfelt vote of thanks to our guest and speaker, Dr. Anjana Malhotra ji, Associate Professor Shanti Devi R.A. Mahila College, Dinanagar. Ma'am, thank you so much that you spent your busiest time gracing the occasion.
Ma'am, please, if we can just make our video on so that we can have a group photo also.
Ma'am, thank you so much that you spent your busiest time gracing the occasion. Today we had the opportunity to hear your inspiring thought, and it is definitely encouraging for our student and youth brigade to understand the burning issues of acid attack and related emotional trauma of a victim. Ma'am gave us a wonderful insight that the conviction rate is so low in India and how sick mentality of a few people destroying the whole life of a woman, not physically, but emotionally too. Ma'am, you really enhance and enlarge our vision to understand specific social issue and different aspect of it. Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you to all of you.
Welcome, sir. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Dear participants,
Dear participants, we will meet at 3 for valedictory session. Okay, now we are taking a break, short break of,
Thank you.
of 25 minutes, and we will meet sharp at 3 for valedictory session. Please join at 3. So meeting is on. Meeting is on. Please don't go anywhere.
dear participants, don't leave the meeting. We'll just continue at 3.
Good afternoon, ma'am. Ma'am, आप unmute करिए.
Very good afternoon, Shweta. Good to see you.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Same here, ma'am.
You happen to have you lost your father-in-law. I'm extremely sorry on that.
Yes, ma'am.
But then that is the kind of commitment.
Yes, ma'am.
That you reflect.
I am at Punjab only.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
God bless. Take care.
Thank you, ma'am.
Greetings of the day, ma'am.
नमस्कार।
नमस्कार।
नमस्कार, कैसे हैं आप?
जी बेहतर। I hope you had a wonderful day throughout.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Such a significant topic that you have picked up. So we do listen to and hear about programs on women's rights, but specifically on acid attacks. It's really amazing that you picked up this particular area, which is certainly requiring much of an attention. Thank you very much, and having given me that opportunity, though I wanted to join throughout and be with the speakers who must have come, I'm sure, with their expertise and knowledge. And I certainly look forward to hearing Nirati, because she is going to give us the details of whatever transpired.
Thank you, ma'am.
Ma'am, we had Shaheen Malik. She is a acid attack survivor. So she beautifully explained the trauma she had gone through, because acid was thrown on her face in 2009. And and she got the compensation from the state in the year 2018, because the scheme came in the year enacted in 2013 only. So I mean, she shared her personal experience with us. So it was wonderful session, ma'am. Wonderful session.
Yeah, it's really great to have people who have experienced such difficulties instead of just having an academic exchange, that wherein we just talk about the trauma of others or some experiences that people might have shared at some point of time. But getting hold of a person who has suffered all this and then bringing that person across to interact with the audience, that really gives it a meaningful discourse.
Yes, ma'am. I mean, we were hanging on to each and every word that she spoke. We did not, I mean, just could not, even we were running short of time, but we could not tell her even for a second that please aap brief mein kariye ya aap wrap up kariye. And she was so matter of fact, and she stated it so simply, whatever she was facing, whatever she faced, everything, like something as simple as, you know, कि मैं उस टाइम पर किसी लड़की को तैयार होकर देखते हुए जाती थी तो वो भी मुझे हिट करता था. इतनी सिंपल सी चीजें हम जब सोच भी नहीं सकते. So it was moving.
कहते हैं ना, the wearer only knows where the shoe pinches.
True, ma'am. True. True, ma'am. हम तो इमेजिन नहीं कर सकते, मैम.
भुक्तभोगी हम लोगों को उस चीज का एहसास नहीं हो पाता है.
बिल्कुल.
Ma'am, we'll start within 2 minutes only. We'll start.
Okay. All right. All right.
अक्सर नमस्कार.
नमस्कार.
Kriti, I think we should start.
Ma'am, are we expecting principal, ma'am?
Yes, please call. Ma'am has joined. Kriti, please start.
Please start.
Kriti, where are you? Kriti?
Yes, ma'am.
Please start the session. Kriti, you are not audible.
Hello.
Yes, Kriti, please go ahead.
Faculty members, my dear students, I welcome you all to the valedictory session of the one-day webinar on acid attack, uncivilized and heartless crime, organized by Department of Law and Gender Sensitization and Equality Club of Maharaja Agrasen Institute of Management Studies, sponsored by National Commission for Women. I extend a very warm welcome to Professor G.P. Govill, Advisor, MAIMS, Professor Ravi Kumar Gupta, Director, MAIMS, and Professor Anjuvali Tikku, Professor, Faculty of Law, University of Delhi. Moving ahead with the program, I would like to introduce Professor G.P. Govill, who is the advisor of the Maharaja Agrasen Technical Education Society. And I also extend a very warm welcome to the other dignitaries. I request Professor G.P. Govill to give away the welcome address to the valedictory session today.
Thanks, Ms. Kirti Johri. Am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Hello.
Yes, sir, you are.
Yeah. Thanks, Ms. Kirti Johri, for your kind introduction. Good evening. Professor Dr. Anjuvali Tikku, Chief Guest, Faculty of Law, University of Delhi. Professor Ravi Gupta, Director MAIMS, my colleague. Professor Rajni Dhingra Malhotra, Principal Law, Dean HODs, faculty members, and dear students. Well, I'm being asked to give the welcome address to this session. Really, I feel happy to be part of valedictory session of heart-touching webinar on acid attack, uncivilized and heartless crime, which is being organized by MAIMS in association with National Commission of Women under the aegis of Gender Sensitization and Equality Initiative Club of MAIMS. The topic chosen is very relevant in the present scenario and should be discussed at all the levels in schools, colleges, in the houses, or on social platform to sensitize the society, especially youths. God has created us, male and female, and you see the beautiful face of yours in the mirror and really admire the God actually. But if somebody defaces it by throwing the acid, it is a heinous crime. If simple hot water falls on the body, it is so painful. What to talk of if some jilted person throws acid on the face, which will melt the skin, the flesh, bones, and acid fumes will attack lungs, causing death. Really, it is, very heinous crime. In the morning session, Dr. Usha Rajdam, Honorable Justice Sangeeta Dhingra ji, our Honorable Chairman, Dr. N.K. Garg, our Director General, S.K. Garg Sahab, and in the technical session, many learned persons have discussed the burning issue problem in the detail actually. And right now, as one of the faculty was telling, that one of the acid attack survivor also spoke about in great length and breadth. Okay, so as far as I can say, I have also read about and the recent the acid survivors like Miss Lakshmi, Miss Bano, Miss Ritu Seni, Miss Anmol, and so many others. It's great to learn that they might have lost the eye, but not the dreams. But definitely all say that this attack on them has left a scar on their heart about the society where they are living actually, because the trauma, the difficulty they pass through after that, well, is unbelievable. Because the acid survivor has to live through the life actually, and throughout the life, they keep on hearing about the comments, about so many things actually, which is really heartening actually. From my side, I would like to say that we should sensitize the society from a school level. Let there be frequent discussions with college students and their parents, as this problem is more serious in urban in comparison to rural areas. The person who are committing this heinous crime is none other than known relations, neighbors, or college school friends. The youth should be made to understand that no from the girl side is no only. Really, here there are reasons for that. And the primary cause of growing incidence rates of acid attack are in India's patriarchal culture and its inadequate legal system actually, because they understand that the woman is not equal. And hence their mindset becomes right from the school level, right in the college, right in the discussion, right in the street, anywhere. This type of rowdies who are doing this heinous crime, they keep on developing certain, you can say, nature aspect of it, that hum to karke bach jayenge, kuch bhi nahi hoga. Let the law should take its own course actually. Although the Supreme Court of India in Lakshmi versus Union of India established new standards for restricting the sale of acids. But it is very sorry to say that it is very cheap. It is available throughout. There is no check and it's freely available, because the guidelines set by the courts are routinely violated. I have seen a number of places. The police comes and then it's all hush hush and all these things. The person who commits a crime doesn't understand the repercussions of acid on the victim unless and until he himself is subjected to that torture actually. And only that is possible with discussions, with showing the films, making the public aware at all the platforms like that. The girl has to pass through the physical problems, psychological problems, and social and economic problems. Already in the morning, all our learned speakers spoke about it, so I may not repeat them, but it is really heartbreaking. It's really heartbreaking. Law should be implemented very seriously. The person who has committed the crime is scot-free or he is settled, while the victim is still suffering. Some of them are blind or partial blind, do not want to show their faces, tries to commit the suicide, lost all their dreams. And I'm happy to see that Ms. Lakshmi has taken the initiative to settle the acid victims by opening the restaurant in Agra, Udaipur, and other places with the name She Heroes. We should also help in such initiatives. Even when acid attack cases are reported to police, many years pass before a final judgment is reached by the Indian legal system. Furthermore, despite the Supreme Court's guidelines regarding compensation, many acid attack victims do not receive compensation on time. And right now, as it was told, she got the compensation after 9 years. What a long time, what the torture she has gone through. Unbelievable, actually. In 2020 only, 799 of 1273 victims received compensation. I must say that the people who sanctions it, who passes the bills, who go, they should be also sensitized, because they are insensitive people, keep on going to the offices, they laugh at us, and so many things happens. So I think those people also should be sensitized. I really laugh on the mockery of the judiciary system when I see on TV news channel that judge कहते हैं, जज ने पुलिस वालों को या किसी और गवर्नमेंट ऑफिशियल्स को फटकार लगाई, while on the contrary किसी कॉमन मैन को कंटेम्प्ट ऑफ कोर्ट में वो जेल भेज देते हैं, मतलब जो है। लेकिन कोई गवर्नमेंट ऑफिशियल है या पुलिस वाले हैं, उनको फटकार लगाई, मतलब समझ ही नहीं आता कि क्या फटकार लगाना है। मैं तो कहूंगा कि जिनको फटकार लगाई जा रही है उन्हीं को बंद कर दिया जाए, तो मेरे ख्याल से प्रॉब्लम आधी सॉल्व हो जाएगी मेरे ख्याल से। बेस्ट टू द सिस्टम, जनरल पब्लिक टू द सिस्टम से परेशान है। एक्चुअली वी आर सफरिंग बिकॉज ऑफ सिस्टम। एक्चुअली पीपल से सिस्टम इन प्लेस, बट वेयर इज इट इन प्लेस? कहीं कोई सुनवाई नहीं होती है। सो दिस इज माय रिक्वेस्ट टू ऑल लॉ मेकर्स टू मेक मोर स्ट्रिक्ट लॉज एंड क्रिमिनल्स टू बी बुक्ड एट इट्स अर्लीस्ट। सालों साल केस चले आ रहे हैं, मतलब जो है वहां जाकर इतना परेशान होना पड़ता है, लोग मौकरी करते हैं, हंसते हैं, ये हो रहा है वो रहा है, और 25 तरह की बातें करते हैं। मोर ह्यूमिलेशन, मतलब जो बंदा परेशान है, जो विक्टिम है, उसके हार्ट को क्या लगता है ये लोग समझ ही नहीं सकते हैं। तो इसलिए जितना जल्दी, अभी मध्य प्रदेश वगैरह में किया है, लेकिन हम तो कहेंगे कि जो भी जितना जल्दी हो सके उतना अच्छा है। हाउ कैन बी व्हेन वी सो insensitive to the victim while criminals are enjoying the life, In the end, I would like to thank Dr. Purnima Gupta, Ms. Kirti Johri, Dr. Shweta Gaginja, Dr. Khurana, Member Secretary, Professor Rajni Malhotra Dhingra, our HOD Dr. Praveen Gupta, and Director Saab for organizing such a wonderful, I'll say not wonderful, such an event, which is really heartbreaking. Let's join hands, let's work together, let's take to this to the higher level. And what I would like to say is, जब वो हमारा कोर्ट का रिजल्ट भी आ जाता है, it should be publicized, क्योंकि जिसको हम कहना चाहते हैं वो तो शायद सुन ही नहीं रहा है, मतलब जो है, until unless we give it a publicity. With all these few words, God bless. Thank you. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Professor. Thank you for your thoughtful insights on the acid attack and even the criminal justice system. We also understand, we law professionals, we understand that how others look at this justice system and what all we require to reform.
It needs.
Moving, yes, sir.
Thank you.
Moving ahead. Thank you. Moving ahead with the program, I would like to introduce our director, Professor Ravi Kumar Gupta, who has always been a constant source of motivation for the entire institution. Professor Ravi Kumar Gupta has an excellent experience of 25 years, including teaching as well, and he holds teaching as well as administrative assignments to his credit. He has taken keen interest in the academics and has guided somewhere 15 MPhil and over 4 PhD research scholars, and he has more than 6 presently registered research patents, even in other various universities. He has published more than 90 papers in journals of national and international repute, and has edited books in the areas of management as well as commerce. We are indeed very fortunate enough to have him with us today. I now request our director, sir, to give away the address to the gathering representative.
Thank you. A very happy good afternoon. I hope. Am I audible? Am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Fine?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Absolutely.
Actually, first of all, thank you to Divisha Gupta, and my warm greetings. Very first of all, I would take this opportunity, just a minute. I take this opportunity to greet and to convey my warm greetings warm welcome to the chief guest of this validity session, respected Madam Professor Anju Wali Tiku from University of Delhi. And this is a matter of very great pleasure for us, for all of us, and for this MAIMS Maharaja Agrawal Institute of Women Studies that you are associated with us in this academic endeavor. And of course, we are very eager to listen you also. This event is a webinar, and it has been discussed widely by Professor Govil also about these contents. I'm not going much, but we find that in our institute, through this Department of Law and also the other departments, they are continually arranging a lot of events. Of course, now this present in through webinar, through internet, a lot of events, activities for the holistic development of our students, also sometimes for the faculty also. The purpose is that, yes, first of all, the curriculum which is prescribed by the university, we are following that. Apart that, we have firm belief that the students should be developed holistically in every manner. The student should be, after passing graduate degree from our college, whether it may be of law graduate or a journalism student or any other student also, that he should not only be technically sound, but he or she should be a good citizen also, having social values, having a concern towards family, towards society, towards country, and the overall, the society as well. For this, we are organizing various and numerous events and activities. And this is also that one of the event in this series of activities. And for that, we have received a lot of cooperation and active cooperation and contribution from the law community. We have the association of a lot of faculties and practitioners from the law fraternity to complete this event. Before that, I take this opportunity to welcome all the dignitaries who had joined in the inaugural and also in various technical sessions and in this validity session also. After that, I also find, yes, Department of Law, I take this opportunity to congratulate for this event to the head of this Department of Law, Professor Rajni Malhotra, Dr. Parveen Kumar Gupta, and the convener of this Gender Selection Club, Dr. Shweta Gagnecha, Ms. Nirti Gupta. I find also Divisha Gupta, Purnima Gupta, Kriti Johri, and all the faculty members who have contributed significantly for these events. And yes, I specifically, if I again mention Dr. Shweta Gagnecha and Nirti Gupta, they both have made a very significant contribution, a creative contribution to make this event a success. For all these things, I convey my warm greetings. Yes, we are coming to end of this academic endeavor after the deliberation of our chief guest. I convey my greetings and thanks also to all who have joined in this academic endeavor online. Thanks once again to one and all.
Thank you, sir. As always, your words are always a source of motivation for us, and we promise you that we continue these endeavors even in future as well. Now, I move ahead with the program and I request Ms. Niriti Gupta, Senior Assistant Professor of Department of Law and also the co-convener of today's webinar, to present an outcome presentation of today's webinar. Over to you, Ms. Niriti, ma'am.
Thank you, Kriti. Good afternoon to all to this August gathering. Respected Anju Tiku ma'am, Ravi Gupta sir, Director sir, Govil sir, Advisor mates, our other respected members of the management, the representatives of NCW in absentia, Professor Rajni Dhingra, Principal ma'am, Dr. Praveen Gupta, HOD sir, my peer colleagues, participants, and students who have all joined us and stayed with us throughout the day. The deliberations today were, they have blown away my mind, because I had also read about this subject a little before we went into the webinar, the preparations for it. But so many things that I did not know have been brought to light today. And it is my privilege to present this outcome report to all of you present here. Today's deliberations, they were indeed quite insightful, and our resource persons brought their, in my informal language, I would say they brought their A game. They brought the wealth of their knowledge to the table. There were 5 technical sessions, and I will be presenting the reports as were prepared by our moderators and student volunteers. I'll begin with the inaugural session. The day commenced with the inaugural session, where we were joined by our dignitaries, Honorable Miss Justice Sangeeta Dhingra, Professor Usha Razdan, Dr. Nand Kishore Garg, and the webinar was also attended by honorable members of the management of MAIMS, registered participants, faculty members, and students of Department of Law, MAIMS. The day began with welcome, and Dr. Shweta Gagneja, who is the convener of the webinar, she beautifully introduced the themes that were going to be discussed today. And it is her remarkable contribution today. I don't know if I should be mentioning this or not. She has joined us in this webinar despite a very huge personal loss to her in the family, and she has still joined us. And thank you, ma'am, that we are able to conduct this webinar today. I will come to Honorable Dr. Justice Sangeeta Dhingra's words. She gave a talk on legal provisions and factors responsible for acid violence. And what was most insightful was the judicial initiatives that she shared in this regard. And coming from a member of the judiciary, her suggestions and her words gave us an insight into the empathetic minds of our judges who write these judgments and who champion the cause of acid attack survivors. She strongly spoke in favor of eradicating gender-based violence from the society. Her discourse was focused a lot on the judicial initiatives, the cases, the judgments, and the legal provisions, where she explained, she delved deeply into all the provisions that are in the IPC and in the CRPC, explaining what actually acid violence is. We next come to the guest of honor, which was Professor Usha Razdan. And she spoke about she gave a very extensive presentation. She's a stalwart in the area of criminal law, and she gave an extensive presentation on basically what are the factors responsible, what are the impacts that I am refraining from using the word victim. Everywhere I will be using the word survivor. So the survivor, what all she faces or he faces, and she discussed the laws, the cases, and the most valuable suggestion that she made, emphatically she made, was that NCW and NHRC should promote socio-legal studies into the background of the victim. So we get to know the victim a little more, so that when we assign compensation to her, when compensation is awarded to her, we know what her background is, what could have been the reasons for why this happened, and how actual help can be given to her. So this was a strong recommendation from her, which we will be forwarding to the NCW. And she was also sad about the fact that the compensation doesn't reach the victim in time, and the initial months are very difficult for the victim because there is no aid from the side of the government or obviously the accused at that point of time. I will now come to the technical sessions. Session 1 was the speaker for technical session 1 was Ms. Abha Malhotra, Senior Counsel of Delhi High Court. And her area that she explored was legal implications of acid attack. So Ms. Malhotra, first of all, said the reason why acid is used for this kind of violence is because it is available easily and it is available at a very cheap price. She pointed out that acid violence is considered a crime of honor and is an inhuman crime. It's a gender-based violence. Ms. Malhotra spoke about the high rate of commission of this crime in third world countries and discussed briefly the factors responsible for it. She said there are physically devastating effects on the survivor, and the expensive litigation exhausts the survivor and her family. She also stated that before Lakshmi versus Union of India, there was really no legal recourse available to survivors, including medical aid and psychological assistance. I would like to say here that, in fact, psychological assistance is something that the survivors are still not, it is not something that we have in our contemplation, that money needs also to be allocated in that direction. Ms. Malhotra emphasized on the need for sensitization of the judicial fraternity for creating an environment of zero tolerance towards such barbarous acts. The speaker also deliberated on various legal provisions under existing legislations and several cases, for example, Nipun Saxena versus Union of India, Parivartan Kendra versus Union of India, Gulab Sahib Lal Sheikh versus the state of Maharashtra. She called for strict enforcement of the laws, firm political will, and fast tracking of cases, and a separate investigation body for delivering speedy, effective justice to the survivor. Her last comments were also that there should be a separate investigation wing for this purpose. Technical session 2 was conducted by Professor Dr. Debarati Haldar. She's professor of Parul University, and her area was implementation of victims' compensation scheme. Professor Haldar covered almost every aspect of compensation scheme for acid attack survivors. She explained the relevance of compensation, that every compensation awarded to a survivor has a specific purpose. So hence we need to understand the sorrow, the real cause behind, the problems of the acid attack survivor before deciding what kind of compensation is required to be given. Professor Haldar focused on the afterlife of an acid attack survivor and her family members. She said their social life gets affected and their lifestyle gets affected, and it becomes very hard for them to survive and actually be called a survivor. Hard for them to survive and be actually called a survivor. The mental and physical trauma they suffer with is unimaginable for us. Hence, based on this, Professor Haldar said that there is a need to create funds for the acid attack survivors, victims. The funds are required to be contributed by the government, by the corporates as a part of their CSR initiative. She also said that the compensation fund should also be taken from the accused person who has made the life of the survivor so difficult and harsh. Professor also stressed upon the manner of disbursement of compensation among the victims so that proper and undelayed medical assistance and treatment can be provided. Like I said, it was also pointed out by Ms. Abha Malhotra and by other speakers also, that by Professor Usha Razan also, that immediate aid is not given to the victim as soon as he suffers from this menace. So in her presentation on compensation, Professor Haldar stressed on this point that undelayed medical assistance and treatment should be provided to her, and for that, easy disbursement of compensation among the victims shall be done. And for the future help of the victim, also this should be done for future things like her education assistance, basics and necessary requirements, that those can also be covered by this fund and not just her immediate medical requirements. Session 3 was held by Dr. Siddharth Mishra, Senior Assistant Professor, Faculty of Law, University of Delhi. And his area was causes, consequences, treatment, and access to justice. Dr. Mishra traced the genesis and history of acid attack and described the phenomenon of acid attack as embedded in a gender order that privileged patriarchal society and imposed gender norms for women. He explained how transgression of these norms results in violence against women. He explained in detail about the causes of acid attack on a person. Though acid attacks take place against people, against both genders. However, Dr. Mishra pointed out that 85% of these attacks were against women and rest were against men. He said this may be because of sexual rejection or marriage proposal rejection by females. He explained about the physical and mental agony which a person has to suffer and the psychological trauma which is long-term. The treatment being long causes financial burden on the families. Dr. Mishra quoted various national and international laws and treaties which are there for the help of acid attack survivors. Dr. Mishra described the consequences of acid attack on health and body. He explained that acid attack causes unimaginable damage and devastation to various parts of the body, especially the face and area around the face. He also provided important information about the treatment of acid attack victims and steps to be taken for providing them first aid and relief. He provided a number of practical suggestions and solutions to prevent and curb this menace. The most important suggestion he made was to encourage value education among the children, especially among sons at home. Technical session 4 was by Ms. Shaheen Malik, who is the founder of Brave Souls NGO and herself an acid attack survivor. She's a brave heart and she now runs an NGO which is called Brave Souls Foundation. Her area was role of NGOs in combating acid attack violence. Her words were so moving, so practically she told us all what happened to her, what she felt when acid was thrown on her. She was a student counselor at a college, and that is where the acid was thrown at her one evening. And she began her session by the powerful words, if the thinking changes, everything will change. She shared her experience of the dreadful day and how she became the founder of the NGO. She shared how she does not remember the pain, but remembers the fear that she felt. Fear as to what will happen to her now. She explained how people were reluctant to help her, and the ones who did want to help didn't know what to do. The police was insensitive, she says, and the doctors were unwilling to take up the case. It was 4 years later. This incident took place with her on 19 November 2009. And she said it was 4 years later in 2013 when she made an application to the Haryana government claiming compensation under the Victim Compensation Act. Victim Compensation Scheme. However, that too was in vain because the police had filed a closure report and no trial was going on. It was only after 12 years of the attack that the High Court ordered a compensation of rupees 3 lakh to be given to her. Highlighting the role of NGOs, she explained how NGOs play an important role in providing emotional support to the survivor. But then again, the sensitivity is lacking as survivors are expected to work like a regular person despite the medical issues. The gap that needs to be filled is of implementation and awareness. Not many people know that the case has to be disposed of within 6 months and the victim can claim medical facility from any hospital. Her words. She said this disparity inspired her to start her own NGO, which not only counsel the survivors, but also helps them with litigation, medical claims, and employment assistance. Before concluding, she explained the first aid, such as pouring plain, simple water for 30 minutes continuously on an acid attack victim, and that the rights that the survivor has, not just in terms of litigation, but also medical treatment rights. She also emphasized on the psychological aspect and that psychological trauma should not be ignored and that there should be assistance for that as well. She said that, like I said, I remember I would just mention this one line from what she said, that while she was recovering, there was something as simple as, a woman getting ready to go out would sink her heart because she knew that she would not be able to do it. The saga that she explained of the kind of pain that she had, the injuries that she had, were something that I would encourage anybody who has not heard to please go to the YouTube channel, find this video, and definitely listen to her. She ended with saying that qualities lie not in the face, but in the soul of a person. The final session was conducted by Dr. Anjana Malhotra, Associate Professor at Shanti Devi Arya Mahila College, Dinanagar. Her area was factors of acid violence in India. Dr. Anjana explained the important factors of acid attack She spoke about the fact that women are lower to men and the dominance of men is the major reason behind such attacks. She said 18% women stated that they face such atrocity because of voicing up their opinions. She pointed out, she asked us, there are so many cases where a landlord, because he did not get his rent, threw acid on the tenant. A teacher who did not get his fees threw acid on the student. And these are things, this is not just motivated by, rejection by a suitor, but the perpetrator does not even stop to think what kind of impact it is going to have on the victim. She said that another reason of this violence was that acid is available easily and at a cheap price, and that there are no speedy trials available. And her opinion was that most of these crimes are crimes of jealousy. The motivator is jealousy. She quoted several examples, and her words jarred me about what could be the reasons why people would go ahead and do something like this. It made me feel that people just don't think before committing this kind of an act. With this, I conclude the outcome report, and I thank all the resource persons for their valuable words that they have shared and insights that they have shared. Thank you very much. Over to you, Kriti.
Thank you. Thank you, Niriti ma'am, for sharing a detailed outcome report of today's webinar and also sharing the success of today's program. Moving further, we have our chief guest, Professor Uncivilised, who is a professor at the Faculty of Law, University of Delhi, and holds nearly 32 years of teaching experience at University of Delhi with a rich research portfolio to her credit. Formerly Professor of Law at National Law University, Delhi, she taught law of crimes and advanced jurisprudence to LLB and LLM students from 2009 and 2012. She is currently the convener of the Legal Services Society of Center 1, Faculty of Law, University of Delhi, and is also the university representative in the governing body of Lakshmibai College, University of Delhi. Her areas of interest are criminal laws, criminology, victimology, gender justice, and public health laws. In 2007, she was invited as a resource person by the Menon Committee constituted to suggest reforms in criminal laws. She conducted her doctoral research on the organ transplant law, which initiated her to adopt an interdisciplinary approach to understand the complexities of human nature and behavior. Recognizing her contribution in the area, in 2008, Delhi High Court appointed her as a amicus curiae to assist the court in framing the rules and the guidelines for the implementation of the Transplantation of Human Organs Act 1994. Professor has been a consultant for the international project of BRICS countries on the right to health, Bridges to Sanitary Democracy from 2012 to 2014. She has been the visiting faculty in the Bureau of Parliamentary Studies and Training in New Delhi, Loknayak Jayaprakash Narayan Institute of Criminology and Forensic Sciences under MHRD, Delhi Judicial Academy, Jamia Millia Islamia University, and she has also been invited as a resource person in various training of trainers programs. She has presented papers in several national as well as international seminars and workshops and won the Best Paper Award too. Dr. Tikku has contributed modules in UGC e-Pathshala course on criminology, along with publishing papers in the areas of criminology, victimology, public health laws, and reputed journals. Professor, it is indeed a true delight that you graced our program with your benign presence. I heartily invite Professor Tikku to give away a valedictory address to the gathering today.
Dhanyavad. Thank you very much, Kriti. It is indeed a pleasure to be introduced by your student as a faculty member of another law institution, upcoming law institution, which is really doing very well. as far as academic engagements and endeavors are concerned. And it's really heartening to see so many of your earlier colleagues around on the platform, and one does get swayed away by emotions of various kinds. But since this is an academic exchange, and to begin with, I thank you all for giving me this opportunity to share few thoughts with you, because as far as the quality and the number of scholars you had invited as resource persons, they have the report that has been read out by Nirati gives a very clear idea about the range of issues, concerns, challenges that were discussed, and the solutions that were given, and the recommendations and the suggestions. And before I go on to reflect on some of those points, I would certainly like to thank the management of Maharaja Agrasen Institute, Dr. Govil, who's there, the director of the institute, the HOD, the principal, the colleagues, and of course, without the participants, this program wouldn't make any sense. So I welcome you all just to have an exchange of ideas. And before I give you that floor, certain points that I would like to highlight, I would certainly talk about, instead of going across on a specific tangent about acid attack, because we have all heard since the morning that what are the causes, what are the factors, what kind of issues are faced. It's not only physical, but psychological and emotional trauma, and it doesn't go. It's not a disease, it's something like of an event, but that event has a longer life-lasting impact. So when we talk about Justice Dhingra's session, we do understand that legal provisions have been talked about, and there are several judicial precedents that have been discussed by her. At this point of time, I would just like to highlight that it's not that we do not have a law. We do have section 357B and 357C in the CRPC, which explicitly and exclusively is talking about compensation to the acid attack victims. I'm sorry, Nirati, I'm using that word victim here instead of survivor, but that's just to give an idea that without any fault of the person who's asking for a compensation, whether he or she has a right or not. Though this has become sort of gender specific concern, acid attacks, as rightly pointed out, 85% of the women are the victims who may survive, may not survive, but they have certainly been victimized. Out of the number of cases which have been reported, I'm afraid there are many cases which are not reported, which go unreported. And there is certainly not only a gender divide, there is also an urban and rural divide also. We do not get to know how many people suffer in the rural area, in the semi-urban area. Why? Because of lack of information, awareness, facilities, and the courage to fight back. Dr. Anjana has highlighted the factors of acid attack, and repeatedly it has got a reflection in the discourse of other scholars and resource persons also, wherein we understand that it is the expected social role model and the socialization, which is a major concern, that women are being treated as the property or the chattel, who are to be driven into compliance, into submission, so that every demand on the part of a male or a man has to be necessarily acceded to by the woman, so that if she dares to voice her opinion, that's what Dr. Anjana Malhotra highlighted, that 18% of the women suffered because they dared to voice their opinion. They somewhere had the courage to stand up for themselves and say that, no, nothing doing, I am not interested. But as we all understand and appreciate, that men would not listen, would not behave, would not hear. Is it the fault of the men folk alone? I would say no. We as mothers, we as sisters, we as grannies and bhabis are equally responsible for that. Though we do talk about equality and we do claim equality, but when it comes to real life scenario and those small nitty-gritties in everyday life, do we ever realize the kind of feelings and the kind of attitude we ingrain in our kids? What kind of permissions we grant them? What are the things which are brushed under the carpet? So it's we as a society who is responsible for the behavior of, I'll say majorly, I'll not say in each and every % cases, but we also have got a role to play. And if there is a default on the part of men, be that a son or a husband or a father, it is somewhere because of our role also, wherein we have not clearly conveyed that what equality means. So it's not equality that you treat your son and daughter at home equally, giving them equal opportunities, but you also need to inform your son and daughter that somebody who is on the road, whether a boy or a girl, they also are, after all, human beings and have got equal rights. They also have a voice. They also have their likes and dislikes. So it's not that women are supposed to be accommodative, submissive, tolerant. So all those womanly attributes which are taught, it's something like, if I might distract you, so to say, whenever we happen to have a child in our home, and I'm sorry, and I'm afraid that we do not have those opportunities now for the past more than almost now 2 years since the COVID, that kids have not been moving around and out of home to play. But when the kids go out to play, and suppose your son comes back crying, somewhere around 5, 6, 7 years age, comes back crying and saying that somebody has hit me or somebody has taken away my ball. So what is our reaction? We do not allow that. We do not permit that. Our first reaction is, ladkiyon ki tarah kya rota hai? So we are not telling him to cry, but at the same time, we are somewhere conveying to the child that ladkiyan ro sakti hain, that's permissible. That is womanly trait. तो लड़कियां कर सकती हैं, करती हैं, वो चलेगा, and that's acceptable. So these are small little things that get conveyed across. It's not that we tell them to behave in that nasty manner, but it is this feeling which they absorb and grasp. And it's here that I would again reiterate that we women as equal partners, and I would say more than equal partners as far as socialization is concerned, as far as human values are concerned. Indian society is still based on those values, wherein anybody might take it the way they want to and they wish to. It might appear to them as unequal society, but be that as it may, even in that unequal society, women have more role to play with reference to the evolution of the personality of the child, be that a male child or a female child. So if you are teaching the girl child to be responsible enough, one has to teach equally the male child also to be responsible enough, not only towards his or his sister, but also with reference to all the girls across.
So we have to be responsibly teaching and giving them values. So coming back to the discourse that when we are dealing with acid attack victims, 85% of the women suffer in comparison to 15% of the males. But at the same time, what we need to do further is it's not only that the women are to be overburdened with a sense of responsibility, but at the same time, we as people in the academic fraternity or the lawyers, and as Dr. Govil rightly said that, and somewhere he highlighted his concern and perhaps agitation that कानून बना दिए जाते हैं, किया कुछ नहीं जाता है, या कानून stringent होना चाहिए. I'll have a slightly different take, that we have got so many laws. More of laws are not going to solve the purpose, are not going to bring about the solution until and unless we ensure that the laws that are made are implemented with the right vigor and earnestness. So as I informed you that we have got section 357C, we have got 357B, which does talk about immediate medical aid. But see, despite the fact that there is the law, we hear from people who have suffered all this and the lawyers who are dealing with this, or the people who are having their NGOs, or for that matter, those of them who are the researchers. They are informing us that despite the legal provisions, medical aid is not promptly provided. So it's not that we do not have a law, but somewhere the implementation of the law is not swift. So we need to ensure that the implementation of law is swift. It's not only with reference to medical aid, the same is the situation with reference to the provision of compensation. We do have compensation, and now that we have the victim compensation schemes also floated, in all the states, it is now mandatory and compulsory to have victim compensation schemes. And the state legal service authorities have been given the authority to disperse compensation to the needy. But lo and behold, everybody knows the ground reality. So it's not that laws are not there. It's not that the lawmakers are not conscious and aware and they are lacking somewhere. It's somewhere there are so many slips between the cup and the lip. The law is there, but it is not reaching out to the people who require it at the most. Now, I certainly appreciate the argument which has been given, or this recommendation that has been given by Dr. Haldar, wherein she says that compensation as the CSR initiative. We certainly need to generate awareness and create a narrative wherein all these big companies come forward to contribute, even if they are not able to help out in the implementation of the scheme, because there are other agencies who are doing it. But certainly they can come up with financial assistance and contribution to this compensation fund so that needy people can be helped. And if I believe that has been discussed, because judicial precedents have already been talked about. You have heard about Lakshmi's case and Parivartan's case also. Lakshmi said 3 lakhs. That was the ruling, that 3 lakhs. But Parivartan said 3 lakh cannot be always the benchmark and sufficient money. There is the requirement, and on so many occasions, in so many instances, we find that multiple surgeries are to be done, plastic surgeries and multiple reconstruction surgeries are to be done. So putting a limit at 3 lakh is not good enough. So once we have got Parivartan, so judiciary also is stepping in. So what is the need of the hour is that the powers that be who are implementing the scheme, they should be sensitized. So I would certainly appreciate if the institute can take up that initiative of having such programs wherein lawyers from the DSLSA or the NHRC people are also somewhere invited, maybe as resource persons, so that they have an opportunity to know that there are other aspects to this problem also. So where Dr. Razdan said that these institutions, which are something like NCW or NHRC, needs to come up with socio-legal studies. They would be prompt to pick up this area only if they have participated in such kind of programs, or if I might suggest, and if that is not too much of it, why should you not be sending and sharing a link with the NHRC people also, saying that, see, this is the outcome of our program, please do something about it. So as far as compensation is concerned, compensation would follow, but the plight of the victim and the survivor, somewhere there's the role of the NHRC also. So roping in such kind of agencies, bringing about a consciousness and awareness that this is another area that they need to work upon. So it's not only terrorism of one kind where that you need to look into political killings, but here is a terrorism of another kind. I would go to the extent of labeling it as terrorism, that you are frightening somebody into submission and killing not only the life, the physical life, but the psychological life of a person. So as far as the concerns raised by Dr. Ava Malhotra is concerned, that we need to have special investigative agency, I would again have a different take on that. And if I have a different take, the reason is that instead of having compartmentalization of these investigative agencies, it would be much better to have one agency within which we can have people specializing into a kind of investigation, because ultimately you have to investigate the crime also. So it's not only that you are going to investigate about and the plight of the acid attack victim or survivor. You have to see the background, because there is the criminal aspect clearly attached. So it is a social issue, it is a forensic issue, it is a psychological issue, and at the same time, it is a criminal issue. And it is a political issue also, and economic aspect also is there. So we need to have one agency, but within that, we should have specialized people who are trained to understand the nitty-gritties and nuances of the difficulties or the kind of socio-political economic disparity wherein the power game plays out in the form of acid attack. And as far as the session of Shaheen Malik is concerned, I'm really missing out. I have missed out, and I would certainly look forward to hearing her if you happen to share that YouTube link or your link. And I would not be I don't think that I am the right person to suggest or say something onto the personal experience, because something which a person has undergone is her individual experience, her own trauma. We all need to learn from what she has shared with. So with that, I would certainly wish the organizers all the very best and look forward to more of such academic engagements and endeavors wherein I can be a party to learn. And I assure you that next time I'll certainly join in much, much earlier. Because of my personal contingencies, I couldn't stay through the day. And I'm extremely sorry for that. But whatever I have heard through the report, I find each and every aspect has been covered. And I really thank the organizers, especially Dr. Shweta Gagneja, Nirati Gupta, and the team of faculty members who have ably conducted this program very well. Thank you one and all once again for giving me that opportunity to share my thoughts.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor. With your due permission, I would like to raise a question, perhaps. I would like to solicit your opinion on a question.
Please.
That was raised throughout the day. So whenever we talk about social issues, whenever we talk about the marginalized sections, so we obviously have transgenders, we have gender-based violence, and then we have these acid attack victims as well. So there is one issue that is always added with all these social issues, and that is the problem of implementation. And just like Professor Govind also mentioned in his address, that we do have laws, but the point is with the implementation. That's where the problem is. So, ma'am, based on your experience and your research, ma'am, can you suggest anything to deal with this problem of implementation? Because I guess that's the actual problem. And of course, that's the main thing, but the problem is, and that's where the bottleneck lies. That it's the laws are not being implemented at least or in the right rigor and with the right earnestness. So, ma'am, can you suggest something that we can do for the better implementation of the laws?
Thank you, Kriti, for that question, but I believe this is rather a tough question in the sense that nobody has a solution for that. And if I have rightly understood, because towards the end, your voice was cracking, what I could understand is that the question is that the problem is with the implementation. What is the solution? How do we ensure that implementation of the laws is there? Have I rightly understood you?
Ma'am, I think there is some connectivity
Network
issue.
problem.
Yeah, she's not in the session right now.
Yeah. Okay. In any case, my response, if I have rightly understood the question, or if any one of you happen to hear her more clearly, and if she had any other concern, you can let me know. But as far as I could gather, the problem of implementation is that each one of us needs to be conscientious and principle oriented. Kriti, you lost somewhere the network,
Yes,
I believe.
yes, sir.
And
Yes.
if I have rightly understood you, the problem of implementation, you are asking the solution.
Yes.
The solution is that each one of us has to have certain values, to say the least. If only we are principally oriented towards certain values for the recognition of human life. So it's not only me and my life can be enjoyed and is meaningful and is worth living only and only if you recognize the life of another human being also. And the attitude of that power corrupts and absolute power corrupts absolutely, we need to move away from that attitude. And if I might think aloud with you, that the problem of this power can be resolved if we get back to the duty-based society. These rights have put us in a difficult terrain wherein each one of us is always demanding the dues, but not prepared to discharge our responsibilities. So we all feel very happy when we say Sada hak ethe rak. But the fact of the matter remains, Sada hak ethe rak, somebody also has a right at some point of time. Should we not be recognizing that? So when it comes to the right of others, we are always very casual, very careless, and we do not care, and we care to hoots and we say, forget about it. So we need to have somewhere a balanced approach and attitude. The implementation would be all right. Yesterday only, I was just, I came across a news item wherein Ayodhya, it is a news item from Ayodhya wherein a lady misplaced her purse. She in fact forgot the purse in the state roadway bus, and she got down. And then she started crying that my purse with jewelry and 70,000 rupees I have forgotten in the bus. The police personnel who was posted there, he on a bike took the husband of the lady along and almost, and then asked for a ticket. They had the ticket, fortunately. He checked up the number of the bus and followed that bus for almost 15 kilometers and took the man, the husband, across to that place. And fortunately, the husband was able to retrieve back that purse with 70,000 rupees and the jewelry. तो मतलब लेने वाला तो ले जाता ना, पुलिस वाले को भी कोई मजबूरी नहीं थी ना. But he did as a responsible citizen. So it's not only as a police wala, but as a responsible citizen. So when we talk about implementation of laws, implementation of law की बात कहाँ आएगी? If I might take you to that point, despite the fact that I understand that you have crossed the deadline, but I'll just take a minute. We would be talking about laws and requiring laws if only we do not perform our duties. I've given a blanket statement. So if we perform, each one of us performs our duties, there would not be any need of any law whatsoever. I'm not saying that that would be the most happy society, but at the same time, we would be living in a much more peaceful and socially cohesive society. So the answer to your question that implementation doesn't happen because our values have got corrected over a period of time, whatever be the reason, I'm not finding faults with the reason of corruption of our values, but this is the time that we need to stand up, step back, withdraw, think twice, and move forward in the right direction with the values and a thought process. Put yourself into the shoes of the other and think that if I happen to suffer and face, what will happen? So if I happen to have an opinion, other person can also have an opinion and a say. And the major problem would be taken care of, and there would not be any requirement of law as such. And wherever the law would come in, the elders of the society would certainly be able to reconcile the situations with mutual cooperation. That's it from me.
Thank you.
On that.
Thank you, Professor. We certainly need an overhauling of our lifestyle, of our value system as well. And perhaps the best place to begin with is our respective homes and our respective lives. Thank you, Professor, for sharing your opinion on this question, as well as very beautifully concluding today's webinar and the success, sharing the success of it, and also lauding our efforts. We expect that even in future, you'll be associating with us in a similar capacity and maybe perhaps more involved. Before we wrap up today's valedictory session, I request our head, Dr. Praveen Kumar Gupta, Department of Law, to give away a vote of thanks to the gathering today. Sir, kindly unmute, sir.
Unmute, sir.
मेरा अनम्यूट नहीं हो पा रहा. Kriti?
Yes, ma'am.
बेटा चेक करो. Sir is not able to unmute.
Yes, ma'am. Ma'am, I'll try to unmute him.
Okay.
Sir, now try, please.
Sir, can you try now?
Yes.
I think yes.
Thank you. My deep regards to Professor Madam Manju Wali Tikku ma'am. Actually, ma'am has done 90% of my job of offering vote of thanks. That he touched almost all the points that today's resource persons, put in today's program, a day-long program. So really, your words are a lot of meaning for us, ma'am. Thank you a lot, ma'am. And a very important topic that today's webinar is devoted, that I feel that I am going to sunk in the ocean of new knowledge today in a single day. Very good, excellent expressions by all the resource persons. So still it is my duty to thank Mrs. Abha Malhotra, Professor Dr. Debarati Haldar, Mrs. Shaheen Malik, Dr. Siddharth Mishra, Dr. Anjana Malhotra. So all have wonderfully presented their ideas and also proposed some further observations to think over, because problem is not ended here, right? Because just making the law is not enough. I always utter one thing among my fraternity people, that 302 is there since 1860, but murders are not stopped there. Because a criminal may be a murderer of previous hurt, or a rapist, or this new acid attacker. So no criminal thinks at least once ki this is the punishment, that why I should do this crime or not. This is the root cause of the problem. And Professor Madam Anju Wali Tikku rightly observed in the last that this is also a matter of values in our society. They are going, that worse to worse. And just I observed 2 days back that we have reached at a stage that in our country, that words of Prime Minister has no value for a section of people. When Prime Minister announced that to roll back the laws, that some people hesitated on the outskirts of Delhi for long, so they have no regard to the words of the Prime Minister. Still, some people are adamant. So adamancy is the habit of the people. This is also a root cause of the problem. Indiscipline, this is allowed. So thank you, madam, a lot. And we think that, and we continuously will learn from you a lot. Thank you very much. I also offer my thanks to Professor Dr. G.P. Govil, advisor mates, that for the last more than 3 years, he is running pillar to post to make the things happen like the today's present webinar also. And really, thank you, sir. I'm also thankful to our director of the institution, Professor Ravi Gupta, for his special love and blessings for Department of Law for the last 1.5 years since he assumed the office very wonderfully. Thank you, sir. I am really thankful by heart our principal, Dr. Rajni Malhotra. Actually, she is the continuous inspiration for all the faculty members for doing the things to happen at real platform. And I am that given designation as HOD, so it's my duty that right now we are going to invite chief guests of our event on National Constitution Day, and on 26th November to 28th November. And I'm with the principal ma'am and Dr. Nisha Dhanraj. So I am thankful to our technical team that we are driving, we are going to invite, we are on the way, and still we are connecting with each other. What a wonderful, 21st century that we are living, that it's out of classroom, it is out of a single premises of the institution, and still we are connecting. So really, I'm thankful to technical team, Vidisha Gupta, Ritika, and all others. And my special thanks to Dr. Sweta Gagneja, our senior teacher in the department, Dr. Niriti, Purnima Gupta, Kriti Johari, and all others who contributed a lot. All the faculty members of other departments too, who contributed a lot. And the last but not the least, our students and the participants, because they have to learn and spread the message, whatever new knowledge and a sense of discipline, and what ma'am has specially mentioned, that values, because through the new generation, we can spread this sense of values, and we can change the things, just not making the law, but spreading this new sense of, responsibility and values. So I'm thankful all the management people and all the persons who contributed in this webinar and to make this webinar successful. And I feel that this webinar is successful and will achieve its objectives. Thank you, everyone. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. As usual, our constant source of motivation for the entire department. Thank you for being there with us. Before we disperse, I would request everyone to please stand up for the national anthem.
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल गंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
Thank you, everyone. Have a great evening and thanks a lot for joining.
God bless.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you to all.